Ajem. Low.
Nice. Let's see. Letting.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Hindered Spirit. Welcome to my channel. Small Streamers Discord. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel. Lurks. Welcome to my channel. Streamers Social Space. Welcome to my channel. Another viewer. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Be your best self. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Still, I think it's loud. WSAD.
Martzink. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel.
blur everything. Doff off. Lens flare. No. No. Oh my god. Yes, save it.
I'm heading to Targan Mountain. I need 3 people for the team. I won't lie, but this could be your last journey. Some of you may not make it, but the fame and benefits will be unprecedented.
If that's the case, you'll need a healer. My name is Tibius. I served in the kingdom of Bricarg for 10 years as both a mage and a healer. I can cure any companion, even if they've been cursed.
Don't listen to court mages. They heal wounds that keep appearing. They try to halt the inevitable. Why bother healing when you can raise entire armies indefinitely?
I see that seeking morality among the Night Talon's members is like searching for a sober dwarf in this place.
As I mentioned, they have their charms, and they do everything by the book. It's quite entertaining to observe newcomers who speak without grasping the realities of this world.
Stab him in the face.
And what can you do?
Me? It's better to ask what I can't do. Lucius at your service.
What's that?
Please check the pockets.
Oh,
And the second one.
well done.
The art of dialect prevails as a craft of paramount significance. Among the throngs of street ruffians, unsophisticated souls who desperately brandish their swords, laboring under the delusion of possessing a free will, they remain oblivious to the origins of their conflicts, which invariably elude their control. Merely a subtle gesture, or a hushed murmur into the right ear, possesses the power to unlock any gates, quell any discord, or inaugurate it anew.
I don't even understand half of your words.
Unfortunately, no one have given you tomes in your happier days.
Alright, you'll talk, you'll heal, and you'll be, well, you know, if they fail then you will do your things. I am journeying to Targan Mountain. I require the company of 3 brave individuals. The risk is substantial, yet the promise of treasure is even greater. So, who among you is willing to join?
Are you speaking to us?
It is my custom that if I speak and look at you, then yeah, I'm talking to you.
I have an aversion to eye contact.
Very well, then. What skills do you possess?
Greetings, my name is Tiffany, Fae/Fair. I have had countless partners, both women and men. I resided in Biliad beneath a makeshift...
For a dwarf such as myself, these lands are more safer than the treacherous northern region, that's for sure.
Who is Nathal?
So, if you wish, I can offer you a...
No, thank you. I was more interested in your abilities.
I believe you are not listening to me. I was telling you about my abilities.
And you? What is your story?
Greetings, my name is Marco. NIZCIYPIGE GOMALADA1 dude/Slim Slam Brim Brum.
You can't be serious.
Remember to carefully read the dialogue options, for if you misclick, a grand and unexpected surprise awaits you in the woods with me and my fellow horse.
What is wrong with you, guys?
Don't mind them, they are amateurs. I am Tivian, a shapeshifter.
Oh boy.
I can take on any shape you fancy. I can be half human, half wolf. Heck, I can even transform into a giant troll with horse legs if that's your thing. I'm pretty bi.
Like all of you?
That's AAA gaming for you.
Alright, I'll be straight with you. I don't care about your preferences, your life, your flavor of the month's politics. I don't care about any of this crap. I just want to have a good time, have a good game. So, is there at least one person in this inn that can provide me with some useful skills that can assist me on my journey?
I can do lockpicking.
You can?
Go girl.
Yeah, I had to learn eventually how to snag my mom's own Nevermind.
Interesting. This is gonna be tough.
Why do we still play vanilla World of Warcraft?
When making content about classic World of Warcraft, you quickly learn that people can't help but compare the classic game to the retail version of modern
HVDES.
times.
Naturally.
Welcome
In
to my
experience,
channel.
this behavior only increases in frequency and the intensity of the reaction when there is either new content released for either version of the game, or more often, when one version of the game is perceived to be failing. This can be difficult to manage here on YouTube.
When is it not?
After all, whilst I pull no punches when it comes to sharing my strong personal preference for the earlier versions of WoW, I have no intention of
Why don't you have nameplates? What are you doing without nameplates? What the fuck is this? You got, I swear to fucking God. Why the fuck do people not play with nameplates? Like, Jesus Christ! Okay, anyway.
other people's fun or shitting on the retail game as a cheap way to grow my channel. My personal issues with modern WoW are just that, personal. And whilst I stand by my belief that the game has moved in the wrong developmental direction over the years, I don't resent other players for enjoying it. I would like to one day return to retail and check it out.
I don't hate retail either. Like, I don't like the direction the game's gone in, but like I don't actively hate it. I just wish that it was different.
Short, the last thing I want to do is foster an antagonistic environment through my videos towards modern World of Warcraft. With that being said, I think that the constant comparison of retail and classic is an inevitable consequence of having multiple versions of World of Warcraft available to players, especially considering you can play them all with just one subscription. People are always going to compare their options in these circumstances, and even though, as I've just stated, you can play any available version of WoW, be it Vanilla Era Classic, Hardcore, Wrath Classic or Retail with just one subscription, most people don't have the time, interest or the energy to divide their gaming experience like that. Real life...
Well, yeah, I mean, like, you can't play, like, hardcore WoW, or, like, you can't play classic WoW seriously and probably also play retail unless you have, like, a lot of free time. That's true.
Responsibilities, commitments and other leisure interests get in the way of that, and the need to therefore prioritise, to choose one version of the game over the rest, leads to people picking sides very quickly. Given that my channel has largely become a classic WoW channel, for now at least, I see this debate all the time, typically through the lens of people like myself who prefer classic, by which I mean vanilla era WoW, over what came after. And before I get into the heart of this video, I want to make it clear that I understand that. I understand that my audience is primarily made up of people who prefer classic, especially vanilla WoW with it.
I think, yeah, most people do. Like, I've looked at videos about, like, retail WoW, and, like, viewership for retail WoW videos are so low.
Old Lucius Malfoy looking high elf models and one mechanic boss fights.
Yeah, they could fix
So I
some of that.
appreciate that a lot of the feedback in this retail v classic debate that I've seen in the last few months is weighted heavily in favour of classic on my channel. But still, I think it's interesting that this debate is even happening in the first.
I wonder why he ended that clip. I wonder why that happened.
Place. I mean,
Commander
is
Rude.
it not amazing that people
Welcome
to
to
this
my
day
channel.
argue that a nearly 20-year-old version of a game that hasn't seen any new content released since 2006, and which has been officially playable again for 4 years, is a better game than the modern version, which has had all that time to refine, innovate, and improve? I think so anyway. And
I think that there's some, like, in some ways, the texture of something being rougher makes it more enjoyable. Like, for example, I do think that Dark Souls 3 is a better game than Dark Souls 1 in a lot of ways, but I enjoy Dark Souls 1 more. I just do. I enjoyed PUBG more than Warzone, even though Warzone is a better game than PUBG in every single way. I just enjoyed PUBG more.
It's worth asking ourselves why this is. Why is it that people prefer old school WoW over what we have today? And I've been asking myself that question a lot lately as I've leveled my rogue through old Azeroth and interacted with so many other players. And I wanted to make a video about it in the hope that we can perhaps figure out what makes vanilla so appealing to us and possibly apply that to the future of the game.
Alright, let's see what he thinks.
I really enjoy talking about the themes and mechanics which work together to make old Azeroth such an immersive and enjoyable place to be. So if that's your thing, watch on. I think if you were to ask 100 classic players why they prefer their version of WoW over retail, you'd likely get...
Because they suck at the game. That's why, obviously, right? That's clearly why. They're just old, bad boomers that can't handle, you know, a spell with more than a 5-second reaction time. Yeah, they're just old men that can't keep up.
100 unique answers. But the central theme would remain consistent, and it's why I prefer Classic too. I think I can summarize it in one word, in fact. Adventure. Let me explain.
Okay, yeah,
You see, I think that this all comes down to the developmental direction that Blizzard took WoW in after Vanilla, compared to what inspired its original development. Vanilla WoW is at its core an online adventure role-playing game.
Yeah.
The focus is on making your own specific character based on the aesthetic and thematic preferences you have in fantasy games. And
I've always felt like I didn't like how in Wrath of the Lich King they started this, how the character's narrative is decided for them. Now, Final Fantasy does this, and it's great, and I can respect it and appreciate it for what it is. However, I kind of prefer MMOs where the player creates their own narrative of where their character's coming from.
And then being thrust out into a truly massive, vast world with an equal level of depth to explore on your own terms. You feel like a drop of water in an ocean, not just because of how big the world is, but also because of how many intricate systems there are for you to delve into, and the presence of many other players of all levels that you see out in the world. The focus is on creating...
I think that's actually another really big reason. It's like another one of those, I think, like accidental geniuses of classic WoW, is that a lot of zones have reasons for for higher level players to go back to them. Like, for example, you have people that are going to kill Morlatum, or they're going to kill Morbent Fell in Duskwood, and you're going to see regularly people that are like level 40 maybe, right? Level 40 or level 35 in Duskwood, and it's like, oh shit, like I'm going to get there one day. And you go to Westfall and you see like a level 60 riding through Westfall because they're going to get the buff from ZG. And like you're always seeing those players that you can aspire to be like. And I think for new players, that's actually a really cool feeling because it gives the game a scope and like a depth to it that a lot of MMOs don't have.
Own adventure right from the start and doing it your own way.
Or they have it in like an artificial
to put it
way.
Simply, World of Warcraft has never been a sandbox game, but
No,
the magic of vanilla is its ability to appear like a sandbox game, whilst providing a satisfying, clear path of progression for your character. Now, some people will already be saying that these are just words, that I'm just regurgitating the same praise for Classic that you've heard from 100 different people for years now, and that in reality, Vanilla WoW is a dated game packed full of inconvenient mechanics and gameplay elements. And to an extent,
they're right. It is. They're right. It's completely inconvenient. There's a lot of really annoying things to it, and there's a lot of really stupid stuff. But, like, the mastery over those stupid things and the reward for getting the mastery over it is very high. And I think also Vanilla WoW is an easy game. It's an easy game that rewards knowledge and preparation much more than individual player dexterity or reaction time. And because of that, it has a different audience of people that want to play it. Because a lot of people maybe don't want to play a game that's like super high reaction, super fast paced, like, you know, you've got to be like reacting every second like Counter-Strike. You know, they want to play a more laid back game where they can just like learn and gain knowledge, and that knowledge is power in the game. It's like D&D, yeah, something like that. So yeah, I think that kind of stuff is amazing. Yeah, they want to smoke while I play. Yeah, exactly, there it is. I want to smoke while I play. It's literally that simple. It's not people that are like, it's not that they're bad at video games. Like, a lot of these people are probably good at video games, but they don't want to have to be good at video games for 8 hours a day. They just want to play a game and chill.
I actually agree with that. Vanilla is full of inconveniences, but I personally think that's partly what makes it so good, especially in comparison to the increasingly streamlined, stripped down game which came later. I mean, think about it. Getting your first mount at level 40 only feels so great because you've spent the last 39 levels running around a massive world at a snail's pace. Getting your hands on sweet weapons.
And it's also like that mounts were really expensive. So like being able to afford a mount was a really big deal. Like just like, for example, like I remember like getting your first mount was like huge. And I remember for me, I hit level 40. I said, fuck the mount. I'm not going to buy the mount. I'm going to spend all of my gold on plate armor. Yeah, it might take me longer to get there, but fucking goddamn it, whenever I get there, I'm going to kill everything. And I just walked around, but I had full plate armor at like level 41 in Vanilla WoW.
Halfway through your leveling experience, like the Whirlwind Axe or Vanquisher's Sword, only feels great because of how inconveniently long the time is that it takes for you to level, and your need to constantly increase your power to match the tanky, hard-hitting mobs you're pitted against along the way.
Yeah, Vanilla WoW leveling is very hard. And it's not hard like skill-based hard, it's just hard numerically. You take a lot of damage, the mobs do a lot of damage, you don't have tools to solve every problem the mobs give you. And because of that, getting upgrades, and it also is really long. And because it's so long and hard, it feels better to beat it, and it feels better to get through it.
Completing a labyrinthine dungeon like Maraudon, Sunken Temple or BRD
it does.
Only feels like such a grand achievement because of the time and effort you need to spend putting a group together, getting to the instance, and then working your way to a huge expanse packed full of mobs, not designed for speed and efficiency, but rather for immersion, exploration, and to fit into the overall world the game brings to life.
Dude, that's exactly what I was saying earlier about dungeons in Classic WoW. Dungeons in Classic WoW are the best dungeons Blizzard have ever made. Like, maybe I'm the only person that feels this way, but I don't get excited for new dungeons in WoW anymore because I know what they're going to be. 7 trash packs a boss, and then 5 trash packs and a boss. And then 5 trash packs, maybe a mini boss, and then a boss. Like, they're so formulaic because every single dungeon is designed for Mythic Plus. It's so boring.
In short, like any great adventure, Vanilla constantly throws inconvenient problems your way.
BRD is the best dungeon ever made.
Solutions, and it does so in a way which feels consistent and authentic to an actual virtual world. There is no cutting corners here, no skipping the queue. When you play the game, you are logging your character into what was designed first and foremost as a world, not a series of game modes tied loosely together in an open environment.
Yeah, you're going from menu to menu in order to you know, play the game and level your character up. There's no menu-based gameplay in vanilla. I think that's a huge thing. And also, like, I'm not sure if he's going to cover this. I think another big deal about Vanilla WoW is that your progress, like, stays the same. There's not, like, a seasonal battle pass that, oh, well, I'm level 43, and if I don't get level 45 soon, then there's going to be, like, a leveling change, and everybody's going to get automatically leveled up to 45, or automatically leveled down to, like, 0. Like, in the same way that other games have, like, these catch-up mechanisms all the time.
Environment like a glorified lobby game. This is what MMOs were
retail
originally
is a lobby
designed
game
to be. Virtual worlds for players to quest and explore in, where the systems encouraged player interactions, socialization, and your own agency. Where your desire to run a dungeon or complete a quest, or team up with another player, wasn't based solely on whether it would result in a cost-effective, measurable increase in your character's power level relative to the time expenditure. This approach to design wasn't just limited to MMORPGs either, but is instead indicative of an older approach to game design overall. For example, if you were to look at another of my favourite games, Morrowind, released a couple of years before WoW, you can see the same approach. The fast travel systems, which have become standard in later Elder Scrolls games, are heavily limited. Character progression runs at a much slower pace, and there is no ever-present compass guiding you to your next objective. Adventure. That's what it was all about back then. And no, not just because we were kids, or because the internet was so much younger and less saturated with every manner of guide and forum post directing you to play the game the correct way. Instead, Vanilla WoW and games like it feel refreshing and immersive for players now.
I think that a big factor actually was the fact that we didn't have the resources that we do now. And, like, there was something magical about things in games back then because you didn't have as many resources to understand what the context was behind them. Whereas now, obviously, you can just look up how to get Corrupted Ashbringer, and, you know, you can look up... can you fish in between Eastern and Western Plague Lands and get Ashbringer? No? Okay, alright, I thought so. And you just automatically know. But, like, obviously now it's not the same, but I don't think that's, like, the whole story.
Now, because of design choices that still hold up 20
But it is a
years
factor.
later. So that's Vanilla, and why I think it remains the preferred version of World of Warcraft for a good bunch of players. But what about retail? What makes it so different from the WoW of yesterday? And why did the retail game start to decline?
Well, here you can literally see why retail is different.
Welcome to my channel.
Nobody plays retail WoW. Is he gonna log on to retail WoW? It looks like yeah, he is. And I'm pretty sure he might have add-ons whenever he does that. Actually, maybe not, because he just changed his UI. But in general, like, there's so many barriers to entry with retail WoW, it's no surprise that people don't want to play it.
At least in terms of player count, after the end of the classic trilogy. Well, to me, it comes back to that earlier point about inconvenience. You see, I made a case for why the inconveniences of vanilla are actually part of what makes the game great, at least most of the time. But sometimes, they're not. Sometimes...
Well, it's also that the inconveniences of the game are the difficulty rather than the game itself. Like, for example, the raids in Classic are really easy. But getting into the hardest thing about doing Naxxramas is zoning 40 people into Naxxramas. And if you can do that, you can probably clear the raid.
Inconvenience is just a pain.
Yeah, it's effort and preparation.
The degree to which you can tolerate it in your leisure activities will obviously vary from person to person. Sometimes having to travel all the way from Stormwind to Desolace, or from Orgrimmar to Blackrock Mountain, is just a pain in the arse, especially if you get ganked on the boat from Booty Bay. Vanilla requires a certain tolerance, dare I say it, even an appreciation for pain that some people quite understandably don't share. And unlike today, where we have the ability to compare vanilla to the modern game and assess their differences with the benefit of hindsight, back when it was current content and Blizzard was eagerly trying to draw in more and more new players, these issues were seen less as an essential component of creating an immersive virtual fantasy world, and more as flaws, which ideally...
This is one of the reasons why I think Wrath of the Lich King wasn't as good as people think it is. I think Wrath of the Lich King had peak class design, But in terms of the way the game played, I think it was much more shitty, basically. Like, Wrath of the Lich King fixed a lot of the problems that made the game good. And Wrath of the Lich King was whenever Blizzard started catering the game to people that didn't want to play it. Burning Crusade was still World of Warcraft for World of Warcraft MMO players. Wrath of the Lich King is whenever they started trying to make the game more mainstream. And I think they took out the texture of the game that made it mean more and made it feel better. Wrath is too homogenized. I don't know about, I mean, I don't know. I feel like classes feel complete in Wrath of the Lich King. They do. But the class is only one part of the game.
Should be ironed out as WoW progressed through its expansions. And that's what happened from as early as the Burning Crusade. I remember watching Preacher's Legacy of TBC video back in the day.
Dude, I've watched that video, I'm not even kidding, like 6 times. It's so good.
And hearing him justifiably celebrate the practical advantages of quest hubs, which became commonplace in Outland compared to the disparate, scattered nature of questing in vanilla, which would often see you jump from zone to zone, completing a quest or two at a time before hitting a temporary barrier and needing to move on.
Yeah.
If you look at a vanilla dungeon like Zul'Farrak and realise how scattered the dungeon quests are, and then compare it to, say, Hellfire Ramparts in the Burning Crusade, where the quests are close by, you can understand why this was considered a big improvement in terms...
It was a big improvement, and I think that, like, again, with Burning Crusade, there are probably no dungeons in Burning Crusade that I think were, like, really good. I'm trying to think, was there any dungeon in Burning Crusade that I thought was good? Shattered Halls, maybe? No, I like the Durnhold Keep. Yeah, I actually really like Durnhold Keep, where you go back in time. Yeah, Return to Hillsbrad, yeah. That's actually not true. Yeah, I thought that one was incredible. Arcatraz, I didn't think Arcatraz was that great.
The practicality at least. And TPC was just the start. Wrath of the Lich King was the expansion that really began the process of trying to solve the perceived problems of World of Warcraft.
Yep, Wrath was
Interacting with players to form dungeon groups is tedious and time-consuming.
Wrath was the beginning of the end.
Add in LFD. Leveling is slow and annoying for most players. Add in heirlooms to speed it up. And so it went on and on. With each new expansion...
Heirlooms were such trash.
Process of solving WoW's problems continued.
Oh god,
and ironically, the player base eventually began to shrink at the same time. And so we have the game of today. A game stripped of as many inconvenient elements as possible. A game in which you can log in on a character and without moving, queue for literally any kind of content worth doing. And
by the way, isn't that shoulder pad only available at like higher levels than level 61? I don't think you can get that shoulder pad at level 61. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that.
The game will tell you that too, directing you down one of a few paths which, due to the obsolescence of treating Azeroth like a virtual world to explore and adventure in, have become the objective ways to correctly play the game. And all of this can, of course, be accomplished from the comfort of your home city.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. They should have never added level boosts into the game. And they should have never added the WoW token into the game. And they should have never added faction changes into the game. All of these things made the game worse. You know what the funniest fucking thing of this retail thing is? The only person who's typing in trade are people selling carries.
Without the irritation of having to interact in any way with other players. I mean, why would you want to talk to people in a massively multiplayer game, right? Don't worry about it, you'll not need to speak to anyone unless you choose to say, try Mythic Plus or harder difficulties of raiding. But again,
and also even then you don't really talk to them. I think also the issue is that Classic WoW made people interact with each other. And I think you need to do that. Because most people that play MMOs, I think, are just kind of like, they just kind of want to do their own thing and not talk to anybody or do anything. They just want to play the game by themselves and that's it. You have to find a way to get people like that out of their shell. And I remember like my mom, who is like one of the most antisocial people I've ever known. She made friends in vanilla WoW and she never made any friends after Wrath of the Lich King. And she played the game up until BFA. Like, she quit, so she got Pathfinder to get flying in Warlords of Draenor, Then they took it away from her in Legion, and she was like, alright, I'll get it again for Legion. It is what it is. BFA rolls around, they took away Pathfinder again. We don't get fooled again. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this shit back again. I'm done. And that was it. Yeah, enough of that shit.
Again, why would you bother to go that far as a new player if you can experience every instance the game has to offer through LFD or LFR?
And she had tons of like stories of like her guild and like drama that would happen in her guild, and it was just like the typical WoW guild drama where it's like the wife of like the main tank is like a moonkin that doesn't use moonkin form, and it's just like all this really stupid stuff. But you remember, like, I remember one time, for example, I woke up for school, and this is like I was in 11th grade, so it was vanilla WoW, and she had just gotten up, and, you know, as always, she had fucking, like, you know, morning tea, smoking a fucking cigarette, and, you know, got some toast, and she's all excited. She's like, get ready to go? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm getting ready to do Dire Maul. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's exciting. You're going to do everything? She's like, yeah, we're doing a full run. And I'm like, all right, have fun. And I didn't really think anything of it. So I went to school. I came back from school 8 hours later. Come back, and I'm like, hey. She's like, hey. I'm like, how's Dire Maul? She's like, it's...
Welcome
she's like,
to my
it's
channel.
going. And I'm like, all right, good luck. And she's like, yep. And I look there, and like, everybody's just standing around doing nothing, right? Then I come out a little bit later on, and I'm like, so what's for dinner? What do you think about for dinner? She's like, I don't know. Like, just get whatever you want. I don't really care. Just figure something out. Like, I don't know. I'm still here. I'm doing the dungeon. And it at this point, it's been like fucking like 11 hours in Dire Maul. And I look at her, and everybody is dead. And it's the ramp up. I still remember this. It's the ramp up to the final tribute room for Dire Maul North. And she's just had enough. And I remember after that dungeon, she said, I will never do Dire Maul again in my life. She never did. She didn't even go back for Transmog. She didn't go back for like level 70. She never went back. Good for her. That's right. It was an 11, probably could have been a 13-hour Dire Maul run. And I still fucking remember that. Like, what story do I have that I remember from BFA? Call-outs incoming, that was really funny. Mail Muncher? Yeah, but that's like a stream meme. Whereas like the call-outs incoming was like an emergent thing that happened because of player interactions.
Salt would continue to flow until it piled up in dunes like the fucking Sahara Desert.
Ooh.
It's simple, really. Blizzard succeeded in their goal of solving WoW, as I put it. They cut out...
Well, they made WoW appeal to people that don't like MMOs.
Time-consuming, tedious elements. They streamlined the game. They increased their focus on end-game content and made this easier to pick up and play. They made the game quicker and much...
Dude, if I would be so fucking mad at this guy. Fucking turns off his UI. He gets in front of the boss and starts attack. I would be so fucking mad.
More efficient. And in doing so, they lost its magic, at least to players like me.
Yeah, it did.
In return for what was thought to be a better user experience, they traded a lot of its depth, its immersion, and its ability to grip a player from level 1 and not let go. The unparalleled historic...
Yeah, I hate this thing that like people are like, oh, the game gets good at a certain time. Dude, I was having fun playing vanilla WoW in like the first zone. It was immediately fun for me.
Achievement of vanilla WoW was that Blizzard
the game starts at level 1,
an experience
not max
that
level.
Went beyond the ordinary feeling of playing a video game. They made...
And also, that's what makes it so casual. Because, like, let's say you're level 37, you know what you have to do. Get level 38. So, like, if most people never hit level 60, problem solved. You don't need to add in-game content, because people never get there.
The world of Warcraft. A world. Vast and seamless, rich in lore that wasn't thrust in your face or course-corrected at every turn. They made a place worthy of a true adventure. And then, over the course of many years, and often endorsed by the complaints and requests of players, They proceeded to gamify, for lack of a better word, every aspect of the world that they had so skillfully and lovingly created. Now, as I'm sure you can tell, it is very difficult for me to not let my biases show when it comes to vanilla. I know there is an equal or even greater portion of the World of Warcraft player base who view most, if not all, the changes made after vanilla with a more positive light than I do. Honestly,
there are some things that were good that were added. Like, I think that, for example, adding dual spec is just better. Yeah, I like dual. I am a dual spec enjoyer. Let's see. Besides that, what else did I really like? Mounts not filling up your bag. I like being able to collect mounts. Guild banks. Yep, guild banks. And that's about it.
There are times when I agree with this, and there are many aspects of modern WoW which...
Alright, hot take. I don't think they should have ever allowed you to change your character's appearance. How many of you guys remember seeing people and you could recognize the face and the hair of the character and you knew who it was? I'm serious. No, I'm serious. I'm actually serious. I don't think they should have ever allowed you to change your character's appearance. I know, it's stupid. It's really stupid, but I think... Like, I do, I think so.
Which I miss as a classic player.
I know.
Such as the more competitive, fast-paced raids and dungeons, which I took so much joy in for many, many years. The game, in many ways, isn't so much better or worse, depending on which version you play. It's often just different. But like I said at the start of this video, most people don't have time to split equally between the different versions of WoW. And that means that the choice about what you prefer your game to be does need to be made on some level. The life and history of World of Warcraft often feels to me a little bit like a train journey. Each expansion is a different stop, and players choose which stop to get off at depending on their own preferences and what they would like to see. Some people are content to ride that train all the way to its final destination, wherever that might be, but some of us were happiest right back at the start. What I'm trying to say here is that everyone has their own idea of when WoW was at its best, when the blend of modernization and old school immersion was at its finest.
Vanilla WoW. That's whenever the game was the best. Everything after that was worse. TBC took a world this big, and it made it this big.
For some it's Wrath or TBC, for others it's MoP or even Legion. But for me and many other players, World of Warcraft's design philosophy, the intentions of its developers, were never better than in vanilla.
Yep,
in the original world that they designed for us to explore and adventure through. And now, almost 20 years later, that remains the case. And it's why to this day, despite its age, despite its inconveniences, and regardless of the lack of new content for it, so many of us look to vanilla era WoW with fondness.
That's right.
And we're always ready to jump back in.
Yep.
And I want to talk about ice cream.
This was a good time.
Ice cream is great.
I was here, by the way. This is my first ever BlizzCon.
Ice cream is one of my favorite desserts. Personally, I love chocolate, and I love cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is actually my all-time favorite dessert.
I got cookies and cream ice cream downstairs. I should get some after this stream.
But I understand that for some of you,
that
your
guy,
favorite
do you hear him?
flavor is vanilla.
Dude, this was nuts.
Hey
this
everyone, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and maybe you even agreed with me on this, who knows. When playing old school WoW, I often find myself thinking about what makes it so great to me, and how the game has changed, and these thoughts always ultimately find their way into one of my videos. If you like this sort of content and you'd like to see more, please consider subscribing to the channel, it really does mean a lot to me. Alongside my current fresh playthrough of classic era WoW on my Rogue, I have plans to cover some of my favourite events, quests and lore in the game.
Yeah, I
so if that sounds like your thing,
I
you
knew
might
it was
want
going
to
to
stick
happen.
around. I've also just moved house, by the way, which explains the pause in the video uploads, but this means that very soon I should be able to finally start streaming, which is something that I'm really looking forward to.
Smart.
And I hope that you stick around for that as well. But until the next episode, guys, be well, take care of yourselves, and I shall see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
I think I can watch videos about how good Classic WoW was every day for the rest of my life, and I will never get tired of them. And, like, I don't know, I think back on the game, and I just had so much fun playing it. It was so enjoyable, and, yeah, play hardcore. I don't think hardcore is going to be the same vibe, you know? Like, hardcore is a different type of game. And like, I'm not saying that I'm not gonna play hardcore ever. Like, I'll probably eventually play hardcore for sure. I think Vanilla WoW, it was a game that rewarded knowledge, expertise way more than like skill and like dexterity. It rewarded people who knew what the dungeon was. Like, for example, like, it feels good whenever you're watching, like, there's the video, by the way, you want to give it a like. Volgren does really good videos. I've watched a number of them. He's actually kind of a smaller content creator, too. His video only has 131 likes. Now it's got 132. So make sure to give it a like if you enjoyed the video. I've got to say, being able to watch the hardcore WoW death videos and knowing what's going to happen feels really good. Right? Like, you have... You know what I feel like? I feel like Gandalf taking the Fellowship through the mines of Moria. It feels so fucking good that you know the ancient text, you know what to do, you know the little things that can go wrong. It feels so fucking good, man.
Oh, brother, yes, please. Not fucking there.
Discord small streamers. Welcome to my channel.
The war chief is back. So this is the thing that I had wanted to talk about today, actually. This is actually like really big news, and I saw this whenever I was going to bed. I would say, like, I don't know, like, my life's out of control, so I have no idea whenever anything happened ever. But it looks like Chris Metzen, I'll read it, right? Let's just read it. We're excited to share that Chris Metzen has taken on a full-time role as Executive Creative Director of the Warcraft universe. Right now, his main focus is supporting our Warcraft leadership in World of Warcraft leadership in crafting the next generation of adventures. Chris was instrumental in developing the foundations of the Warcraft universe, and we are thrilled for him to rejoin our teams in shaping what's to come. At BlizzCon, he and the team will be sharing what we've been working on. We hope to see you there. Now, I'm sorry to say, but I'm a little bit, like, I'm kind of happy about this. I am. I'm like, I don't know about soy facing, right? I mean, if they announce Classic Plus, then you're gonna get it, right? But until then, I'm still excited, because here's the thing, right? Is that Chris Metzen was the guy that drew all of the original fucking art. Like, this was the guy that whenever I go back and I'm like, remember whenever World of Warcraft used to be a manly game for men? I'm talking about Chris Metzen's art. That's basically it. So maybe some of the people at Blizzard finally got sick of a story being about femboys and girls talking about how the war chief made them feel, or how their dad made them feel, and now finally we're gonna get a real goddamn fucking game. Now, look, I'll believe it when I see it. I'ma just say it, I'll believe it when I see it. I wanna see it. I've been hoodwinked before, but it's at least nice to see. It's nice to see them trying, you know? Like, that's it. Calm down. Yes, exactly. I want to see it. And, like, look at, dude, these are so good. Holy fuck, man. Like, I remember, dude. Oh, my God. Wow. It was so fucking good, man. It really was. And, like, you got this little manual, and all of this stuff, like, all of this stuff here was in the manual. It was fucking badass. Oh my God. It was a dark game with big, hairy, sweaty men trying to kill other big, hairy, sweaty men. And thank fucking God, it seems like maybe there's a chance of that coming back. Maybe. We'll see what happens. But yes, Chris Metzen is back to World of Warcraft. He is the executive creative director. I think this is kind of a big deal. I do. You think Metzen will have freedom he should have with the shareholders behind him? I think that they're, like, if I was Blizzard, this is what I would be like. I can't get any worse. That's what I'd say. Yeah, I mean, like, fuck. Just let him try. Let him see what happens. And it sounds like a fake position that sounds good, but no, there's a lot of executive creative directors with things. Like, I don't think this is weird at all. Like, trying to, like, direct the message and, like, the story of something like this. Think about any sort of, like, really big IP. Like, I think MCU is probably the best example. Like, of course they have somebody like this for the MCU. Of course they have somebody like this for any sort of, like, a very large, like, creative universe like this. It's definitely a good thing. I have zero faith in Metzen. I have more faith in Metzen than I do in the current team. Okay? And I'm not hoping for amazing. I'm just settling for better. That's it. So yeah, I'm happy to see this. Do you think the main focus will be Classic Plus? I think that they should scrap retail completely. I think the game's completely gone off the rails. It went off the rails in Mists of Pandaria. Yeah, I think it went off the rails after in Cataclysm, right? Like, it's completely gone. Like, what the fuck is going on? There's too many things in the game. It's just bloated beyond repair. Make Classic Plus. Just redo it. Redo it. Your collection? Oh, my collection! My collection of items! No! Bro, it's not like I think they should delete retail. I don't think they should delete it. I just think they should invest into something that's for the future. Like, what good is a collection if nobody cares? You see what I'm saying? And what does Classic Plus mean? Classic Plus, so let's talk about this, okay? BlizzCon best case scenario, okay? Metzen comes out, announces Classic Plus, okay? That's immediately what happens. Now, for Classic Plus, I think that they should clean up a little bit of the graphics, like, to make sure that, like, some of the, like, texturing that's, like, obviously just, like, bugged out is fixed. But I actually don't think they should make the graphics really good. I don't think they should update the graphics for retail at all, or to retail. I think that they should just, you know, improve, like, a few texturing problems, etc., and then keep it the way it is. Like, a good example of, like, what I mean is, like, the Warp Stalker. The Warp Stalker looks really nice, and just have it like that. And so then, announces, new raids, dungeons, zones. I also think that they should make, like, I mean, this is basically it, by the way. That's the whole thing. Modernize dungeons for less time-wasting mechanics. Modernize dungeons. No. You know what I really think they should do? If they really want to make, because, like, so one thing, this is like kind of like it might be confusing, but I actually think that they should do two separate things. So I think they should change retail dungeons to make them more streamlined, but I don't hold on to that same philosophy for Classic WoW. Because they're fundamentally different games, and I think they cater to different audiences. So I actually don't want to see any dungeons modernized. I'm going to say something that this might surprise a lot of people. I think the Burning Crusade dungeons, the only, I think, genuinely great dungeons in WoW, were the ones in Classic WoW. I don't think any of the dungeons in, like, Burning Crusade or Wrath or Cataclysm really had the same, like, substance to them that the original dungeons did. And so, like, whenever I think of, like, the greatest dungeons of all time, right? Greatest dungeons of all time. BRD clears everything. And it's not even close. After that, Maradon is amazing. Let's see, Sunken Temple. Fuck, Dead Mines, yep. Dead Mines is very, is actually quite, linear. But, Zul'Farrak, yep, ZF. I will say, I think Mechagon is so well designed and so good. I think Mechagon deserves to be on the list. I really do. I know people are going to get upset about this because it's not a classic dungeon, but I really believe this. Uldaman, I'm not a big fan of Uldaman, honestly. Don't really like it a whole lot. Strat. I don't know how to pronounce spell it, but yeah, it's something like that. Let's see, like, other greatest dungeons of all time. Court of Stars? Yeah, Court of Stars probably would be on there. Also, this is my opinion. Vault of the Wardens, I think, should be on there. Oculus? No, I didn't really like the Oculus. Scarlet Monastery? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think Scarlet Monastery was that great of a dungeon. I don't. I think it was okay. But, like, I think people like Scarlet Monastery because it gives really good gear. And also, like, there's not a lot of questing to do at, like, that same level, so, like, Scarlet Monastery is, like, a fucking, a saving grace of that time period. But, like, yeah, it's nostalgic, too. Like, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't really think it's, like, that amazing. And White Mane? Yeah, true. It's very fragmented and linear compared to the classic dungeons. I think there's one more classic dungeon I'm not thinking of that's, like, also insanely good. I'm not sure if it's Skolamons, if it deserves to be on the list. Maybe it does. Oh, LBRS. Yeah, there it is. So, these are the dungeons that are, in my opinion, the greatest dungeons of all time. And the majority of them are in Classic WoW. And the reason why I think these dungeons are the greatest dungeons of all time, and why I think BRD clears every dungeon that's ever existed, and it was made in 2000, probably realistically 2003, is that BRD, whenever you zone into BRD, you are going into a dwarven underground city. Like, it feels like you're traversing, like, you go through the same bridges, like the Bridge of Khazad-dûm in, like, Moria, in Lord of the Rings, and stuff like that. It's just, it feels like you're in a true city. You're in a real area. And, like, yeah, it's really long, and it's, like, a huge time commitment, and it's not efficient, and, you know, it's, like, but, like, think about how many different ways people play BRD. Some people play BRD to do Emperor runs. Some people do BRD in order to get to Molten Core and to complete that quest line. And the lava jump run. Dude, that's fucking amazing. Everybody does it. It's like literally a trial by fire. It's beautiful. I cannot express how much I love it. So, yeah, BRD is greater than raids. BRD is better than raids. And then you have people that are doing the, what do you call it? Like the SGC runs, Savage Gladiator Chain, the chess piece, like the arena runs. Then you have people that are doing, like, experience runs, etc. A Nixia quest, yeah. Like, no, I mean, I didn't forget it. I was just going through the list. And then you die in BRD, and you run back, and you encounter an NPC that you can only talk to when you're dead, who gives you a key to open up the rest of BRD. It's beautiful. It's so much better than anything Blizzard's ever made. It's so good. And it goes against every modern rule that WoW has. Yeah, so first, you craft the legendary Hammer of Ragnaros at the anvil in the heart of the fucking dwarven city. And you have to go in there, and by that time that you go in there and you have all that gear, you can do it and it's no big deal. It's fucking amazing. Like, Maraudon is, I think Maraudon is amazing too. I really love Maraudon. I think that the dungeons in Classic WoW are just so good. LBRS and UBRS? LBRS is on the list. UBRS, I personally like LBRS more. I think it's more dynamic and more interesting, but they're both amazing. Please do hardcore WoW, bro. If I keep talking about this, I might have to. Like, I'm getting so fucking pumped just talking about this. So the thing is, like, again, going back to Metzen, right? Is that Metzen was there whenever these dungeons were made. Right? Now, I wasn't there for this one. He was there for these, to be fair. So I want to see... I don't think that this is going to have anything to do with Metzen, by the way. I think the only thing that Metzen's going to be involved with is, like, making sure the story and narrative and vibe of the game is good. Like, I don't think that's really his only job. But, that's enough, right? Like, that's all I want to see. But, like, that's why I want Classic Plus. What do you think of Shadowfang Keep? I think Shadowfang Keep is an amazing dungeon. I do. I really like it. There's some things about Shadowfang Keep that I really, really, really enjoy. I think, like, they've clearly tried to take a narrative after Legion. Every plot point and every plot device that I can think of after Legion has been bad. Like, is there anything that was good after Legion? Let me think. Ysera's return? I thought that was stupid. I don't think they should have brought Ysera back. I'll be honest, I don't think so. I think that was stupid. Yeah, they kind of did handle Saurfang pretty well. All things considered, yeah, I think that, yeah, I think they did. I'll give them credit for that. It was okay. Sure. Jaina and the Borealis arc, I think that was okay as well. Sire Denathrius, yeah, definitely. I like Sire Denathrius. Bonswambi is base 2. You're right. Yeah, I guess there is a handful of them. All right. Yeah, okay. Rip the Drusvar story. Yeah, I remember that one was pretty good as well. Nathanos dying. That was okay, but it wasn't like really that amazing. Garrosh and Shadowlands. Yeah, yeah, but that was like just a 1-minute cinematic. But yeah. Just overall, but like, I don't know. I think that the overall vibe of the game... Like, I'm glad you guys bring these up, because you're right. There have been some good high points in the story, even after that. But, I don't know. I think that they should go back to... Like, I remember there was, like, a story, and it was a story of how Tyrion and this orc kind of bonded. Like, there was a video I think Platinum WoW did about this, and I think this is, like, the best... Like, if you watch this video, where is it? This video right here is probably, like, an example of one of these, like, really small-scale stories. There's the video, if you guys want to watch it yourselves at some point. It's so good that, like, Metzen did, and it's about how Tyrion and this orc basically find, you know, there's, like, this bond of camaraderie, and he actually ends up helping this orc escape. And in doing so, he gets exiled from the Silver Hand. But the reason that he's allowed to let him escape, it's a Trig. Yeah, a Trig. And I think that, isn't a Trig still in the game? I think he is. I'm not sure. But he lets him escape. And the reason he was able to do that is because it's like during some like war in the game. And it was just so incredibly well done. And like the way that the story was created reminded me a lot of like, and this is like a very abstract analogy, but it reminded me of like Dark Souls 1 world, where like everything is connected and everything has like a place in the story, and once you see the greater story, the narrative makes sense. And I just want to go back to this. That's it. I want to go back to this. I think that what they should do is they should, like, I actually don't know how they should handle a lot of the Classic Plus stuff, and I'm waiting to kind of see what they're going to do. I think people want new raids. I think they should make raids that are a little bit harder, but not a lot harder. Like, Classic WoW is really popular because you can be a brain-dead dumbass, and you can still get all the best gear in the game just by raiding. That's why. Classic WoW is a game that is built... It is built with friction in mind. Now, there are some elements of friction in Classic WoW that I don't like. For example, I wish they had, like, dual spec or something like that. Just because, like, again, I think I'd play the game more if they had dual spec. I don't like having to respec and, like, the cost of that. But, like, and like, everybody has, like, their own thing of, like, what they'd want to see in the game, etc. But I would be fine, by the way, if they didn't really change hardly any of that stuff. I don't, like, really care that much. If they're adding new content, that's about it. Buff underperforming specs. Yeah, well, I think what they should do is, like, Rep Paladin is kind of good in PvP. I don't think Rep Paladin needs, like, a massive buff for PvP, but they should get Crusader Strike. They should get Crusader Strike the same way that, like, the Scarlet Monastery NPCs have it, where, like, every time it hits you, it makes you take more holy damage. And then, like, obviously on bosses, they have ramping damage, and then at the end, they can fucking use Hammer of Wrath and, like, do crazy execute damage and compete with warriors, right? Because they should be able to. But, like, it should be a stacking debuff. Shamans are fucked. There's a lot of classes. Like, obviously, I think Ellie Shaman, Moon Boy, and Rep Paladin are the three that really, really need help. And I do think that they should change some of those. Now, not dramatically, but they should just make them a little bit better. Make them actually playable. And I also think that they should add inside of Classic WoW, they should add Mage Tower challenges. They should do it. Because I think that's what old school RuneScape did. And they have so many of these, and I think it's massively successful. Why? Because old school, because think about how many different things that in Classic WoW It's built around one player being able to do something really cool and succeed in it. Whether it's like the Inferno, or sorry, not the Inferno. Let me, that was those old school RuneScape. But like, let me think about like classic WoW, right? You have like soloing the Hunter quest line, being able to do jump runs in Dire Maul, doing solo mage AoE grinding, whether that's even in a dungeon, soloing Dire Maul Tribute. Yeah, completing
Welcome
LTF.
to
Now
my
that's
channel.
actually a group one, but it's a smaller group one. I think those are some of the main ones that I would really get to. Warrior can't solo anything? Yeah, that's okay. Basically achievements. I don't think that they should bring... okay, so I don't want to see achievements in Classic WoW Plus. Here's why. Achievements direct gameplay, and I don't want to see achievements that direct gameplay. This comes as somebody who used to be #2 in the entire region for achievement points. I don't want to see him in Classic WoW. I do, however, want to see cosmetics. I want to see a way... I think a rep paladin who gets corrupted Ashbringer in Nax Ramus should be able to go to the inevitable Scarlet Cathedral raid. 40-man raid. And whenever he defeats the Scarlet Massive Commander, he purifies Ashbringer at the altar, and it turns into the original Ashbringer. I want to see that. Yeah. Lore cosmetics would be nice? Yeah. Fuck yes. Absolutely, and you go down into, like, this fucking... it's like some weird, like, throne room, and, like, some, like, anvil is behind it. It's like the black anvil in BRD. And also I want to see, like, for example, Sunken Temple. Imagine if they made, like, a raid, and it worked the same way as, like, BRD. Or not BRD, fuck, why am I thinking about this? UBRS, how you can go into BWL. And at the end of Sunken Temple, you can go through a raid portal. Now, obviously, they'd have to make another way to get in it after you get, like, attuned or something. But, like, you go through a raid portal, and you actually go into the Emerald Dream itself. That would be fucking nuts, right? But, like, when's that gonna happen? I don't know. Hopefully at BlizzCon. I'm very excited, man. I really am. Hopium? Absolute fucking complete hopium. Yes. You're very much right. So I'm very happy about this. Let me go ahead and look at a few of these comments about Metzen coming back. This makes me think some of the reboot rumors are true. I can't wait for a classic reboot. Get that RPG back itch only classic gives. Yep, you're right. Anytime, if they make a Season of Mastery 2, I will play it. What's this? If Metzen can turn the tides, I think we'll be lost forever. There's hope, but just a fool's hope. I think this is probably the fucking... Jesus. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, that's the way I feel. Metzen was there till 2016, which was long after a lot of people tried to say the game was ruined. Yes, but the narrative of the game... I don't really think the narrative of the game was ruined until BFA. Like, I think the narrative in Legion was awesome. Yeah, I was totally okay with it. Now, I didn't like some things in Legion. But overall, WoD was really rough. Well, WoD was obviously cut content. I do think so. Yeah, WoD was cut content, and, like, that was it. Metzen was also not creative director back then. Yeah, there could be that too. You think Bobby Kotick will stop milking the players because of him? I don't really care about getting milked as long as the game's fun and the game feels good to play. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about that. Blizzard's been selling nostalgia for the last decade. Yep, smart. Keep selling it. Return of the King, I hope so. This will change absolutely nothing. Well, we're going to find out really soon. Because, like, BlizzCon's coming out really soon. And then, you know, we'll know. Here's how it'll go. Bobby, I have this really cool, fun idea. Does it buy me another yacht? Well, no, but get the fuck out of my office. I don't really... Bobby is confirmed no longer calling the shots whenever Microsoft deal closes, which could be as early as next month. There is that. And I think also, like, Bobby doesn't give a fuck what Metzen does. Bobby doesn't care. Like, it has nothing to do with him. Like, these are completely different. Like, he's designing the narrative of the game. It has nothing to do with that. It's common thread, Blizzard leaks, as Modern WoW just doesn't seem to resonate that much outside of Elite Raiders. Well, that's because WoW is designed by elite raiders for elite raiders. But that's why every single person who's playing this game, like, again, just look at retail WoW. Like, how can you tell that there's a retail WoW stream? If you can't understand what's happening on the screen, then you're looking at retail WoW. Here, I'll give you an example. So, this is why the game is dying. Game saved, we're going in the saving direction. We're 1 3-minute cinematic away from finding out. Yep, there it is. And like, I don't really, like, I'm not of this mindset where like, I feel like the game has to have, like, I don't need the game to be saved, or like, I'm not looking to go back to play the game like 40 hours a day. I just want the game to be fun and to remind me of why I used to like playing it. I don't need it to change my life. I don't need it to do anything else. I just want it to be fun to play, and that's it.
Morgan K. Welcome to my channel.
thread. Okay.
another tab key and going to your metabolism. And down here on the bottom right, if either of those reach 100%, that means that your character needs to urinate or usually around 158 or defecate. Hold down the tab key, which will bring up your action menu, and you can click on the toilet icon, and you can either
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and welcome back to another episode of the podcast. I got my co-host Nuxtaku. Oompaville is currently MIA at the moment, and we've got an amazing guest, one that you may have heard on the internet, giving you juicy tales from the internet. Justin Wang, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? You know, it's. I always thought like one day I would come here, but like I'm always so avoidant of doing podcasts. Just because, but this time we actually have like a reason for me to be here, so I'm glad I can make it for you.
So true. My idol Logan Paul walked out of Oppenheimer in the middle because it's just people talking.
Dude, I respect that. Logan knows what it's about.
That's a good dumb guy honor. Like you can't sit there and torture yourself like that.
Logan knows what he wants.
The driest podcast in the country.
Impulsive, dude. You're right. Absolutely, he does win that honor. I can't sit through an episode of that
I've watched a lot of bad podcasts. A lot of podcasts from people I don't love, to be honest. But I am never as bored as when I watch a good impulsive podcast.
You actually sit and watch it?
I've watched a couple of them, I think.
Did you finish the whole video, or like no?
I don't think I've ever finished
exactly, because if you did, I would have called you out on an obvious lie, but you know.
I'll be honest, like I just have wrestling podcasts on in the background the whole day, and that's the extent of me listening to podcasts anymore.
Yeah, so you must love Impulsive, dude. He's like a fucking WWE god.
Honestly, it's maddening how fucking good Logan Paul is at wrestling. It's because it's like he's better than half of the people on there that like trained that like this was their dream to be a fucking wrestler, and then he just shows up and it's just such a natural that it's just not fair.
Dude, it's just if it's something about the Pauls that I love is that they can just come into anything and just dominate it. There's a talent there that I absolutely fucking appreciate.
They were made in a fucking lab.
Now, there's actually a talent I appreciate from you, Justin, and it's not just telling tales on the internet. You're a fucking necromancer, bro. You brought back a channel from 3 years ago to come back.
It's so funny.
I'll just let you know, I know absolutely nothing about this drama. You were talking about it before, and all went completely over my head.
I used to know everything there was to know about this drama. Then, like, several years passed, and I hadn't thought about Maddox a day in my life for probably, like, the past 5 years. And then I'm walking home from my friend's house, and I'm getting texts, like... The first time I saw of it was, one of my friends sent me a message that says, hey, you gotta sue Maddox now. And I'm like, what, did you just, like, watch a video from, like, 7 years ago? Like, what? And then he tells me that the hit piece had just dropped on me as I had been walking home. And I'm like, oh,
wait, what? Someone dropped a hit piece on you?
Yeah.
I tell you, I missed this
Welcome to my
entire
channel.
saga. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so I guess the best way to describe it is Internet Story Man is gonna have to tell us who the Maddox is.
So
Maddox is old school.
Maddox, he's one of the first guys to really like pop off on the internet from just writing funny articles. He had the site The Greatest Page. Well, he still has it. And it looks exactly like it did back in the day, which I like that about it. It's the greatest page in the universe. He used to write all these like funny satirical articles where he's this angry guy who hates everything. But he was like one of the first guys to really pop off from being funny on the internet. At some point, he kind of transitions into making YouTube videos. He makes a podcast with this guy Dick Masterson called The Biggest Problem in the Universe, which it's essentially like every week they bring in problems. Just they're cataloging all the problems in the world, and the fans vote on which are the worst ones.
I just wanted to also share the webpage here for people who didn't know.
It was a really good podcast.
I'm just trying to share the page actually on the screen here just to show people.
Bro, I just looked up his channel. His videos are his titles are wild.
Oh no, his channel is a very antiquated channel.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So this is one of the original pages.
And I can change screen title. That's good.
And like Justin
Spider-Woman's
says,
big ass. What?
Yeah, to be fair, it's literally like a webpage from like 2002, 2003.
Here's a video titled "Ed Sheeran makes me want to become a worse person."
I think he
what does that even mean?
I think he might have actually started like 98, 97 with that webpage.
So he's one of the original.
Yeah, no,
like,
he's
pages
like when
on
I
the
say
internet,
he's like
yeah.
one of the originals. He's one of the originals.
And you managed to make him mad.
Yeah, because like I said, I was a big fan of the original podcast before I even had a fucking YouTube channel. And then when it ended, I was very invested in all the drama that happened. At some point, they had a falling out. It's never really explained for a while what the falling out is. It's just the last episode of Biggest Problem comes out. Dick's not on the episode. And then they split off and make their own separate podcasts. People are asking, but like nobody's really like saying what happened. And at this point, I'm kind of watching both until eventually I kind of got bored of Maddox's one, but I think I stayed with it for like maybe like 7-8 episodes. But eventually he drops this big hit piece on Dick. That like it's like the one he just dropped recently. It's full of misquotes and like deceived.
Let's talk real-time strategy. Do you have fond memories of playing real-time strategy games? Do you get a little spike of adrenaline when you hear that your favorite devs of your favorite series are working on something new and exciting? Do you sit at your window like a love-struck puppy waiting for the news to arrive that an RTS is finally worth playing again? Well, don't, because RTS is dead. If you're like me, you enjoy playing a variety of experiences. If you love a good story, you want to watch something that you haven't seen before. You know how boring it is to play something that feels a little bit derivative. If you're a nerd about new game experiences, then you are constantly searching for something that hasn't been done before. And if you like to just vibe in your games, well, sometimes a change of scenery is enough to keep things fresh. But we've all gotten to that point where it feels like games are getting a bit stale. Things are feeling a little bit samey. But in no genre have I felt this more than in real-time strategy games lately. Why? I've played about as much RTS as I have of shooters and RPGs and simulation games, but I haven't been able to bring myself to buy, let alone play, a new RTS in many, many years. So you're not alone if you felt the same way about the genre. While a slew of RTS games are slated to release this year and next, I'm still waiting to feel something, anything, about any of them. In my eyes, RTS is dead, and has been for a little while. But this isn't a video about why RTS is dead. It's a video about whether the death of RTS was inevitable. I'm Max Neal, and this is Voxel. So first off, real-time strategy means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Technically, Stellaris is a real-time strategy game, but it's also a 4X game, and it doesn't look anything like other titles in the genre. So I want to say up front that when we talk about real-time strategy games in this video, I mean games like StarCraft and Command & Conquer, where the core of the game takes place in skirmishes between 2 or more factions, and where players need to build buildings and command units in order to achieve victory. We'll get into the subgenres of RTS in a little bit, but when we talk about the death of something, I think it's important to start about how it came about in the first place. So let me bring you back. Oh, not that far back. Okay, that's better. It's 1992, and someone in Britain is growing quite fond of sand. Martin Alper, founder of Mastertronic and president of British games publisher Virgin Games, gets his hands on the digital distribution rights to Dune. And through a series of backroom dealings that Aaron Burr would no doubt love to have been a part of, offers the rights to French developer Cryo Interactive to develop and release Dune for DOS and Amiga. The game loosely followed the story from the original Dune novel. It was a mix of real-time strategy and adventure elements. You play as Paul Atreides, stuck in a political struggle between House Atreides and House Harkonnen for control over the galaxy's most valuable resource. Oregano. I mean time. I mean spice. The player needs to balance their efforts on the planet Arrakis between spice production and maintaining military efforts against the Harkonnens up until a final battle when, yay, you did it. In a story of game development that is almost too real, Cryo Interactive ran into difficulties during production that led them to lose the rights to create the sequel to Dune, a mistake that would actually lead to the creation of the prototypical RTS as we know it today. So with Cryo Interactive out of the picture, Martin Alper does the reasonable thing and approaches Westwood Studios to develop Dune 2, the sequel to Dune, where you play exactly the same story a second time. Oh, and let's release the game in the exact same year as the original. Why not? Where a modern AAA publisher would have likely cut their losses and run, Virgin wanted to squeeze the Dune IP of every last ounce of spice it had. And it's good they did. Westwood developed a game both inspired by Herzog 2, one of the first examples of real-time strategy, and this, the Mac operating system. Dune 2 was conceived as a game focused on the battle over Arrakis and the stress and competition between three factions living on the planet: House Atreides, House Harkonnen, and House Ordos, a house that was never actually brought up in the books. I think it may have even been created by Westwood themselves just for the game. This conflict made sense to play out as a war game, something that had already been done in 1979 with the release of the original Dune board game, but now it could be brought into the digital space. Combining Herzog 2's fast-paced combat, the Mac's use of the mouse to interact with on-screen elements, and Westwood Studios' vision for the universe, Dune 2 was born. While individually the game's mechanics were borrowed from various inspirations around gaming, Dune 2's combination of mouse control and fog of war served as the prime example for RTS games to come. We didn't know it at the time, but the 90s were going to become the golden age for RTS. From 1992 to 1999, the most iconic real-time strategy games got their start. The Settlers, Warcraft, Command & Conquer, Age of Empires, Total Annihilation, Anno, StarCraft, and Baldies. You remember Baldies, right? Baldies? Baldies! These games were able to run on almost any modern PC, and some on Mac if you were heathen, and that made them available to a growing demographic, the PC gamer. Since the 90s, we've seen a few examples of RTS on consoles, Halo Wars being among them, but Dune 2 proved that RTS belonged on keyboard and mouse. You just needed a dad who didn't think that video games are making the AOL slow. Don't worry, Dad, they aren't. For a while, it felt like there was no end in sight for the genre. I mean, Age of Mythology gave us flying purple hippos that rainbows. Well, voo. But Dune 2's standard that defined the genre may have also given it an expiration date. For some reason, the release of quality RTS games in recent times has become more and more rare. Why? Well, around this time, something sinister was brewing. Something that would bring about the death of RTS as we knew it. And it would come from inside the genre itself. The release of Warcraft 3 in 2002 marks a historical moment in the gaming world, not just because of the game's commercial success and birth of my mommy Sylvanas, but rather because of this. See, back in the day, game developers were pretty loosey-goosey with their own games and game engines, and there was a trend in the early 2000s where you could create your own maps, mods, even entirely new game modes inside of a game's world editor, similar to what you can do inside of Fortnite or Roblox or Halo Forge or some modern RTSs today. Well, Warcraft 3 had a world editor bundled with the game that empowered anyone with more creativity than I did as a kid to make just about any game they could think of in the engine. This was the birthplace of Defense of the Ancients, a Warcraft 3 modded game mode where 2 teams of 5 players controlled a single hero unit each and competed on a shared map to destroy the other team's ancient, located in the center of their respective bases. It was the beginning of what would become the MOBA genre, the multiplayer online battle arena, and the beginning of the end for RTS. See, Defense of the Ancients started as a side project by Kyle Summer, inspired by a similar custom game mode in StarCraft's world editor that had been created years prior. Eventually, Summer moved on from the project and released the game's source code, and what started as a small idea over time became much, much bigger.
Veal Mercy.
Once Defense of the Ancients code was published, several spin-offs of the scenario popped up that would add new heroes, new items, new game mechanics. Dota, as it's called today, became the most popular modded game mode for Warcraft 3. So popular that I know personally several people who bought the game just to play Dota with their friends and didn't touch the RTS competitive and campaign modes. Now, I'm not saying that MOBAs were the reason behind a shift in mass market game design, but MOBAs were the reason behind a shift in mass market game design. Because the genres were so closely related, MOBAs offer a similar tactical experience to RTS games, but the MOBA genre has had an even bigger effect on the gaming industry as a whole due to how it addresses complexity. Dota hit a sweet spot where players could jump into a game with a single hero, a handful of abilities, and play a competitive match without much learning needed at all. Look at this little cutie. It doesn't take long to figure out that Meat Hook drags opponents to you, Rot releases a damaging gas cloud, and Flesh Heap protects you from damage. Now, get out there, you little sack of flesh, go get some W's. This is the perfect example of a game with a low barrier to entry, or a low skill floor, and a high potential for mastery, or a high skill ceiling. A game that is both simple to learn, but hard to master. In your first match of League of Legends, you're given a character with 6 abilities at the bottom of the screen, a pouch full of gold, and nothing else. Competitive play takes place on the same map every single game. You can experience a victory by relying on your allies even if you are absolute dog tier. And you can play the game for years in the same role, maybe even using the same champion, as long as you play to your character's strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Play and mastery come down to mechanical and tactical prowess, and how well you can rage bait the enemy team in chat. Now, despite birthing the MOBA, RTSs are sometimes infuriatingly complex. To win a competitive match in an RTS, you have to understand the strength and weaknesses, sometimes of over 60 units. You have to learn unique faction capabilities and building orders, and memorize various maps and resource locations, military tactics, and tech trees. As a single-player game, RTSs might throw you a softball in the form of a campaign, but playing against someone who knows what they're doing is humbling, to say the least. In that way, the genre has a high skill ceiling and a relatively high skill floor. In an age where there are so many great games to experience, do you really want to spend hours of free time combing through wiki articles and Reddit posts about topics like how many drones you should be making? The answer to that, by the way, is, I mean, hey, if you do, more power to you. Most people don't. The active player trend for RTSs back this up, and game publishers are catching on. There's a trend in the gaming industry towards instant gratification. This idea that the player should feel capable and powerful within the first few minutes of play. This might take the form of providing frequent short competitive matches, or by giving you a teaser of what your character will feel like in 60 levels. There's no better example of this than in Fortnite, where in your first game, you get pitted against a lobby of all bots without telling you, and then in your second game, you're thrown in with the sharks. Game design like this is a symptom of increasing competition between game publishers for your most valuable resource.
Time.
No, not your spice, your time.
Time.
And so MOBAs, with their low barrier to entry, provide a similar tactical experience to real-time strategy games, but without the prerequisite degree in RTSology. But hey, multiple genres can exist in harmony. MOBAs alone didn't pull out a hit on the RTS. Over time, the genre itself splintered into several subgenres. Real-time tactics games like Company of Heroes 3 or the upcoming Warhammer Realms of Ruin feature controllable units without the need or worry to build buildings. That leaves the player to focus almost purely on the good stuff, the combat. Grand strategy games like Crusader Kings and Total War would take wargaming to a whole new level, where the player's focus is less about recruiting individual units and more on the greater strategic moves, like marrying your brother to your aunt? Yeah, things got kind of weird. Every combat in a grand strategy game represents a small step towards a greater goal, and games can last tens of hours or longer. And then, of course, there's the big daddy of strategy, the 4X. Explore, exploit, expand, and exterminate! Dang, a Doctor Who 4X game would actually be really freaking awesome. As computing became capable of handling the scope of intergalactic warfare in real time, 4X games rose in popularity. Stellaris puts you in control of a galactic empire vying for entire star systems against often intelligent alien species. And that's not to mention the countless turn-based strategy games like XCOM that offer similar strategic challenges to RTSs, but often on a much larger scale. When we talk about the death of someone, it's often an opportunity to talk about their legacy, and real-time strategy's greatest legacy is perhaps how it spawned so many incredible experiences across gaming. There's something I've noticed, though, across the history of video games. I'm dubbing it the technology leapfrog. We're prone to enjoying playing games that feel like an improvement on what we've played in the past, or at the very least, not an identical carbon copy, and we feel let down by games that feel stagnant, or worse, games that don't fulfill their potential. I'm looking at you, Pokemon! That's why several games in a genre could release in the same year, but still all be worth playing, assuming they provided an interesting story, or a different setting, or a unique take on the genre as a whole. Given enough time, though, it is possible to run out of novel ideas. Just look at the state of FPS games in the 2000s. For about a decade, we were stuck in the age of World War II shooters. Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, and Battlefield were all releasing FPSs set in the same era, and it was starting to get old. But we played them because at the time, the technology of games was advancing so rapidly that each title was a technical and graphical improvement on the last. This is the technology leapfrog. If a genre is starting to get old, and it feels like developers are running out of ideas, a game that is technically impressive can reel us back in again, even if it's set in an era or a setting that we've played before. And maybe that's the reason why RTS feels like it's dying. The technology behind real-time strategy games has reached a sort of plateau, and we've pretty much seen it all. Armies face off in ancient mythology, armies face off in World War II, armies face off in space. Strict RTS games haven't seen much innovation in recent years. Maybe we get some graphical improvements. Okay, we're in 3D now. Maybe we get a few new units. Maybe we get a new campaign. But I think once Supreme Commander and Planetary Annihilation came out, where you could control hundreds of units on a galactic scale simultaneously and manage multiple planets, I felt like there wasn't gonna be much better than this. The gameplay experience of the RTS remains largely unchanged since Dune 2. Is what I'd written until I got word of a new game in development at Bohemia Interactive called Silica. Silica combines elements of RTS and FPS gameplay into competitive matches between 2 or more teams of players. Each team has one player assume the role of the commander from a traditional top-down RTS perspective. The commander builds buildings and trains and commands units, while the commander's teammates contribute by taking direct first-person control of the units on the ground, either as human combatants or as a roly-poly, man-eating alien species. Silica borrows inspirations from games that came before it, like Natural Selection 2, but it is a breath of spice-free fresh air from recent RTS releases. In fact, Silica is leveraging for its benefit exactly what threatened the RTS genre in past years: advances in technology. As powerful computing becomes more available, games like Silica are able to meld physics-based FPS gameplay into the RTS genre, and it's exactly that sets Silica apart from other titles. I reached out to Bohemia Interactive and Martin Melichorek, the game's sole developer, to get his take on the game and the state of the RTS genre. And here's what he had to say about it. I think about, creativity. There's this great quote, and I'm going to misquote it, but this quote that has stuck with me was that the purpose of creativity is give to future generations what was not given to us. But you have had this idea kind of brewing in you, and to be able to put that out into the world must be, I hope, an exciting, really, really positive, really, really fun experience for you.
You want to pass on to the next generations experiences which you really wanted to have but could not, for technological reasons and whatever. Would someone remake Dune 2 as it was today? Well, there's not much point, is there? And that was the thing which there I really wanted to kind of like experience the action, because there was big fiery explosions as well, and I really wanted to, like, the vehicles were fantastic design. I want to experience that. Immersion, I would define it as your brain is convinced you are there, despite you physically not being there, of course. You know, that we all know that feeling when you're running from something and you're running and that door's closing in front of you, you got that enemy right behind you, and you see the bullets bouncing off the walls, and you're like, and you get that stress, that specific feeling of stress, and you're like, and you make, oh, like, secrets being told now, right? But
that was just a small part of an hour-long interview with Martin. We talked about his inspirations as a game designer and the effect that fatherhood had on the game, and who exactly Silica was being made for. If you want to watch the whole interview, you can check it out for free in its entirety over on Patreon at patreon.com/voxelshow, where we're hosting it completely free. But it's also where you can support me and the team that makes Voxel
The
happen.
showdown has a consignment of
Silica
high-end
proves
modifications
there are
being
still
shipped into the
plenty
city.
of new stories
They
to
don't
tell,
know
new
it yet,
ideas
but
that
they're
could be
never getting
explored
them.
through the genre.
Race
But
with
I
us
think
again,
that
and do what
real-time
you did out
strategy
here,
has reached the
and
end
one of those
of its
parts is
technology
yours.
leapfrog.
Deal. I'll hit
Silica
you
is
up
one
when we're
example
ready.
of how RTS continues to inspire future game design, though I admit it sort of breaks the rule I set for ourselves at the start of the video. It is a hybrid genre game, not a strict RTS. So the question remains, with games in the genre feeling derivative at this point, was the death of the RTS genre inevitable? Has RTS died? There are a slew of upcoming RTS games slated for the next few years. Is it even possible for something to be created that we haven't seen before? Or have we reached the innovative limit of the genre itself? And if so, what does that mean for the future of FPSs or puzzle games or simulation games of other genres? You know what I want to know? I want to hear your thoughts down in the comments. And I just want to take a moment to say, holy crap, thank you so much for 10,000 subscribers. You all have blown me away with how quickly the channel has moved and grown. It is absolutely freaking amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your support and for being a part of the conversations that we have here, because that's what Voxel is all about. Anyway, you know what's up. Hit me with your thoughts down in the comments. We want to hear from you. The conversation that we start around games is core, in my opinion, to what Voxel really
Deviant
is.
Crusader.
So I'd love to hear from you.
Welcome
Until
to my
next time,
channel.
see you later, gamers.
Oh wow.
Liquid's insurrection. Even if it means killing. It's a covert assignment. A hired hit. You'll recall a rather alarming report issued by that American think tank during the Cold War. Now
I finally did it. The truth is, I'm resistant to change, because change is scary. But this old dog learned a new trick. I switched my control scheme to Gunslinger. Insane, bold, daring, I know. I wanted to use the hunting bow recently, but I didn't like that I had to ready the bow and then ready it again, essentially by pulling back the string. It felt overcomplicated, but letting go of those old controls actually did help, I think. Of course, in some of these clips you'll see me struggle to compute the change in controls, but some quick tips if you want to run a bow this week. Definitely invest the points into 100 hands, you'll deal more damage on a full draw. Of course, that takes a little bit longer. Also, I highly recommend frag arrows, but concertina can be fun too. And you can't go wrong with a long ammo secondary if you need to clean up. Alright, into the games, a mix of duos and random trios. Enjoy. They're fighting it inside.
Yep, it's going off.
One dead.
Oh shit, you're in?
Yeah. That one's upstairs. Killed himself. Okay.
Did you?
It's two dead.
Did you get the banish?
Yeah, I banished. Still one alive though. Oh, between us. Think he's rezzing? Yeah, back here.
Lit. Welcome to my channel.
He's up there with you?
Yep.
Good kill.
Still one up somewhere, I think.
It's another team.
Okay. There we go. Two dead. Give my arrow back. Let's go check that fight out, I guess. Why not? Okay, they're both upstairs. So just where those stairs are.
Fuck off. Fuck off with that impossible steering.
Tagged him?
Oh,
Gotcha.
Centennial Shorty suppressed, headshot.
Okay. Pretty sure I killed one.
Oh, brother.
Do you have any frags?
No. Well. Up. The dog killed him. You see
Fuck
that?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
That's
That
so
was
funny.
incredible.
That makes me happy.
Ah.
Oh, I think someone's by us. Yeah. Killed one. I got heal. Okay, I'm healed.
Where's the one you killed at?
Gotta reload while I got time.
They're going up the stairs.
Okay.
If you can push them back, I have perfect line of sight.
Oh. Oh, sorry, Jake. Sorry. I'll cover you. It didn't go as far as I wanted it to.
Oh, I can burn his buddy.
Do it. I tagged him. He's bleeding. Back here. Right here. Right here. Oh, I got reload. No!
He's on fire.
There we go. Amped a little bit there. I think Bounty's running for it. I just saw somebody hop off that second story on the other side. Maybe not. Maybe that's just somebody else.
Oh, fuck. Got that quick headshot on me with a fucking Scottfield precision, too.
They're pushing me. Nice.
Any throwables or... Oh yeah, you have that.
Okay. No problem. Oh, how is that not a hit? I don't buy it.
Should be able to get res on me.
I think so.
He's right there. He has slugs.
Oh, I fucked it. Yes!
Oh my god. Really?
Can't believe that worked.
Really? I can't believe you pulled that shit off.
Yeah, not losing the star anytime soon.
You bringing the same thing?
Yeah. Where that?
Back behind here. They're on fire.
Nice. Love that.
Oh, that one's on fire too.
Nice. Oh, and he's bleeding. Ow. I gotta heal real quick. Yes. Take their health bars, Jake.
That's the goal. The ultimate goal. Just watch out for all my trapped barrels.
Yeah.
There's health here if you need it.
They're bleeding again.
We will rain fire and blood.
Ow. Oh, I've almost killed myself. Alright. Pretty vulnerable up here on this roof. Tagged him. Where's she firing at? Nice.
Dead.
Nice.
Oh, he got me in the head.
Got him.
Good kill.
That's funny.
That was the most bullshit fight ever.
I know.
That was...
We don't deserve that.
No, not in this life.
Seer.
How are you on ammo?
Tagged one.
Let's see, I don't. Not related to that.
Okay, in today's news roundup, we're going to talk about multiple things. First, we're going to talk about there's a news update for D4 related to update live stream from the devs that's coming. We're going to break that down. There's some layoffs over at Blizzard, but I don't think it's going to affect Diablo, and we're going to talk about that. And then I have some news around D2 as well as what we're going to be doing today. Finally got some positive news to talk about Diablo 4 because we have some communication around a developer update live stream that will be coming. Now, if you want to know the difference around this one as opposed to the other ones is there's the developer live stream, then there's the campfire chats. Now, the developer update live streams are typically more official, more like a response to what their plans are for the future of the game, etc. And the campfire chats are a little bit more of like the sentiment of how they're feeling about patches, their thought process, stuff like that. Whereas the developer update live streams are typically the more juicy ones. Now, we know this because if we look right here, tune in to our next developer update live stream. They mentioned this is going to be on October 4th at 11 a.m. Pacific. It dives into the looming season of the Blood and many details on the quality of life updates first announced at Gamescom opening night live 2023. Now, if you remember previously, they went up and announced it is a vampiric powers season of the Blood, 5 new in-game bosses. They announced all this stuff sort of at Gamescom, and now we're going to get a breakdown of more information. We know because they mentioned on Twitter, Rod tweeted out that they're going to need multiple live streams in order to explain all of the content that's coming in season 2. So it's been hyped a little bit in terms of communication that there's a significant amount of things to actually discuss. If we continue reading here, they say join the members of the development team along with the Associate Director of Community, Adam Fletcher, who will unveil the vampiric scourge that is descended, can't speak, on Sanctuary and sinister power they possess. Learn what it would take to fight against this rising tide of evil and harness the power of their potent blood for your own means. So, okay, we get a little bit of lore segment, okay? This doesn't mean too much, but right here, the developer update live stream also details many quality of life updates arriving throughout season 2. The team will talk about the community requested features such as additional stash space and functionality. I believe we were thinking there was like a search that was going to be coming with this. You're going to stash space. Hopefully you get some search so you can search for exactly what you want as well. So we'll see about that. Improvements to dungeons, mounts, and much more. We'll also hold a segment at the end of the stream for players to field their questions directly to the team. So this is sort of quality of life features and fixing of things and adding stuff that has been requested. But then if we look down here, plus, on October 10th, we're having a campfire chat, so that's going to be a second one talking about Season 2, that will feature a deep dive on upcoming class balance changes and reworks to several in-game systems. So I get a little bit nervous anytime I see balance changes, to be fair, but I am curious about reworks to several in-game systems. In an ideal scenario, this rework to an in-game system could be something like enchanting, whereas crafting, enchanting, that type of stuff in Diablo 4 is basically lackluster. A real deep dive on reworking the enchanting-based system, maybe adding some crafting or things you can do with your items in the game, could go a long way. And while quality of life improvements, stash space, functionality improvements to dungeons and mounts, etc., while these quality of life changes are something that will excite me about the game. I'm much more excited to hear about the unveiling of the vampiric scores, because it's one thing to go back and fix systems that are maybe a little boring or could use some tweaking or some balancing. That's fine, like to see that. In my opinion, that's not really new season content. I don't really care. I would rather see what are the new stuff coming to the season. So I'm hoping on October 4th here, we actually get to kind of dive into these new in-game bosses, how those are going to work, see all the content that's coming. Is there a vampiric skill tree, for instance? Are we going to be getting new vampiric powers, or is this like a Caged Hearts type of scenario? So I'm kind of hoping we get the details on the real nitty-gritty on what the meat, bones, and potato of these updates and content is actually going to be for Season 2. There is also this going around right now around Reddit and Twitter and all that about massive layoffs at Blizzard again. If you actually click on this and go to the link for the massive layoff, it just names like 1 or 2 people that got laid off. I wasn't actually able to find anything about massive layoffs anywhere, but maybe I just didn't see it properly. If you actually go to the link to the people that are getting laid off at the moment, it is for the Hearthstone team. So to kind of cut the head off of speculation before it begins, I don't think this actually has anything at all to do with Diablo. But I'm already seeing people run with these couple layoffs and, you know, make whole points about how Diablo 4 made its money already, so now they're just going to fire everybody. But, you know, that doesn't seem to be what this is happening. You can basically just Google Blizzard layoffs and you're going to see a million articles about this already. The official statement by Blizzard for this was organizational changes were made to the Hearthstone team. As a result, a small number of roles have become redundant. We want to thank these employees for their many contributions, and they confirmed that several employees have been laid off. So 3 maybe? And in fact, if we look into this here, Blizzard is actually currently hiring over 150 people, including WoW, as well as Diablo 4. So as it stands here, I don't believe any people got cut from the Diablo team, and they're actually acquiring people for the Diablo team. So I already am seeing speculation of people talking about how this correlates to Diablo and all that. It's a Hearthstone thing. I don't think it has anything to do with Diablo. The highest number I could see from an article was on IGN, where a Kotaku reporter tweeted that 10 members of staff within the Hearthstone team were affected, which would actually be a pretty good amount of staff within the Hearthstone team. So perhaps 10 people is the largest number that I can find reported, at least, but not confirmed. I don't think it's a cause to panic or anything literally remotely about anything at all. The reality is any news around Blizzard is getting talked about at the moment, and I've seen people complain that Blizzard has too many employees. The 9,000 employees meme still can't make a good game. I've seen that meme anywhere, but you cut 10 people and suddenly that's a reason the company's dying. So, you know, I see complaints on both sides. For me, you know, I mean, how the hell am I supposed to know if 10 people out of the Hearthstone team is going to matter for Diablo? I don't think it is, but I am sure we will see that speculation regardless. In some other news, Diablo 2 Resurrected Ladder Season 5 is starting. Here's the thing about Diablo 2. This begins on the 28th, which is tomorrow, and I have this is going to sound terrible. I've only played up to Act 2 in Diablo 2. I've barely played the game. I've said this before. So I'm actually going to try playing Diablo 2 for the first time. I actually haven't played Diablo 1 yet either. So my plan is Diablo 2 comes out tomorrow in terms of the new ladder. I will try that. It's a good time for me to try Diablo 2 for the first time ever. And then we're going to try Diablo 1 as well, because I've never even played Diablo 1. I kind of feel like I need to do my pilgrimage, go back home and play some of these OG games. I've been loving Path of Exile so much that people keep telling me I'm probably going to like Diablo 2. And since I'm fairly blind in the experience the same way I was in Path of Exile, I haven't watched D2 playthroughs or speedruns or guides. Why would I? It wasn't a game I was going to play. So I'm pretty much blind up. I've only played up to Act 2. So the rest of the game for me is going to be a pretty much fresh experience, which is my favorite way to play these games. And then that's going to leave us directly going into Diablo 4 Season 2. So I have sort of the pilgrimage of going back home and trying these old games, fill the gaps of Path of Exile right into the Diablo 4 Season 2. And man, I really hope that we see with these developer update live streams that are coming out here shortly. I'm really hoping to see some, you know, some big dick content is the way I would say it. But that's about it for me. To wrap it up, we got a live stream on the 4th, live stream on the 10th. I will be live right now. Blizzard is laying off people, but it's for the Hearthstone team, hiring new people for the Diablo team. Hopefully we're all in our copium bag and Season 2 will be great. That's about it. That's the wrap up. So I'll see you all in the live stream today. Love you all. You can find that in the pinned comment as well as the description, and I will see you on the next one.
I typically like to stay away from copium discussions, although some may say my content is copium, but that's another discussion. But there's a rumor going around right now about Diablo 4, and I've been asked about, you know, there's been against what we've been told from Blizzard, and 6 and one on the odd. Now, you know, you could make the argument, okay, if people are leaving,
welcome to another episode of That's Enough Internet for today. Hope you're all doing well today. We got a special one for you guys today. I decided to compile all of my videos about woke people. Well, not really compile all of them, but just a few of them, because I wanted to make it special for you guys, because I think we've been covering these types of topics for a while here on the channel, and I don't know why I didn't do this before, but you guys deserve a little movie, if you know what I'm saying. A little hour-long video. A special. Thank you guys so much for all the support you guys have been showing recently. It means way more than you know. And yeah, without further ado, no one woke people.
Are men trash?
Oh, cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
Alright, we're watching a video where a dude walks up to a bunch of girls and asks if men are trash. So I guess today I'm figuring out if I'm trash. Instead of letting my character speak about my ass, if I'm a piece of shit or not, we're going to be leaving it to the pink-haired feminists on the side of the road to let me know if I'm a piece of shit or not. So I'm excited for this. Let's watch.
Are men trash?
Oh, cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
Woo! That was a close one, y'all. Thankfully, I'm only half white, so I guess that means I'm only 50% trash. I'm glad this pink-haired intellectual genius was able to clear that up for me. Nah, but in all seriousness, imagine thinking like this. Imagine just thinking, if you're a white man and you have nothing to offer to this world, you are trash, you treat people like shit, just based on the sole fact that you're white and you're a dude. The divide within people nowadays is nuts. We're taking little objective parts about each other and using that as reasons to say that you are an awful human being. And sure, I might look at your pink hair and say you're probably a strange person based off of that. And that's me judging you based off of your features. But I'm not gonna sit here and say you're trash. That's a way bigger reach. And plus, you already proved my point of being a strange person based off of what you just said, so.
What rights do you think that men have that women don't today?
A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can't.
Alright, facts. I'm sure women don't feel safe while walking a street alone, but at least get some pepper spray or at least keep a knife on you or something like that. I know you probably still won't feel safe, but at least you know you have protection and you will be safe, even though you don't feel like it. Also, a thought just came to mind. I wonder if like a really buff woman still feels safe while walking down an empty road. I'm sure if you took some self-defense classes too, or if you're just a strong woman, then you'd probably feel a little bit more safe, but I understand her point for sure. The majority of women do not feel safe, and that's understandable.
Women are probably like underrepresented.
Hold up, pause. What did she just say?
Underrepresented.
You know what? I'm not gonna be the grammar police today. I'll save that for somebody else.
Started off with great intent, but you have people who abuse the system.
A hatred of masculine energy.
It's like anti-men.
Today I'm out here and I'm asking, is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, it's more relevant now than it ever was.
Yeah, I would say feminism's still relevant today. You know, we built this country, men, but women at the same time got to supply more men, right? With no women, the world doesn't go round.
If you look at like domestic abuse, for instance, we know that it happens to people of all genders, but it seems to be like disproportionately like affecting women.
Is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. They put up with a lot of bullshit. They pull up with sexual harassment. They put up with a whole lot of bullshit that us men just don't have to deal with.
Of course it's relevant. Throughout history, women have been discriminated against.
It is, but I think it's changed a lot. Feminism started out as women's rights, and now it has skewed into something entirely different than what it was.
Are we going too far? Did we do this and all the rest of that instead of being angry?
Now it's morphed into something that's more preaching like a superiority over men kind of stance. Like I work with some people who would consider themselves heavy feminists, and they are constantly dogging on men, and they openly say, I hate men.
If you're somebody who just hates men in general, it's probably because you have a bad experience with a man, or you're just retarded. Either one, but I don't know how people who roll with this type of narrative that they hate the opposite gender don't realize they're just hurt, or they have an open wound that they're not trying to heal. They're not really trying to understand why they hate the opposite gender or figure out a way how to stop hating them. Why? Have you ever asked yourself why you hate that opposite gender? And keep in mind, it's not just with women, it's also with men too. There's women hating men out there. I guess I just pray that, you know, people can understand that they're just hurt and that they realize that not all men are bad and not all women are bad. It is not that complicated, but You know, some people don't want to admit that they feel that way, but they'll live life according to that narrative. For example, a girl who just uses a dude to spend money on her, or a dude who just uses a girl for sex and only sex. There's no respect being paid to that other person, and it's the psychology of somebody who just hates the opposite gender. And to a degree I understand, because when you're hurt, it's hard to look at things clearly, but just think of how stupid you look when you're saying stuff like that. I hate all men, or all girls just want money, that you don't want anything else. It's like, y'all both look stupid.
I would say that as long as men are alive, feminism is always going to be relevant.
Why?
Because men.
And there we go. We already got a good example of somebody who's just hurt and doesn't want to figure out why. They just want to point the finger.
It's like today, we're more polarized than ever before. And if men and women can't get along, it can only hurt society.
There are some radical feminists who generally hate men.
They consider us a hate group.
The patriarchy.
But in today's lack of nuance, is it considered sexist to even question the topic? And if I had to be honest with myself, could I do it without my own bias? I guess we gon' see. What rights do men have today that women don't?
Oh, let's go down the list. A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can.
I think we all have equality when it comes to laws.
Men are able to walk out maybe in whatever they want to wear, or, you know, be able to stand strong through societal pressure.
I feel like women take a lot of precautions just by being a woman themselves, you know.
Statistically, just going into like a corporate setting, if you look at how women are rated on performance review versus men, the language that's used, you know, assertive versus bossy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, just judging by how this dude is dressed, I can't see him being in a corporate environment that's taken too seriously, so I don't know where he's getting this information. I don't really understand his argument either. I feel like an assertive person is just an assertive person, doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman.
Or kind of the dynamic of how individuals are interacting in the workplace. I do think that there are societal norms that place women at a disadvantage, absolutely.
I think so for instance, for pregnancy, right? There's no law saying employers can't like fire you if you're pregnant. Or like abortion, for instance, like that's a law that like only affects women, right?
Well, but don't you think that's just kind of explained by like biological differences?
But why does that justify making a law anyway that literally discriminates women?
So you just said that there's no laws that say that employers can't fire a woman for being pregnant. And now you're saying there is a law? Which one is it? And most jobs are pretty lenient when it comes to pregnant women as well. You have maternity leaves that let you take 10 to 12 weeks off of work before or after the birth of the child. So I don't really know what she's on about. There's definitely options out there for pregnant women.
I think today that women have certain privileges that men don't have.
Yeah, part of that goes into being able to say certain things that, you know, men would get scolded for.
They can just talk completely out of their ass freely. You're not allowed to say nothing back.
Do you think, let's say, like, do men have problems that, let's say, that women don't experience? For example, in statistics, like, men have higher rates of suicide, and, you know, obviously men die more when it comes to, like, wars.
Women can go to war.
Yeah, but how about, like,
Go to war.
it's true. Who's overwhelmingly going to war and dying in wars?
Men. I'm not gonna argue that.
I mean, I feel like the war thing is a little hard to get into just because for the majority, men are going to war. It's not really women going to war, so of course more men die.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like that's just because it's kind of like the roles that society portrayed forever ago. Men are warriors and men are the ones that are fighting, and then women.
Do you think more women should go into war then?
Absolutely not. No woman should ever go into any military.
But wouldn't that be going against equality if you're barring women from going in the military then?
Well, I'm not saying barring, but I'm saying like I feel like as a woman you should know that you're not going to be putting yourself in a healthy situation going into the military.
No shit, bro. You're risking death.
It's not a particularly healthy situation going into the military.
What is this dude saying, bro? I'm skipping this brainlet.
I think that feminism is also, it's almost an excuse for behavior. Flashing your tits or something like that, you know, behaviors like that. Like, but if a guy wanted to pull just his balls out, you know, it would be a little less socially accepted for sure.
Yeah, it would be chaos. If a dude flashed his balls nowadays, he'd probably get publicly executed with a guillotine.
May I ask you, like, what are some, like, examples of misogyny that you faced?
Oh, let's see. I went through there was one time, I'm a psychology major. We were tasked with counting how many times we got catcalled. I realized every time during that month I went to a gas station at nighttime, I got catcalled.
Okay, I'm not gonna be the person that says catcalling doesn't exist, but I definitely feel like some women over-exaggerate what catcalling really is. Like, there's been times where I'm walking around my apartment complex and I'll say hi or good morning to a girl and she'll give me a weird look. It's like, I'm not trying to have sex with you. I'm just saying hi. We're two people out in the sun right now. Get off TikTok. It's obviously fucking up your brain, and just be normal. We're in the real world.
I've seen some of my guy friends literally make 30 grand more than some of my girlfriends, and just because they're men.
But let's say that the pay gap does exist. Why wouldn't firms just hire women then?
They have to find probably quotas at this point.
Do you think there's quotas for men?
No, probably not.
Most of what's being said in these interviews aren't really backed by any sort of facts or evidence. It's just how they feel a lot of the time, and I just thought that was worth pointing out.
However, I did hear though, like for every male college grad, there's 2 women college grads. And I believe most college students are actually women. So I guess what would you say to that?
I know that women are probably like underrepresented in like the military or in trade school, so men might find more interest in doing that instead of like getting a bachelor's. So like that's like a whole career path that like women really aren't being encouraged to do as much.
I mean, I guess would you say that there's probably different interests in general between the genders?
Now there's like much more of a push to get women into STEM, so there's like more of that, but when I was younger there wasn't really that going on.
So it does raise the question, does feminism account for the advancements made, or will they have happened regardless? And if so, is feminism more important than ever to preserve progress and also to prevent regression towards inequality?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it should remain. Originally, it's not a toxic thing. Again, what modern society has morphed it into, especially, things like social media, it has turned it into more of a superiority kind of cloak than it is actually pushing equal rights.
It's also just another excuse for women to start hating men, and that doesn't solve anything in a society. If anything, it damages it.
Are men trash?
Cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially white men.
Weren't you just talking about equality?
Oh, absolutely. But we have to have that viewpoint because of how much we've been attacked just by that gender.
But you just said that all straight men are trash. Like, that's a pretty big generalization, don't you think?
It definitely is. It's not necessarily something I'm gonna saying via statistics. I'm saying via experience.
Alright, so now she's just admitting that her opinion is baseless. What did I say earlier? They have one bad experience with a man and that just becomes their viewpoint for the rest of their lives. She doesn't point the finger at the man, she points the finger at men.
Are men trash?
No, I like my dad. He's not trash, so most men are trash.
I don't think men are trash. Men just have more advantages. But like I said, I wouldn't want to be on the front lines of some army. I don't.
That's when feminism goes out the window, right?
Yeah, that's it. 100% does.
So I wanted to ask the same, but the reverse. Are women trash then?
No, I don't think anyone's trash. I like people. I think that there are some people that have had really bad hands, but in general, I would like to think that most people are good.
At the end of the day, good people exist, bad people exist. It doesn't matter what gender they are. It doesn't change anything. It should have been common sense within our society, but since we're so glued to certain ideas that are online, it starts to morph the way we think and it starts to blur the lines a little bit, and we start putting blame on the wrong things like gender. At the end of the day, what matters is somebody's character. It's not if they're a woman or a man. I believe that that's like the best way to judge somebody, their character, their act.
And that's really important because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these.
Talking about woke people is so tiring. Just because they're so stupid a lot of the time. And I remember around a month or two ago, I would make back-to-back videos on just woke people trying to push their ideas. And by this point, woke is just such a loose term that people throw around, even when it doesn't apply to the people that they're calling woke. Some of them are just stupid. Some people that think they're woke when they're really just spreading their delusion out on a mainstream level. It's nuts. But now that my brain has had time to regenerate brain cells after exposing myself to the crazy shit we looked at months ago, I found a video today and I think it perfectly represents or accurately depicts how pussy some of these new age woke people are. Now we're looking at a democratic socialist convention. Yeah, I'll give my brief opinion on socialism. I think that the evidence really speaks for itself. We've had plenty of societies in the world that have tried it out. Did not work out too well. I just don't think it's realistic to put that in place for the US, but I didn't come here to talk about that. Let's all just pop a squat, relax. I'm ready to be enlightened.
I thank Natalie for flattering me. The truth is I'm not the leader of security here. Y'all are. Everybody is responsible for the collective security, safety, and everyone's needs being met here, keeping each other safe, keeping each other secure, and making sure that everybody is able to fully participate in this convention. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities. So it's up to us to modify that space to make sure that everybody is able to move in the ways that they need to move. First of all, in this room, I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these.
So instead of having everybody clap, he wants people to yes. Why he wants everybody to do this is because, loud noises scare people, even though it's just claps. You get a fucking World War II vet in that room, and he'd shut everybody up. He'd be like, y'all don't know what the fuck I went through. Y'all are a bunch of pussies. Come on, man. We gotta be that considerate of people who are scared of clapping? And y'all, I know there's gonna be a bunch of pussies in my comment section that are like, sensory overload. My best advice for y'all is to buy a 12-gauge shotgun and take it out to the woods and just start shooting it. Start fucking desensitizing yourself from that shit, because bro, the world is not gonna revolve around you. Imagine you're working at a movie theater and then by the end of the movie everybody starts clapping and you have to walk in, guys, stop! I'm sorry, but
So please don't clap, shoot up these.
that's that shit that my old librarian wanted us to do when I was in elementary school. Okay.
And additionally with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid
Hissing? Who the fuck is hissing?
waving banners, right? If you don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to rely on something that's going to hurt somebody else.
Hurt somebody? Bro. It's clapping! Damn! So you're telling me if a woke person tried to rob me, all I'd have to do is just get the fuck away! Listen, at the end of the day, there are real people that are really scared of clapping. I guess my best advice to you is to try your best to not listen to those fears. Really, it's such a complicated issue. This is just my little degenerate ass response to it, or my degenerate solution. I don't know. Believing in something is a really powerful thing. If you believe that you're scared of claps, then you're gonna be scared of claps if you really truly believe that you are. You gotta just realize that claps aren't scary. That's a crazy sentence, by the way, but it's not gonna be a flip of a switch, right? You'll probably still get scared of them. But eventually your brain will come to the realization, oh, I was just kind of freaking out over some small shit. It's like as a kid when you're going up the stairs and you think there's like a demon chasing you, you know what I'm saying? It's like that same energy. Eventually you realize there was nothing to be scared about. And the fact that this leader that's speaking right now, or whoever he is trying to reaffirm that claps are scary, you guys shouldn't do them, it's gonna freak out those people. It's just such a dumb thing to do, bro. You're keeping people pussy. Compare these people to like army soldiers, and it's like comparing a cat to a lion. I swear to God.
We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? On 7, there's one that has video but no sound, if you still want to be able to observe the convention, but the sound is an issue. There's also on Piedmont 8, a completely quiet room. One thing to note there, please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right?
I'd be the type of motherfucker to walk in with some liquid ass. Walking in that room with some liquid ass, just going...
because that's going to be difficult for people. The principle of collective security is we don't want to put people in stressful situations that they don't consent to, right?
Life is stressful, motherfucker. Holy shit! You think life is stress-free, dog? If you constantly care about not stressing people out, you're just going to make their life more stressful. Listen to that again. Because guess what? The more stressful situations you're exposed to, the more your tolerance raises for stress. Like other situations start to not become a big deal because you're dealing with more stress. I wake up every morning and I go in the ice bath. And that's stressful, let me tell you. Being in 30-degree water, right when you wake up, the minute I wake up, I'm in it. And the rest of my days are a breeze. Even though I do things that some people would deem to be stressful, like working out in the gym and going crazy in that. But it's nothing to me anymore because I wake up with that. And this guy's over here lost in the sauce. I don't even know why I said that. I've met some cats that are less pussy than this.
And we have to be accountable to each other that our actions might have negative consequences for other people. We're also talking about de-escalation, right? Because people are going to have different experiences of things that some others might think is normal heatedness, and I think in some of that there's an inevitability there, but it's going to be really traumatic for people if we're not making an affirmative effort to de-escalate each other and de-escalate ourselves, right? If you are having a conflict with somebody, feel free to step away, right? We're going to make sure that you can get out of that space. Let somebody else step away if they need to step away, right? Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA assholes. We're almost there. Just but thank you.
Hey guys, don't cheer. Don't cheer. Stop. Oh, I'd show up to this meeting with like a train horn.
Oh my God!
To the people who are saying stuff like, oh no, you should be considerate of people who are scared of clapping. Sorry, it's so funny to say. Nah, I'm not gonna throw my rhythm off just to appease somebody that has such a ridiculous fear. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I don't want to feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells just because somebody's scared of some mildly loud noise. Clapping isn't really that loud. They can go fix that problem before they speak to me.
We are safe and we are strong because there's power in collective work, and that's exactly what we're doing here. And we're going to rely on you to make that happen. So I'm very happy to be working with you on this project, and I hope everyone has a great convention.
I'm going to hand it to Natalie to make one quick announcement.
Okay, we have our 2 mics up front. We also have 2 additional mics that are being run. So if, for example, you make a point of information or a point of privilege, please, keep your hand up or stand if you can, and they will run a mic to you.
Not a single thing in this meeting was said that had some value behind it.
A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist.
Yeah, I am racist.
Well, at least she's honest. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your favorite Mexican Raincoat here. Today we're watching Is It Okay to Be White?
No.
I can't believe this is even a question nowadays. What is our collective IQ as a society, like room temperature now? Because we're actually to the point where as a society, we're genuinely asking if it's okay to be white. Listen, I'm happy.
Our event for the showdown near the observatory.
No, it's not.
Party, get their attention. Drag all those cameras along to the chop shop and make some headlines.
Can we go now?
I'm riding with you.
Well, please do.
I can't believe we're riding with the league. This is so awesome.
Did I say you could touch the car?
Hey, check it out. I can stream the news on my phone. They've got a reporter at the event already.
Tonight we're taking a closer look at some of the most beautiful vehicles taking part in the Speed Hunters Showdown. Now, as you can see here, these machines really are works of art. You don't often get the chance to appreciate the detail when they're flying past at top speed.
You just did that to annoy me.
You're making a real mess here.
Italian leather.
I can't believe we're riding with the league. This is so awesome. Hey, check it out. I can stream the news on my phone. They've got a reporter at the event already.
Tonight we're taking a closer look at some of the most beautiful vehicles taking part in the Speed Hunters Showdown. Now, as you can see here, these machines really are works of art. You don't often get the chance to appreciate the detail when they're flying past at top speed. And the interiors.
I'll get you for that one. Now straight on. Are you sure? We have liftoff.
Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen,
you're making a real mess here.
Everywhere. Are you getting this? A group of cars has just
landed in the
working.
Now this is a news story. Wave to Chow Chow.
How about we keep our hands on the wheel?
Are you okay?
We've done enough damage already.
Just when I was starting to enjoy myself.
Okay, news chopper's following us.
Smile for the cameras.
These reckless drivers have endangered lives.
We need these wheels to get us home.
And caused so much damage. Palm City is once again rocked by the dark side of street racing as these spotless hooligans are racing their way through the three cars.
Look like a boring party anyway.
You bastards almost hit my car.
Hey, Chow Chow, that's precision driving. Everyone okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Spilled a few people's drinks, but nobody's hurt.
How you two doing, Rivera?
We're good.
Live from Blackwood Heights, where, just to recap, moments ago, a glamorous press event for the Speed Hunters Showdown was decimated by a gang of street racers driving their cars at top speed, narrowly missing this reporter.
Do that again and I'll chop your oily hands off.
It is unclear whether whether this was some kind of protest or it's hard to imagine that it was an accident, with all three cars tearing through in the same direction. But the motive of these individuals is unclear. While you're watching these pictures of the racers making their escape,
Don't worry, I'm right here with
the
you.
site of the event, where I can see organizers and guests stunned by what they've experienced, trying to make sense of. I haven't seen anyone injured. I don't think anyone has been hurt.
So we've got the press on the hook, and we're on course for the chop shop. All we gotta do now is stay together and hold their attention.
How much longer do we have to keep this up?
Maybe 30 seconds.
I'm enjoying this way too much. And I'm not even behind the wheel. Damn! You're gonna give me whiplash.
Any idea what they were jumping into? And they crashed straight through barriers. I can see here.
That's it. Keep it
glass
tight.
on the road. For those of you just joining us, moments ago, a press event at the Palm City Observatory, held to promote the Speed Hunters Showdown, was thrown into chaos by the arrival of 3 street racers who sped right through the heart of the event. Now, as far as I can tell, there are no injuries.
Other side of this bridge.
At last. When the news people see this place, the cops' whole operation is gonna be blown. It's gonna be epic.
It doesn't seem to have been a planned promotional stunt. The damage alone must
Winning
have cost
is
thousands
just
of dollars, but it was far from accidental. The three
Surprise,
cars
punks.
traveling together.
Cops? How the hell did they get us out of here? It's an ambush.
As they speed south from the scene of the crime in high-performance vehicles, no doubt planning to outrun the law.
Don't leave me hanging.
Time to get busy, team. We have a chase in progress. Remember. We rule the night.
How did they know where we were headed?
I don't... Just get him off our tail. You seen this? They're showing the chop shop and it's empty. They cleaned it out.
Rivera, you're dead. You led me into some bullshit trap?
The racers have scattered, but we can see swarms of blue and red flashing lights illuminating the highway. It's only a matter of time before these reckless idiots run out of road. They're doing their best to make their escape.
The league has a long memory, and it's never gonna forget this. Step out of the vehicle, son.
I'm hearing now that the news chopper is being asked to leave the airspace for police operational reasons. I guess they have their own helicopter in the area. So we'll be losing pictures now, but we'll continue coverage of this breaking news story right after these messages.
Guess we're not getting an invitation to the league.
Right now, I'm more worried about going to jail. Lose these guys.
I'm here to finish the
These
work
guys
you
are
can.
persistent.
Just gonna soften them up a bit.
Hey, keep it on the road, huh?
We successfully sideswiped them, Control.
What? What did you
I
say?
knew those others weren't as good as me, but come on. Can you send some real support, please?
Superior pursuit units incoming.
Damn, my pedal is floored, but this car can't keep up.
Get us out of this, please.
Get your brooms out and sweep the area.
Mercer must have found out about the plan.
Who else knew? Did Taurus set us up?
Why would she? What matters is that they know that we know. And now they're gonna try and silence us and anyone they think we told. Shit! Luca! Come on, pick up, pick up, pick up. He always answers. We gotta go back to the garage.
Yes.
Nobody's got eyes on the suspect, so I'm calling it a wash.
Are you serious? We're letting them go now? I did not sign up for a shit show like this.
half Ecuadorian and half American. My dad didn't throw much of the Hispanic Ecuadorian culture in me, so I'm pretty much American. So what does that mean for me? Since I'm practically white, should I just find the nearest skyscraper and do a backflip off of it? I guess we'll find out.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
I can't live with myself anymore. Imagine you walk up to a bunch of white people. Is it okay to be black? And they say, nah, it's terrible to be black. What? Bro, the internet would go insane. But nowadays it's them white people, man. Slavery happened. Dog, I didn't own any slaves. What are you talking about? Man, it's that white privilege. Bro, I drove a $500 minivan. Daddy's money? What the f is that? Bro, I knew a black guy with daddy's money. It's not a race thing. Alright, never mind about the white privilege. Never mind about the slavery. Most of you...
Kako na posle? Switch options.
Luca!
Lucas?
Luca! Shit, no. Hey. Are you okay?
Adam,
Tell me.
ubili su ga, ali su prvo izdali za stolicu.
What happened? Who did this?
That'd be me.
Man, I don't know what you're trying to do here, man, but come on now.
Step aside, sweetheart.
He's
I'm
got
just
a
getting
gun.
started.
Please. He's got nothing to do with this. He can't help you.
You know, I heard your brother was a real dolor and el culo in the past. But you... Shit.
Leave him out of it. This is on me.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. There's plenty of blame to go around here. Just plenty. You two. You're coming with me.
Jedan arrest.
I'm so sorry, Luca. I'm so sorry.
Hey, I'm not gonna ask again.
No. Please. Where are you taking them?
We're just going to the station, have a little chat. You sit tight. I'll be back for you later.
A što ne odmah?
We'll get through this.
Yo, the station's back there. Where we going?
Shut up. Watch. You found it. How?
What do you mean, how? You set us up.
Someone talked, and I want to know who.
We're not saying anything.
You think I'm playing? Tell me.
You want to know who's running their big mouth? We ain't saying shit until you let us go.
You're gonna talk, because I'm gonna make you talk. And then you know where I'm headed? Right back to your dumbass brother. And I'm gonna see how tough he is when I bring that piece of shit garage down around his head!
Luca! Luca! Get us out of here!
You guys okay?
Luca? Yeah, I'm good, I think. Let's go.
Come on. You want me to drive? You read my mind.
Come on.
I can drive. No, let me drive.
Hold on, wait. Wait a minute.
Udri gore, bro.
What the hell is she doing?
All units, officer is in need of assistance. Possible PC on Fulton and May.
Got visual on the site. Shit.
Officer down.
Hannah, move!
Suspect's trying to flee the scene.
Step aside, sweetheart. I'm just getting started.
Where can we go? I know a place. North Cloud Bank. Just keep us out of trouble. This car's even more beat up than me. Hey, Dex. I need a favor.
Sure. What's going on?
Can you and some friends pick up my cars from Casa Rivera and bring them up to North Cloud Bank?
I guess. Can I ask why?
Cops are watching out for us and we can't go back there. Keys are on the hook. Just get the cars and I'll send you the address when we're on the road.
You with Lucas?
Yep.
Okay. I know the place.
Where the hell are we heading?
It's safe. Trust me.
I hear you're still on police property now?
Taurus, your plan nearly got us killed.
Just give me the laptop and stay out of this. You've got no idea what's on there.
Well, now you're just making me curious.
Give me the laptop.
We'll let you know.
You'll get it when I finish with it.
Is this it?
Uh-huh.
This is insane. I must have driven past here 1,000,000 times. What is this place?
Whenever things got bad at home, this is where I came.
You must have been here a lot.
Not after Papi died.
Luca. What happened?
There's this race. I didn't need it, but I was always
Alt
pushing, you know?
RTR. Welcome to my channel.
The cops busted it. Took me in. Came time for my phone call. Papi answered. I was getting ready for a fight. Yeah, just thinking about what I was gonna say. For the first time, there was no shouting. No nothing, just silence. He hung up, and 3 hours later, I'm just still waiting. I figured he was leaving me in there to sweat, just making me suffer. I spent that whole night in that jail cell, cursing his name, just wishing all kinds of shit on him just for leaving me in there. Tells me he's dead. As soon as he hung up the phone, he had the heart attack. sorry I never told you.
So you've been carrying this whole time?
It's pretty hard not to.
Luca, you can't blame yourself. It's not your fault.
Look, if I had just stopped earlier, if I just listened to...
You can't go back. You're here with us. Right now. That's what matters. There's people out there trying to tear us apart. Destroy everything we stand for. Everything Papi built. I sure as hell ain't gonna let him. Are you?
If we're gonna take him down, least I can do is make sure we got the wheels to do it.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
I guess this is part of the plan.
Mercer had footage of us on here. There's gotta be more showing the whole operation. Enough to take him down and prove to the League that we had nothing to do with this. Oh, shit. We gotta crack this, it's all we've got.
Let's take a guess. Does Mercer have a cat?
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Oh, you got a better idea, genius?
I do. Wait here.
So, you guys in trouble?
Dex, thanks for delivering the car, man. You were fast.
Is it serious?
Look, right now, I gotta see a woman about a laptop. If she's as good with tech as she says, you'll hear all about it.
White people suck at dancing. Fair point.
A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist.
Yeah, I am racist.
Well, at least she's honest.
What's going on, everyone? James Klug here. Today I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay, so I can assume where this video is already going to go because Los Angeles probably has a lot of people that hate white people. I like to call it woke Angeles. And the nickname fits it because there's so many homeless people. So, you know what they say, Chad. When you go woke, you go broke.
And we're going to be finding out if people think it is okay to be white. Now, before we get started, only about 14% of you guys...
If you were half the man this dog is, you'd still live
Do you
here.
agree or disagree with the following statement? It is okay to be white.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
No.
No comment.
Yes, it's okay to be white.
Really don't care.
Yeah, it's okay to be any color.
It is okay to be white.
Disagree. That's your own race. You know he posted a black square for BLM, and before you motherfuckers try to go after me on that, listen. The founder of that movement robbed everybody that was a part of it. They owned mansions, and they bought mansions off of the money they collected off of BLM. If you don't know this, then you should start paying attention more because the whole movement was BS. I agree there's bad cops that do bad things. I'm not even the biggest fan of cops, right? My heart sinks whenever I see one on the road. But the whole movement was BS. It was just somebody trying to take advantage of a large group of people. And they succeeded. They got the $6 million mansion by taking advantage of people's emotions.
Yes. I mean, that was a hell of a question.
Yeah, because it's okay to be black. It's okay to be orange. It's okay to be pink.
I don't even think that should have to be a question. We live in a really odd time where we have to ask that question, you know?
Exactly. I don't know where we went wrong to the point where we're asking a question that a kindergartner would ask. I don't even think kindergartners would ask a stupid question like that. I don't know how we got to this point. I really don't.
Y'all got too much. Yeah, y'all got too much to be white. That's awful.
No. Okay, so why is that? Why is it not okay to be white?
Y'all have the race as a people. Y'all have done too much. I would rather people. Yeah, as a whole.
And it's a group of people.
Too much good or too much bad?
Too much bad.
The majority is not.
Is like bottom of the barrel, really.
How can somebody make that judgment based on race? It doesn't make any sense. She couldn't back that. If you were to ask her why, she just couldn't. There's no logic behind it. People are just saying things to say things. They're too deep in their feelings and emotions, and your emotions can make you think really stupid shit. And to be honest, in this case, I don't even think it's emotions. I just think it's stupidity and not being able to think. Like, I hate to just indirectly call this person stupid, but she's dumb as fuck.
Bottom of the barrel, really.
See how confident she is when she says that? How? I don't understand how you can be that confident saying something that stupid.
Bottom of the barrel, really.
Why do you disagree with that?
It's the whole privilege thing. It's just, you know, time to give it to other people.
The whole privilege thing? You talking about white privilege? I didn't get none of that. I missed it. I guess I didn't jump on the train in time.
It is okay to be white.
Are you guys white? I'm white, yeah.
That's
how you guys are here. Why is asking the question?
I
don't
care
to be myself.
No, but at the end of the day, yeah, it is. It is okay to be like.
You, dog. What are your guys' thoughts about people that are responding to that saying they disagree with that, saying no?
When the people say it like that is, I don't know. I think they racist when they say that. And you gotta live and let live, you know? I think it's better with white and chocolate, and, you know, I think it makes our world, you know, we all different flavors, just like ice cream.
What should white people do about that?
There's not much y'all can do, but just gotta deal with it.
What should I do about that, do you think?
Try not to be white. That's all you could do at this point.
Are you mentally retarded? Not even trying to be funny, I'm just genuinely asking. Are you mentally retarded?
Is it okay to be Asian?
Nah, you don't want to be them either.
I mean, she did say she was a racist, so I shouldn't be too surprised.
Nah.
How about black?
Definitely that. That's it. It's all you could be. It's the coolest thing to be. I mean, you really, after that, you talking bottom of the barrel, really. Asian, that's probably worse than being white, ain't it?
Is it okay to be Asian?
Asian? Yeah. Of course, because I'm Asian.
A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist.
Yeah, I am racist.
Are you serious? Or
100%.
100%?
Mad racist. Fuck white people.
So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No.
It's just a matter of color, and color shouldn't come in the way of anything.
That seems pretty fair.
It is very fair.
Hey, racist people that are watching, you might want to get your notepad. Write this down. It's very important.
And that's how life is supposed to be.
You're white, obviously. What can you do to change that? Saying it's not okay to be white, what can you do to change that?
Fund the United Negro College Fund. Leave your inheritance to African American people.
What? Wouldn't you want to give your inheritance to your children? Doesn't that seem like the logical thing to do? Why would you give it to some random person based off their race? Oh yeah, because you're programmed.
You know, like the beaches, give them back the property that was stolen from them, African Americans particularly, but yeah.
Are you yourself planning on giving your inheritance to African American people?
Do all sorts of that stuff already, yeah.
Why do you think some people are saying no to that question?
I don't know. That's probably a personal issue within themselves, because it's okay to be whoever you are.
Do you hear that within your own life at all, or no?
No, I don't. That's weird. I mean, we're all the same, man. We might be different colors, but man, we all bleed the same color. We're all equal, man.
It's not okay to be white.
Yeah, they said that.
Yeah. People say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that they're not the judge at the end of the day. God is.
I'm glad most people have a brain when it comes to this topic and they have common sense to realize, okay, maybe color is just color and character is what I should be using to judge somebody, not their race. It's refreshing to see most people have this mindset. Thankfully, I feel like we're healing as a country. Healing meaning us getting our brains back. I think the only time you'll ever see somebody saying it's not okay to be white is when you're on Twitter or occasionally some random person on the street like the first lady.
We have chosen not to disclose Sparrow's gender.
We don't know it yet. It's something that Sparrow's gonna have to figure out and then tell us.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's your favorite Mexican Renko here. Hope you're all doing well. Today we're watching We're Raising Our Kids with No Gender. Just by that title alone, I think it's safe to assume that this family is very lost. And I'd also say they're in the top group of people who are being brainwashed. Right below them, we have the OnlyFans girls. If you're making a child confused about themselves at a young age by telling them they don't have a gender, I have no sympathy for you. Protect the kids. Let's check out this psychotic family. I feel like losing brain cells today.
This is Ari, Gwendolyn, and Brynnifer. They are in a polyamorous relationship, and they all parent Hazel and Sparrow.
We have a...
Yeah, I don't care what you have. Look at this frame. Is this real? This isn't a simulation? Oh. These are the three faces you'll see guarding the gates of hell.
We have a 2-year-old anti-gender baby and a 10-year-old who is non-binary.
A 10-year-old. Holy shit. What was I doing at 10? I think at 10 I was playing soccer, climbing trees. It was good times. Very different times too, because now we got parents making their kids stupid. Like really? On some, I'm not even trying to be funny in this video. This is some real shit. This is a real family impacting real kids. I bet these kids are gonna grow up being so confused about their gender, they're barely gonna do the things they need to do, like have a childhood. And when did questioning your gender become a part of your childhood? Are we f***ing stupid? I know y'all ain't ready to hear this, but I'm gonna say it anyways, because I care about y'all. When it comes to gender identity, trans people, non-binary people, whatever you want to call it, all these things always link back to sexuality to some degree. So why the f*** are we bringing kids into it? What?
They have chosen not to disclose Sparrow's gender.
We don't know it yet. It's something that Sparrow's gonna have to figure out and then tell us.
How old is she? 3?
2-year-old anti-gender baby.
Oh, fuck. What do you say to this? You know, there's so many ways you can break this down and say it's wrong, but it's like, where do I even start? I mean, one place to start is, congrats. You gave your child a mental illness that they will have for a while until they finally understand who they are as a person, as a real person. I mean, to be honest, they won't ever find out who they are because they're influenced by Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest, and y'all don't even know who you are, so. Honcho, I think they did find themselves. What are you talking about? Yeah, definitely looks like they hit their natural potential, guys. Definitely doesn't seem like they gave up on themselves or anything and just chose a cope. And it's not like they're forcing that cope down their kid's throat either, right?
But their parenting approach is controversial.
I have literally received death threats. Crazy, crazy lady. I hope karma hits you back and your kids grow up to detest you.
These polyamorous parents let their children...
Damn, I know he's kind of role-playing and addressing type shit, but he kind of has some tone to him. I wonder how much he can deadlift. Probably like 550. I think he can get that up.
And for their oldest child, Hazel, that's neither male nor female.
It's a girl.
Please tell us how
Let's
and
not
why
play
you
stupid.
decided to come out as non-binary.
Because the pronouns she and he did not fit. Non-binary was what I turned to.
Yeah, let me fucking rephrase this. So one day I was just playing with Barbies and I was just a normal girl, and my parents are so stupid that they decided to push this stupid idea that they believe on me. And what can I say? I'm a little ass kid, so I believed it. Yeah. To be honest, I don't even know what pronouns mean. And also, by the way, people that are watching this video, if you do not refer to me as I'm him, those are my pronouns that I would like to have you respectfully use. And if you don't use them, you're a bigot and you're transphobic. Got it? Thank you.
Though I do choose to act and look more feminine.
Okay, you're a girl. I know your parents are a little cuckoo. They're telling you a whole bunch of shit and it's probably driving you crazy. You're confused at 10 years old. You're a girl.
And 2.5-year-old Sparrow has yet to make a choice about their gender.
Alright, why is Truly just acting like this is normal? Well, that's my biggest question now.
2.5-year-old Sparrow has yet to make a choice about her gender.
They should have been like, 2-year-old Sparrow can't even form a fucking sentence.
They're anti-gender, but we're using they, them pronouns. Sure, they have anatomy, we understand it, but like, that's not indicative of their identity. It's something that Sparrow's gonna have to figure out and then tell us before we can tell anyone else.
Particularly because it's, you know, something that our parents did and they got it wrong.
Yeah, Brody, I get it. I get it, you're upset. I'm willing to bet that your whole perception of the world is wrong, but that's for another time.
But giving Sparrow the choice has proved controversial.
Online, there's a lot of angry people. I have literally received death threats. The worst is people who threaten my children.
Yeah.
But I'm the person who's disturbed. What you are doing is absolutely horrifying. I feel for your kids. They should never be put through something like that. What you're thinking is so effed up. It's actually scary. Crazy, crazy lady. I hope karma hits you back and your kids grow up.
Yo, homie in the back kind of looks like Peyton Manning if he was on HRT. Wait. That's Tom Brady, my fault. Hey, about the death threats though and stuff like that, that's ass. I get it. It sucks. It's not the best things to receive, but what are the chances of them actually pulling up to your house? 0. It never happens. I've never seen a news clip of somebody saying they get death threats and it actually happening. They're just about it. If somebody wanted to actually kill you, they would not text you, "I'm going to kill you." What? That's not justifying the death threats, right? But they're trying to paint it out like it's the whole highlight of the entire story or something. Like we should feel bad for them. Yeah, so sorry you got the same treatment that a hated YouTuber gets. You're still pushing a dumb idea down your kid's throat. I don't care about no death threat. I get them every day.
To the test. A lot of people, they say, how will your children know what a boy or a girl are if you don't teach them?
Or how will they know how to act?
There's a lot of assumption that we're raising them without a gender and we're not giving them any information as to what gender is, when that's just not the case.
It's funny because one of the main complaints that people say is children are too young to know their gender. That's why they have to be told what their gender is.
Yeah, I just knew I was a guy from the jump. I don't remember my mom telling me I was a boy. I just kind of always have known that throughout my entire life. This is starting to hurt my brain.
And we're like, well, I think we agree on the source information. We agree children don't know yet, but how we respond to that fact is very, very different.
Yeah, you leave it up to a 2-year-old to decide, which ultimately just means you're being shitty parents. I don't think there's any walking around this one. This shit's just sad to watch, and y'all might be thinking, Pancho, why do you care so much? Bro, people are brainwashed, that's why. I wouldn't be surprised if there's other families like this out there living like this.
Oh, the other one anyway, God.
The parents educate their children differently from regular public schools.
Hazel schools themselves. Hazel is very led in what they do. I basically just try to keep up with them.
So typically, how many hours of study a day do the kids do?
Honestly, probably not more than 1 or 2 where we're at a table doing what looks like typical academics. The rest of the time it's a lot more natural fun learning.
Yeah, basically just not learning shit at all. They're playing card games.
Woo! Yeah!
Airlines still don't have clear policies in place to accommodate plus-size passengers.
Yeah, you know a life policy you should put in place to accommodate for plus-size people? Stop treating your mouth like a dumpster. Stop eating packets of donuts. Hit the gym. Go take a run. Welcome to another episode of That's Enough Internet for today. Today we're observing another fat person. I'm just gonna get straight to the point. This person even acknowledges that they're very overweight, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand this when it's right there in front of you. But this person decided to start a petition. Demand for the FAA to protect plus-size travelers. Yes! Woo! So basically what she wants is for fat people to get free seats. So we can just throw this in the shit that's never gonna happen category. I don't know why she thinks she can just convince all airlines to just give away free tickets like they aren't the most scammiest people on earth. She thinks that the airlines are gonna join in on the woke companies and just be like, oh yeah, you guys are so oppressed, you fat people. You guys deal with so much. You know, eating that pretzel at midnight on a Sunday night, there's so much to deal with. Here's some free tickets. If you think they're gonna say that, you have brain damage. They scam people. I swear I'm not lying. You can look up a plane ticket right now, save that link, and then check the same link 2 days later. That plane ticket's gonna be $100 more. They just raise the price. And if you miss a flight, they make you buy another ticket. They don't just like transfer the flight ticket to another one. They don't care. Making a petition for plane companies to start selling free tickets to fat people is like walking up to Apple and demanding that they don't slow down your phone. Listen, Goofy. These companies are going to continue to spit in your face and rob you at the same time. Just like the airline companies aren't going to give you free tickets. While they're doing that, they're also laughing at you from above because of the fact that you got to pay for 2 tickets because you're fat. These are companies with billions of dollars. They don't care about you. And to be honest, the internet doesn't care about you either. That's why we're making this video right now, to laugh at you. Listen, I would never call a fat person a whale to their face, except for this person, simply because of the fact that she's trying to come up with something so stupid and so brain dead, all because of the fact that this person has no accountability and they won't hit the gym. They're using every excuse in the book. Shit, she's even rewriting the book. I've never heard of this one. Creating a petition because you won't go to the gym? Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Santa's here. I'm gonna come down your chimney with a bench, dumbbells, and a treadmill for you. Also, save the cookies and milk because I know you're stealing it from me.
Did you know that more than 1 billion people in the world are plus size?
I hope this isn't true. I really, really hope this isn't true. If that's true, then that's sad. That's pathetic. I've met strippers in the club that are less pathetic than that statistic. I've met rats in the sewer that are less pathetic than that.
That's roughly 13% of the population.
You look like you ate 13% of the population's food, too. Damn, so that's why we have starving people. You're robbing them.
And yet, many airlines still don't have clear policies in place to accommodate plus-size passengers.
Yeah, you know a life policy you should put in place to accommodate for plus-size people? Stop treating your mouth like a dumpster. Stop eating packets of donuts. Hit the gym. Go take a run. Or take a walk since you probably can't run. I'm just being honest. But you know right when somebody tells her that, she's just gonna be over here like, do something for your body and also your mind. It helps out your minds too. You won't be making stupid petitions like this.
That's why I've started a petition calling on the FAA to require every airline to have a clear customer size policy in place for plus-size passengers. No one should have to endure the discomfort, embarrassment, and discrimination that often comes with being a plus-size passenger trying to navigate air travel. By signing this petition, you can help us demand that airlines take concrete steps to make air travel more inclusive and accommodating for all passengers.
Yeah, my one question for this is why should we care about fat people? Not like that, not like that. I phrased that wrong. Why should we take the weight of somebody into account for giving them free discounts or free tickets? You chose to become a whale. You probably saw Lizzo on stage and thought to yourself, oh yes, slay, Lizzo, slay. You're a queen. I hate to break it to you, she's a whale too. And listen, I'm only saying whale because it gets you guys riled up. I don't actually talk like this, but you get my point. Nobody's gonna take body weight into account for giving somebody free tickets on an airplane. It's just not happening. And even in other scenarios, free benefits for anything, it's not gonna happen.
Whether you're plus size or not, everybody deserves to be treated with dignity and respect when they fly.
Yeah, including the person that's sitting next to you on the flight. So that's why you gotta buy 2 tickets so you're not suffocating them. I've actually had an experience on flight where a fat person was sitting next to me and they didn't have to buy 2 tickets. Worst flight of my life. No exaggeration, not even trying to be mean. The worst flight of my life. So this is the seat, right? And he had his arm like hanging over this way, so he was pushing me this way. Oh my God, I remember this like it was yesterday. So I had to put my arm right here and my other arm right here, like, cause he was on this side of me. And I was just sitting like this for 3 hours. hunched over like this. Had to have been one of the most stressful experiences of my life. And it really, that sounds like some pussy shit, but I want y'all to go through that. You would not keep that same energy if you're calling me a pussy for that, because that shit, I was pissed. I remember drinking a rum and coke on flight. I had 3 drinks on flight to get me drunk, and I was still pissed. How? Oh my God, and he smelled too. I remember I made a Snapchat post that day. Hold up, I gotta find this, because this was, oh my God. I took a picture of me while I was on the flight. I said, question for my smelly fellas. What's it like walking everywhere smelling like a horse stable? Damn, I was violating. But that was the case.
Let's work together to make sure that the travel industry serves everyone, not just a select few. Sign and share this petition, and let's make a difference.
This whole entire petition is like a tall person making a petition about airlines because he doesn't have enough leg room. That's me. I'm 6'2". I barely have enough leg room when I'm on a flight. Should I make a petition? Airlines. Guys, what the fuck? My legs are crushed. No, I suck it in, bro. And that's complaining about something I can't change, which is one of my life mottos. Don't complain about the things you can't change. But she's out here complaining about something that she can change. You can lose weight. You can get smaller. Hit the gym. You're talking to a brick wall, girl. Nobody cares. As I said, they're laughing at you. You're the joke of the office today.
Hey, Bill, you see that fat bitch? She was trying to get free tickets at our airline.
That's audio ripped straight from the airline offices. It's leaked. They're laughing at you. And I'm not only trying to make fun of fat people here, okay? But look at this picture. Does anything about this picture scream the word healthy? No. It would scream words like diabetes, cancer, 2-mile-per-hour walking speed. So with her promoting the idea to fat people of, oh, look what they're doing to us, guys. They're oppressing us. Keep in mind, this person has influence, y'all. She has 94K on Instagram. She has followers. So when you're promoting stupid, degenerate, small brain stuff like this, you're only keeping people fat. And you're keeping the risk of them developing cancer, heart problems, all that stuff that comes with being overweight. And it's all for a problem that was made up in her mind. It doesn't even exist to real people. Real people look at this petition and they laugh. You would think a 5-year-old wrote this petition, but obviously that's besides the point. You guys get my point with the impact argument. She's keeping people from taking accountability in their lives, and she's also keeping people in their feelings.
So you want to hear my hot take on plus size travel?
No, but I need money. Go.
And why I think every plus size traveler should get a free second and even third seat on an airplane?
Oh, bro. I mean, obviously for your ass, but damn, you might as well take up the whole airplane.
Then you better keep watching and sign my petition to make some real change. Let's just state facts. Plus size travelers need more space. And many people agree that plane seats are too small, even for the average size person. As a plus size traveler myself, I know how uncomfortable and unsafe it can be to squeeze into a tiny airplane seat. We are not asking for special treatment or luxury accommodations. We simply want enough space to travel comfortably and safely without fear of being discriminated against because of our size.
Oh my God. You know how easy it was for me to lose weight? I went from 210 to 150. Jump rope, for all my fatties that are watching. Jump roping for 15 minutes is equivalent to 45 minutes of running. Jump roping is the way. You burn more calories, just do that. It took me like 3 months to get from 210 to 150, and I threw some music on. I went out to a tennis court in the sun, and I felt great afterwards. I don't like running all that much. I started out with running until I realized jump roping is the cheat code.
It's truly that simple.
I mean, you said it yourself. I know you're not talking about the gym, but you just proved my point.
If you agree that every traveler deserves to fly comfortably and without fear of discrimination, then go ahead and please sign my petition and share it with everybody that you know. Let's work together to make air travel more inclusive and accommodating for everyone.
So this girl has a bunch of TikToks on her page that we're not going to watch because it's just a bunch of degenerate, stupid, small brain stuff that'll lower your IQ if you watch it. But you get an idea of what this person's about. Just making excuses. I bet she has a book of excuses that she just opens up and reads out every single one when you give her a fair argument. And yeah, you get the point. Zero accountability for her own life. Doesn't want to take action. And I hope that for all the fat people that are watching this video, bro, change your life up. If you want to stay fat, then that's your decision, but just know the risks that come with that. Let me know what y'all think about this lady in the comments and what you think about the topic in general, fat phobia, just being fat, all that stuff. Found this one video. International Women's Day, but no one knows what a woman is. Isn't that ironic? People can't define women nowadays. Matt Walsh type beat.
Alright y'all, it is International Women's Day 2023, so we are here at UT Austin to ask the ladies what it means to be a woman in the modern day, and also if they would feel comfortable sharing their spaces with trans women. Let's go find out. What is it like being a woman in modern day America for you?
There definitely is some like setbacks and challenges, especially like I'm queer, and so I have some like just problems with that, like in like a religious standpoint.
There's still a lot of struggles that women have to like go through just for the, I guess, the way that they were born, I guess.
Nope.
Especially if you take into account like trans femme people and
Nope.
like stuff like that. So
I'm actually just working on a project right now. I'm an architect.
She looked confused when she was talking. Hold up.
like stuff like that. So
I'm trying to figure out what I'm talking about, but I don't really know. I'm just trying to talk about a bunch of buzzwords and, you know, a lot of people with a lot of different struggles. And what was I talking about again?
I'm actually just working on a project right now. I'm an RTF major, and we actually just made a short film about women's experiences, like just existing in the world. It's called "You Should Smile More."
What the hell are you talking about?
Like how it is to just like exist around like kind of just the kind of entitlement of men and how they make people feel uncomfortable and just like in everyday situations and how that affects women in like their day-to-day lives.
What are some of those things that men do that make women feel uncomfortable?
Well, for example, in the film, like the
Let's hear it.
title of the film is "You Should Smile More." Just these like kind of offhanded, sort of like backhanded compliments almost, where it's like it's inherently threatening and telling them like, you know, like you're only valuable because you're pretty, and like they kind of the tone that they use in sort of situations.
I actually.
Who the fuck says that? I mean, obviously you'll have some of those red pill people say like stuff that's similar to that, like a woman's value comes from her beauty or anything like that. But I feel like most people know that value just comes from the substance you put out there. Like you could have a really, really attractive girl, like a whole 10 in the looks department, right? But if she's a bitch, she goes down to like a 6 or a 5. So it's not just looks, it's obviously looks, personality, a whole bunch of different factors. I don't know who says it's just looks. You're arguing with the wall.
I identify as non-binary, but
Yeah, I don't understand the whole non-binary identifying thing. I think it's just delusion.
like still identify as a feminine person.
You're gender fluid. Talk to us about, I guess, the modern day version of what being a woman is.
I think she knows how you feel. She's not saying that. She's not.
I don't know. I mean, I've only.
I wish I had
That was so awkward.
Hey, we all look out for each other.
So what's a woman?
Sitting here cold for a long time.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's wild.
No, I mean, I'm
A woman is somebody who can have babies. What?
only realized my.
If you're a woman, you can give
stuff
birth.
About myself recently, like in the past few months or so, because before then I identified as a man most of my life, so I'm still trying to figure things out.
So
A
what do
newcomer
you,
to the trans community.
What are your pronouns? Talk to us a little bit about your gender identity.
Pronouns, I guess right now I'm kind of vague about because I'm not out.
Hey, chat, I'm just gonna reaffirm this. If you guys don't go by my pronouns, then you guys are a bunch of bigots. My new pronouns, it used to be handsome man, but now it's sexy motherfucker, okay? So if you guys don't really want to refer to me as that, then I'm going to cancel you. I'm going to pull up to your house, put your family in debt. Let's start calling me handsome motherfucker.
Out to like literally like everyone in existence, just kind of certain social spheres. But I guess like any at this point.
Any gender? So like they, them, she, her, it, he, him.
Yeah.
You go with anything?
Yeah, I go with anything.
So gender and sexuality is something that has been brought to the forefront a lot for Women's History Month, International Women's Day. Some women saying that trans women shouldn't be platformed because they're really biological men, you know, especially
They
for
are.
Women's History Month. What is your viewpoint on that in the modern day?
I think trans women are women because
Let's hear it.
biological gender is different, or sorry, biological sex is different from gender.
Chat, that's an interesting point. I hear a lot of people say, gender and sex is different. Do you think there's any difference between gender and sex? Because I don't. I think this whole gender identity and gender expression thing, it's like, bro, you're just delusional. And I hope you get that figured out in the best way possible. But I don't think transitioning and injecting hormones and chopping off the and taking puberty blockers is the way to do it. I'm somewhat educated on this topic. I don't know everything about it, but it just doesn't. Who would say mutilation is the best way to go? I don't think that gender and sex are any different. I think it's just two ways of saying the same thing. When did that change? That only changed in like 2016 or something like that. Everybody looked at gender and sex as the same thing at one point, but this all changed recently. Of course, Google is going to give their updated answer, as the guy said in chat.
So however you choose to present yourself, you are a woman. If you don't even have to have like any sort of gender affirmation surgery.
I think if anyone wants.
So chat, I guess I'm a woman. Don't call me bro. Don't call me dude.
Call me sis. Call me baby.
Wants to be a woman, they can. I think just because a trans woman is a woman.
And I'm not even trying to be the person that's like, I'm mad that you're identifying as a woman or anything like that. It might come off as that, but it's really just the fact that I'm trying to be truthful with what's really going on. That's a good point in chat. As somebody said, the locker room situation. You got biological men walking into women's locker rooms now? Dog. With their fucking dicks swinging out? Hey, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You know? It's like, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. Go to the men's.
What the hell are you talking about?
And I do think we should platform that. They
Tim
are
Vincent.
women.
It's interesting.
Welcome to my channel.
With like biological men going into like becoming a biological woman, and people have an issue with that because at the end of the day,
You can't become a biological woman when you're a biological man. That's impossible. What is this guy talking about? Let's repeat that.
it's interesting.
It's
with
interesting,
like biological men going into like becoming a biological woman, and people have an
which is impossible.
You've become a woman, so now you are in that camp. So
Chad, what do you think his IQ is? First of all, I think it has to do with social media. Also, the fact that he feels like he's under pressure. He sees the microphone. You know, he just wants to give the right answer. I think that's a lot of it.
I could see why someone might have like issues like, oh, that's not a real woman, but I think that's kind of
It's not anybody having an issue with it. Sure, there are some people that have an issue with it, but somebody like me is just saying that's not true.
being able to accept the fact that that person has made that choice to become a woman.
Do you guys view trans women and biological women the same?
Yeah, the hesitation says everything. Y'all don't believe the shit you're talking about. Because when you give them an example, like, would you treat them the same? They hesitate. That silence was loud, bro.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Yeah.
Yes,
that-
you know, it's like yes. It's like a
not
yes
that that's
and
a trick
no.
question, but it's
Yeah.
like that's a great question
That really
for
is a-
conversation.
Well, I mean, I think like the fact that like it's not just it's trans women and biological women kind of already inherently is saying they're different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like if you know it's like
I thought you just said biological men can turn into biological women. When we were talking about transgender. This guy's all over the place.
do you a woman?
He's not making any sense. Homeboy's mind is running with the retardation.
If that question, the answer would be no, because all women are different. You know.
I'm skipping this guy, bro. He's not making any sense. There's no consistency
In the
within
same
his
way.
points.
Do you view biological women and trans women the same way?
Oh no. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I think they should be labeled the same, but I think
Chat, the answer is no.
people should acknowledge that trans women and cis women have different experiences.
I mean, I think if that's what they identify as, then today is a day for them.
Do you think that we should be focused in more on transgender women's voices now in the modern day society and, you know, trying to uplift them more than, let's say, other groups of women in the space? What are your thoughts?
Yes, in a way, because they do go through more.
What, more bullying on Twitter?
And it's nice to get validated
Yeah.
in your identity and stuff.
Trans women are, you know, oppressed and stuff. I think they deserve. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Voice. They deserve to have.
People act like bullying is one of the worst things you can go through as a human. You have construction workers who are busting their ass all day, dealing with actual physical pain on a daily basis, and we don't give a fuck about them. We don't give a fuck about them. But we're focusing in on trans women. They go through so much. The worst I could imagine is just them getting bullied for being trans. And even if you are a trans woman and you have somebody bullying you on Twitter or something like that, or even in real life, why wouldn't you have confidence in yourself to just say, oh, that guy's stupid?
Have the right to identify the way that they see themselves as. I think trans women of color should be uplifted the most just because they have the most oppression facing them.
And talk to me too.
Look at all these girls. They think they're doing something for the world. Whole bunch of activists. I bet they're on Twitter all day
A little bit about that. What are some of those
or watching MCYT.
oppressive things that they're facing?
It could just be like small, everyday microaggressions, or even as
Wait,
far.
hold on, what?
It could just be like.
What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing?
It could just be like.
What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those oppressive things that they're facing? What are some of those op
it could just be like small, everyday microaggressions or even
Microaggressions. Holy. Microaggressions, chat. Worst thing in the world. Worst thing in the world. We should really be paying attention to these microaggressions. These are the worst things that a person can deal with. You know, a human that has to deal with microaggressions. I could cry right now. Empower the trans people because they deal with microaggressions. There's way more people out there that have to deal with things more than microaggressions that are a bigger deal than that.
It's all intersectionality, so they deal with just more than one thing. They're a trans woman, they might be a person of color, they might be part of the LGBTQ plus community. A lot of things overlap, and it's hard to, a lot of things affect them. It's not just one thing.
I guess assigned female at birth person, you just generally have a lot more hardships just from like the way you were born. But I do think like trans femme people, it's kind of dangerous to be a trans femme person. It always has been. There's a lot of violence that trans femme people, trans women like specifically face.
I hate the way
Yeah.
that
Just like every other fucking human on Earth. What? Bro, you know how many dudes are getting shot in the hood? And we're not talking about them. Every type of person deals with violence.
the United States and law and policy are so focused on changing or just bothering the trans community, and I feel like that should be.
Now I know why Sneeko got so mad while reacting to this stuff, man. Because it does piss me off a little bit, but at the same time, I do want to approach this a little bit more objectively. Just break down what they're saying rather than be like, ah, you know what I'm saying? But now I understand a little bit more his perspective when he was watching all this stuff.
Oh, it should obviously be a part of law in terms of giving them the freedom that they want, but other than that, I feel like that should not be a subject to talk about unless you are a part of the community or has something to do with you, because you don't truly know how it feels to be trans. Unless you're supporting, then I feel like it should not be talked about.
So I think one of the reasons why it is because, like, for women's sports, for example, right, we do have some people like Leah Thomas, who is a biological...
See, it confuses me when somebody says you don't know what it's like to be trans. Is it the microaggressions? That's what makes it so bad.
Male that went and swam with the women, obviously took first place. Leah Thomas, broader shoulders, was just bigger.
Dog, take some wimpy ass kid with glasses that's like 4'5" in high school. I bet he's dealing with more bullying than a trans person.
So in terms of women's, sports, or even sometimes women's locker rooms, like young girls are being exposed to trans women who still have male genitalia. So these are kind of little kids that are seeing that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
That's a good question. When it comes to the locker room, I feel like if these people if the trans community, if they feel like they are the opposite sex, like a female or a male, then they should be able to go into the locker room.
Oh my god, what? We actually have people that think like this now? You should just let a man in a women's bathroom. Holy shit. God, hey, if you're watching this stream, bro, just pop in anytime. We need you.
Whatnot, because they truly feel like they are female. So 9 times out of 10, I can't speak for everyone, but they're not trying to mess with the opposite sex if they feel like they are that sex. Like if they're a female going into a female locker room, and they're not going to want to mess with the females because they now are a female.
It's like, what is this man doing watching me change? You know?
But
even if they still have a penis, though, like, do you think that, again, exposing a child
Like, if you're a girl, what is this man doing watching me change?
to male genitalia just because that person feels female is a good thing for society?
Well, I feel like you're not really you're not going to expose your genitalia in a locker room. I know for me, you just get changed and stuff. So in terms of like exposing yourself in a locker room, I feel like that is not an issue.
Oh shit, well, the fact that she's trying to dive into the specifics, like, they're not taking their underwear all the way off, they're not exposing it fully, well, yeah, they're still half naked at the end of the day, and it's still inappropriate, so there's no consistency with her points.
I feel like that is not an issue, but if people are afraid that the trans person is going to mess with the female in the locker room, that's why I'm saying I feel like it's not
Wow,
an issue
a lot of
because
different
if they
cases.
identify as female, then they're not going to try
What?
to. That's why I'm saying I feel like it's not an issue either, because if
cross-dressing man secretly videotaped women in what? There are crazy outcomes with this crazy thinking. Chat, when are we gonna fucking raise our IQ? It lowered over the last 5 years for considering this type of stuff.
If they identify as female, then they're not going to try to mess with these females.
Really, anyone can be dangerous.
But do you think little kids should be seeing this type of thing?
I mean, well, kids shouldn't be seeing genitalia in general. I mean, if a woman, like, goes into a bathroom and is, like, showing off their, like, genitals or whatever, that's just like a sexual predator. Like, they just need to be in jail.
For example,
wait, what?
Showing off their... I mean, if a woman, like, goes into a bathroom and is, like, showing off their, like, genitals or whatever, that's just like a sexual predator. Like, they just need to be in jail.
For example, in my gym, women will walk around and they'll get naked.
I think she means transgender woman, like a man.
Like, they just need to be in jail.
For example, in my gym, women will walk around and they'll get
And
naked
yes, they do need to
changing
be in
because, you
jail.
know, we're all biologically the same there. So that's kind of the situation that some people are in. There are children there. But I guess, like I said, in the instance of it being a trans female, like, what are your thoughts on, I guess, children seeing that?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's... That is an interesting thing to think about. I just think, like... I don't know. It is, like, kind of a weird situation. I do think for the safety of, like, a lot of trans people, there should be a lot more, gender, like, neutral spaces.
Right. So more options would probably be the answer.
Yeah, I think so, because it really is, like, especially if you're thinking of, like, a trans woman, if they go into, like, the men's locker room, they're, like, a target for, like, harassment and violence, but if they go into a women's, like, locker room, a lot of women are uncomfortable.
I just see it as men's bathroom, men going in the men's bathroom, women going in the women's bathroom. But yeah, I mean, there is that problem of them getting harassed, so I don't know. For now, I'll agree with the gender neutral bathroom, but crazy world.
Trans women are women, just like I'm a woman.
Let's just go back to the caveman age.
But just as much as I'm a woman,
Yeah, you would like
so I'm a
that?
trans woman, so they deserve
Making a
every
fire
right
out of
that I
sticks.
What would you say to the parents who think, like, oh, I don't want my daughter around a trans woman in a bathroom? Like, what are your thoughts on that type of mentality in the modern day?
I feel like they're not as educated as well. When parents usually say that, it's really coming from like an ignorant place because they're not understanding that they are women. I know they might have been born a male or whatever, but they are
Educated on a delusion.
women. If they identify as a woman, they are a woman. And
See, they're so convinced that they're like, you know, talking about something really deep, when I just look at it as like confusion.
I get like they don't want like something bad to happen in the bathroom because their genitalia might not. Sex and gender are two different things, so
No, they're not.
their sex and gender might not match. But I think it's just ignorance. Yeah.
I agree with what she's saying. Yeah, I would absolutely be okay sharing a space with trans women, and the fact that parents think that is kind of awful.
I'm totally for.
They're the same. Somebody asked if they're the same thing. I believe they are. I don't. I believe they are. I think the whole gender being a social idea or a social construct that people implement, and you can identify as whatever you want, and people using that as the definition of gender. I just don't think that's true. I think it's always been biological.
For uplifting trans women.
I'd love to debate somebody on it, like somebody who's actually smart about it.
I think trans women are women, and I think we have a lot more things to worry about than trans women coming into the bathroom.
I don't see really a problem. I think honestly men are the problem in that point, because I don't think if there is a large majority of people being predatory in women's restrooms, it is men. It is not people who identify as female with male genitals.
I definitely think trans women should be included in women's spaces. I mean, they're women, obviously, so
I'm talking about bathrooms?
They face a lot of the same issues that cis women do as well in terms of like misogyny.
Would you say that you would be equal to me then if you decided to be a woman? Then would we be the same?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by the same?
Like, if a man decided to identify as a woman, at that point, does he then become a woman? Like, what are your thoughts on how all that works?
I mean, Well, it's complicated because this is like a social phenomenon, right? Because there's presenting as a
Sadly.
woman, there's people interpreting you as a woman, there's also what you feel like internally.
It's
whether you feel like
delusion,
a woman.
chat. It's really just a whole lot of mental gymnastics going on, and I really pray for these people. I really do. I hope they understand themselves to a deeper level than they're currently at, because to me it just seems like a cope.
Or not, they're all kind of intermingled and different. That's very complex.
Let's go.
I think in terms of like identity, if they identify as a woman, then yeah, that's it. They're just a woman, right?
Nope.
So in terms of being the same, I mean, like while they're still women, they
How long you been in the
Do you
city?
think that trans women face maybe more oppression or
Yeah.
issues than regular women?
Yes, absolutely.
Nope.
Like,
Slope style.
and
Till my knee decided otherwise.
I think right now in the current climate, I would say yes, more oppression.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that video was a headache.
Well, that is it for today, guys. I will be doing the gritty for each like, so don't forget to molest the like button. And make sure to comment down below what you think I should check out next. Let's hit 2 million subscribers by the end of 2027. Can we do it? Yes, the fuck we can. And last but not least, check out my live streams on Twitch. Everything
Whatever.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Zedendax. Welcome to my channel. Dark Yodamist. Welcome to my channel. Okay. Welcome to my channel.
waifu.
Bajan Royalty. Thanks for following.
Oh, hello. Oops. Well. Hello. And thanks, I guess. Which fire? Assist. Which fire? A coffee? Ako si to, Milane, bolje uzmi kafu.
Bajan Royalty. Welcome to my channel. Hello.
Hello. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello. Oh, don't mind me, I'm browsing on my second display. And I'm trying to deduce, should I play the Cancer shooter? And I might, I guess. I just might. Before anyone asks, I'm not playing with anybody this game. Hello and welcome. If you are aspiring digital artist, welcome, and I hope we don't do business. Considering digital arts, yes, I guess that's a good definition. had a penny for every guy that comes on my channel to like a Twitch.
Streamers social space. Welcome to my channel. Okay.
No.
Welcome to my channel.
No.
Ella. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel. Lurks. Welcome to my channel. HBDES.
This is still bugged.
Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Bajan Royalty. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel. Discord small streamers. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Markzink. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Nipid. Welcome to my channel. Commander Root. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Funniest shit ever.
Another viewer. Welcome to my channel. Morgan K. Welcome to my channel.
Sure.
Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Dark Yodamist.
Oh.
Welcome to my channel.
Dark Yodamist. Standard contract. Interesting. Bye bye. Fly me to the moon. Let me be among the stars. Oh my lord. Loot the corpse, double loot the corpse, get to shit faster, and probably this. Silencio. Very interesting. A flash grenade. See. Chicada. Challenges. Stalker Beetle. 25 damage. Made head explosive damage. Immolatore la poison. Sure.
I'll play.
Little cracks they escalated. Before we knew it was too late. Breaking in circles and telling lies, lies, lies. When will you learn? I think it's time to give it up. Figure out. Oh, nice. What's stopping us from breathing? Sin and talking straight. A little cracks they escalated. Before we knew it was too late. From breaking circles.
Welcome to my channel.
Catfish. Water.
Yosherpia. Welcome to my channel. Fafa. Welcome to my channel.
could have guessed. More the RNG.
S glass TISENE QH. NEZ Nomsko. Vasnista. Animos SE Rozlucic Rodriguez.
Ne možeš da razlučiš. Evo, razlučio. Jesi čuo sad? Ne, razlučio.
Slava.
1, 2, 3, jedi govna. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Magarac. 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. 1. Ne znam. Vrlo... very interesting.
Gel Razumages de J.E. Slavo.
Pa ti pojačaj. Ja... više ne mogu da vičem. Vrlo mikser.
Jess EO Samo da overclocujem ekran. LOL.
A jebote ekran, nabavi normalne zvučnike, jesi bolesan ti. Ništa se ne čuje, ništa se ne čuje kod tebe.
Vaze. Nebitno.
Jel treba donaciju ti uradim? Ne znam zašto me zoveš, samo znam da neću nigde i ne mogu nigde doći za vikend kod tebe. A sad odem kod tebe da sjedim, da se opuštam i da znam...
Zato te zovem. CVC.
Ne treba, nemoj mi donirat ništa. Šta je CVC? A teo si da napišeš čove...
CVC.
Ja.
Čoveš.
Ja, ne znam.
Ani Tako.
Ne znam taj... Moderni lingo.
JANE's Mataj Moderni Lingo. Agel Zena's Onage Story. Oh no. Telephone. Z-Book. Glass.
Šta glas zvuk telefon?
Zena's Tosh.
Ne kontam, znam samo da moram izvesti.
Azov MTENA Telephone CVC. AO.
Ne znam šta je CVC. Opet ti kažem. I ne volim da držim slušalicu na uši, mogu da ti stavim na speakerphone. Halo. Halo? Gdje si CVC? Šta ima? Šta se radi CVC? Ništa, pričam s tobom. Reci.
Reče mi Franciska da imaš...
Nemam, nemoj, opet mi on sređuje, nemam. To što ti on rekao nemam. Opet mi sređuje. Prošli put mi je sređivao grafičku da proda moju.
Hoću da kupim od
Prošli put je sređivao, slušaj me, neću da budem težak, slušaj me. Prošli put mi je sređivao da proda grafičku koja nije na prodaju, niti je na njemu da prodaje nešto što je moje. Ne mogu ja da prodajem tvoj auto koji ti ne voziš. Moj kum ne vozi auto, to je na prodaju. Dođite, kupite. I ti kažeš, nije na prodaju. I ti kažeš, a ne može tako, ja sam obećao čoveku, a ja ispadam pička. Nemoj, ne, a to što ti da sam smatrao da je nužno da ti kažem, ako ti kažem da imam, da ću ti ga džabe, neću ti ga prodati. Kolega me pitao s posla, ako me on ispali, dobit ćeš ga gratis. Jesi me sad čuo? Znači 12.000 naspram džabe. Mislim da dobijaš džabe. A nemoj da mi sređuješ ni ti ni on. Ne, ali ne razumeš. Rekoh, ako me on ispali. Znači, ostalo je na tome da će mi sljedeće nedelje dati 12.000. Dobro, planiraj šta hoćeš, ali nemoj da planiraš na mene. Znači, ostaje na tome da, rekao sam ti, ostaje na tome da treba čovjek da mi da pare. Ako mi da pare, ne može ništa od toga. Ako mi ne da pare, dobit ćeš ga. Radi s njim šta hoćeš. A to što ti je on rekao, to nek jede govno. Prošli put je tako rekao XY-u da ja imam staru grafičku na prodaju. Ja sam rekao, ne možeš ti da sređuješ meni nešto svoje. Ne interesuje me. Ma ne interesuje me da je Vučić, razumeš? Ne. Nažalost ne čujem. Ja, znaš kad izlaziš sa mape da se čuje du. Jedno 3 sekundi se čuje to. Šta nešto? Nemam volje da idem bilo gde. Kad znam da večeras moram da radim. Doći preko vikenda kod vas ako ste kući, ako niste onda neću i tako.
Preko vikenda u nedjelju, jesi slobodan u nedjelju?
Kao što rekao, preko vikenda. Meni je vikend ili subota ili nedelja. Možda nije subota, vidjet ću. I meni je u zadnje vreme samo nedelja, zato kažem vikend. A možda je subota, ali ne verujem, nisam sve srce. Čekaj, sezonu 3-4. Ne znam. Sve gore i gore, znaš. Možda druga vredi da se pogleda i to je to. Zašto da gledam? Kad je Henry Cavill digao sidro, nema potrebe da gledam to smeće.
A tako, kažu da će biti ona iz Aquamena,
A ne interesuje me.
A dobro, ne moraš vrtati život, ne učiti.
A ne interesuje me. Nije u pitanju glavni glumac, u pitanju je to što, rekao, kupio sam knjige i pročitao sam knjige i znam šta se zove slobodna interpretacija kad režiser kaže pa bit će bazirano na seriji, ali neće biti 1:1, znaš. I onda uzmeš od prve i druge sezone gdje je ono glavni lik i onda polako počneš da ga izbacuješ iz priča da bi se radnja dešavalo o njegovoj...
Game of Thrones.
Šta Game of Thrones?
Znači, meni to toliko izgleda...
A ti si čitao Game of Thrones?
Čekaj, samo ti kažem stvar. Da ja gledam to smeće od serije...
Jesi čitao knjigu, šta?
Ne, jesam, pročitao sam Game of Thrones knjigu i...
Znam da nisi, ne pričaj gluposti.
Slušaj, samo ti kažem stvar, znači, jedna mi vuče na Game of Thrones.
Koja ti se ne vuče na Game of Thrones?
Pa Witcher. Znači, ja ne znam kakve veze imaju ovi što napadaju vamo istog, zapad, sjever, jug, našu novu. Mi damo da pučne, ja da jedemo. Ajde, postavi sad ću ja. Ako stavljamo. Evo sad ću. Baš liči, ja kako me neće gledati. Liči mi na Game of Thrones. A Game of Thrones je smeće, neopisano, jel tako?
Pa svaka serija ti liči na Game of Thrones. Sve što ima low fantasy ti je Game of Thrones.
Sve ću da mrzim. Ajde još idem da izvijem nešto, ajde.
Prijatno.
Ajde, čao.
This is unbelievable. Probably this. Yes, throw it on the ground. Getting shipped, and that's a shotgun.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Squatty. Maybe. Definitely here. Big 40. Longano. Longano. What, Winfield? Double barrel. TNT. Not a single fucking arrow. That will be the first. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Welcome to my channel. welcome to my channel.
Medkit, rifle. Medkit. Very unfunny. Well, well, well. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm rusty. This is why I play this. Sure, sure, sure. Entry unlocked. Anyway. I'm gonna grab a nap while I can, and I'll see you soon. I guess. It is the end of the world as we know it. It is the end of
Yosherpia. Welcome to my channel.
Radi sebi mozak. Dodatne. Kretinska. Bože, bože, bože. Gdje je Drakula?
Malo što mislim. Ovdje kod mene dvojica nakana. Pomoć. Dolazim. Daj, brate, mi ovako skače. Moraš doći, umrti. No džabe, ne mogu sam. Bio dvoje, nemoj sad da rašiš. Kristo, čuje se. Nije me on ubio, drugi me ubio. Čuš slik kao mirovnu ponudu, pa nismo se mi posvađali jebote da bi mi nudio išta. Next. Kako sam ga noko one shotao, brate, koji sam dok. Hoćemo proći ispred njih da je sačkam. Ja nemam... Save mi otpada! Kupću armor box. Baš mamut jebem. Kupću armor box. Aha. Sledi u čeklu kod nam.
Majko nam.
Armor box. Hvala. Neko je kupljen tamo na šopu. Aj kupi, da vratik još jedan armor box. Hoću sljedeći. Čimo završi meč pogledati. Skač i perkom, a igra, što sam u zadnjeg perkom. Meni treba municiju. Pa lik ispred nas. Ja ne učinu da što je. Leđa. Hajde mi dolazimo ovdje. Hajde mi ćemo osvijeti. Precision. Veliki gore na krov. Granat za vodu. Jakova pa meni. A gdje ste jebemo mater ako sam rekli idemo gore? A jebate, bilo je. Gubim cigarane. Nemam ništa. Dobro, što igramo sad? To počeo sam s ovim slijeđa. Što sam na slijeđa i... Kako smari, ovi će da mi jure čita meč. Da, jure. A ja ne mogu da verujem. Idem li vam padnu i piču. Da, ti me čekaj tu.
Get ready to... Podale.
kopije do kopije. Jeskopis. Ali ne znam.
Imam ti ovo slatanje uključeno.
Bože ti igre, brate, teganske. Možeš spasiti on, da to digne.
Da, finisher i stop. Tačno.
Evo pare, uzmite puške, znaš.
Meni treba loadout.
Pa ne, te zove treba puška jedna.
Strašno se. Sva sreća pa ne igram više to. Niko ovdje.
Imat ćemo sad za loadout.
Zapalio sam ga.
Ubi ga.
Noko sam ga, ali nemam više metaka.
Gdje?
Iza ovog ušao je sad unutra. Nema metaka, ubili ga je.
S čime me ovo pogodio, alo?
Dvojica, ma treba se.
One shotov, lik, one shotov me.
Još jedan, gore drugi tim. Nema metaka. Dakle, ti padaš, bre. Padaju mi kao ptice, bre.
Bre, oko Afrika.
Uža, brate, a ne volim ovo gore dole. Volim što je kod Viktora žurka uvek. Ja mislim da on 24/7
S.W.Frost,
pušta i...
welcome to my channel.
Opa, broj šeke. Sve se nema.
Aha, živjet ću na Kikirikiju do 5. A i od 5. do 25. isto.
Ja već živim na Kikirikiju.
Da, lagani smo jako.
Koliko ima ovaj mjesec?
30 valjda.
better phrase.
Oh no.
Game development caution.
Okay.
Before I start, I'm going to tell you 3 different stories. They're a little different, but then I'll tell you what I'm thinking about.
All right.
Back when we made Fallout, towards the end, when we were really trying to get it out, we had 2 whiteboards. One whiteboard had a list of features or content that weren't done yet that really needed to get in. And the other whiteboard had a list of what the 10 most egregious bugs were. And next to each person, next to each one of these, on these 2 different whiteboards, were listed the person who was assigned to it. We did it in a whiteboard like this so that people could come in the morning and look at
See
it.
what they
This
need to do.
predated
Yeah.
Jira or Confluence or anything like that. They could come in, look at the whiteboard, and go, "Oh, I see something I need to jump on." Worked fine.
Sure.
I don't think I heard any complaint about it.
Yeah, I could see that.
People liked getting stuff off of that. If they saw something that was like, "I'm on that today." Try doing the exact same thing 10 years later at Carbine. Overwhelmingly, people said, "No, do not do that. I will quit if you do that. If I see my name on that whiteboard, I will quit." And I said, "Well, what if we don't put people's names next to it? I'll still quit."
Why is everybody that makes video games a bitch? What is this?
But people will know it's me. Story 2. When we make...
I think this is like a larger problem with nobody wanting to ever take accountability for anything ever. Nobody ever wants to be assigned accountability for something, and it's such a huge problem. It's a problem with people in their personal lives. It's a problem clearly with professional products. It's bad. A bitch generation, yeah. Yeah, it's actually nothing unique about game developers, right? It's just people in general.
In the Outer Worlds, I wanted to put in... This is probably end of year 2, so we're still a year away. The combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for a very simple combat aggression code to be added. It was... This is how simple it was. Every time an NPC got shot, they would see if that person was on the list of someone who'd shot them. If they weren't, they'd add them to the list, with the amount of damage they just took. If they were already on the list, they just add the amount of damage they took.
Sure, simple enough.
Whenever they're deciding who to attack, they attack the person at the top of the list.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I wanted. Keep in mind,
An aggro table.
the advantage of that basic AI, you can make lots of changes later. You can make them that it has the one at the top of the list, if it's different than the person you're attacking, the damage has to exceed the damage of the person attacking you by a certain amount before you change targets. You can take distance into account. You can take whether you can reach them into account, whether you have a ranged weapon into account. All that comes later.
Well,
that's all.
Why? How could they do that if, like, for example, like a lot of games have to load your storage every single time you shoot a bullet? Because I'm just thinking about, like, the reasons why things like this aren't possible in other games. And I don't really, because, like, he's explaining it as if, like, it's actually really not that big of a deal. But I've been told for years that this is, like, this impossible tapestry that cannot be unwoven. This is the fabric of reality itself. Like, the fucking majesty and complexity of this cannot be understated, or cannot be overstated. And now, I'm hearing a guy just be like, yeah, so you can have, like, a table and, like, you just take into these things, it's whatever, right? What the fuck?
All I wanted. It got put into the programmer production query queue and came back with an estimate of 4 weeks.
Oh, 4 weeks.
I pushed back, saying the code I asked for was very simple.
Wait, oh, only 4 weeks? Wow. That's pretty fast.
I've written it before. Would take about 45 minutes. It's basically There's already a callback when you get hit. That's when you look to put them on the list. And there's a callback. There's a call when you want to pick a target. That's when you look at the list and see which one you want to attack. That's it. The programmer who it got signed to came to me and said, I need 4 weeks. And I'm like, why?
I thought a season lasted for 3 months. So you're telling me they can do it almost 2 months early? What the fuck?
Me through what you're gonna do. He goes, you don't understand. And I was like, I've coded this 3 times.
Don't understand.
Walk me through it. And he wouldn't. He left. He left angry. Lead programmer came back, started yelling at me, saying,
I can't do it. Explain why. I can't. So no.
He says he needs 4 weeks. He needs 4 weeks. And I'm like, then I will do it. I'll have it done before lunch. And he said, no, because no one, then people will have to support your code. I'm like, well, let me walk, I'm going to walk you through what I want. You.
Bro, this guy, you know, like that meme? It's like the floor is whatever the fuck and the dude's on the wall. Bro, this dude is just, he's on the fucking ceiling.
Tell me why this takes 4 weeks.
Yeah.
He looked at what I wrote, which was about 10 lines of pseudocode on a whiteboard, and he goes, I'll come back. He came back about an hour later and said, what about 2 weeks? And I said, do I have any options here?
What?
Fine. 2 weeks.
So this is why games, this is why games take so long to develop. Huh. How about that?
Story 3. Leonard and I talk about features all the time, whether it's dialogues.
Wait, that's the end of the story? I kind of want to know what happened.
System mechanics or story, setting. We get very into it.
Okay.
Our voices may be raised. We're jumping out of our chairs to draw things on whiteboards.
Oh.
We're pacing back and forth. I know I've mentioned this before, but Anthony Davis showed up at our door and said, you guys have to stop yelling. Everybody's getting nervous. It's like mom and dad are yelling at each other. Still don't know who he meant was mom, but we explained that's just us talking. We're not mad, but we're trying to tease apart exactly what to do, and we're getting into it. So, what do those 3 stories have to do with each other? I'm starting to see in the industry, I shouldn't say starting, in the last decade, the last quarter of my career, I'm starting to see this rise of what I can only call development caution. An abundance of caution.
Are they cautious to do their job? Because it seems like they're cautious to do their job.
Of padding estimates.
Finally, somebody fucking says it. Yep. I knew it. Yeah, you know what? I knew it didn't take that long to figure this shit out. Yeah, it doesn't take a whole season to fix a patch or to fix a stat. No, yeah, okay. This is what I like to see.
Time estimates of wanting to go around and check with a lot of people to see if something's okay. Asking, should we do this? I'm not sure. Let's have a meeting. Frequently, people would want to have a meeting to discuss something, and those were the very people who would say, we have too many meetings. I can't get any work done.
I mean, it says it all, right? It says it all.
Now, caution can be a really good thing if it leads to less bugs, less stress.
Yeah.
Also, I get the fact that because games cost more now, people are approaching it with this sense of caution, because you're not just going to be out a little bit of money, you're going to be out a lot of money if this game doesn't take off.
No, right. I mean, I don't even know about that, because like the individual devs, they're not losing any money. Yeah, they might get fired or something like that. But like, that's like on such a macro level. I don't know if they could even affect that.
The thing that worries
Lose
me
their
though
job, yeah, maybe.
is games can also be a lot worse because of caution.
Yeah.
And everybody who's cautious kind of denies that. They're like, no, we're reducing bugs, we're increasing work balance. People are less stressed. And I'm like, true, but you're also taking a lot less risk in a game.
I think that at least 2 of the stories, having people's name on the board for who's responsible for fixing a bug has nothing to do with caution. It has everything to do with accountability and personal responsibility. And it's the same thing with the second story, is that they don't want to have people, and also it's the same thing with the third story too, in an indirect way. Because people are complaining that they're being loud, but like, what are they really complaining about? That they're being conspicuous. Excuse me, I had a steak earlier. It was delicious, by the way. That they're being conspicuous about working through their job. So like in every single circumstance, I don't even know if this is caution. This seems like, have you ever had something that you, like somebody wanted you to do, and you kept like throwing roadblocks in front of them for like reasons why you can't do it? Like, oh, you know, my car's having problems, I've got a headache, I don't really feel like going, I've got something to do, and they're always trying to like come up with a solution for this, but you just don't want to do it, right? Yeah, but like this is their job. Like playing Undertale, like playing Cyberpunk, like playing Genshin. Yeah, like I know about this very well. I think they're just lazy and incompetent. I think that's really what it is.
Which, in many games, I think give them less charm. And yeah, even games that have jank have a lot of charm. My games have had jank.
I mean, look at fucking Starfield. I mean, that's a great example. Starfield is janky as fuck, but people think it is very charming.
I know people talk about jank in other games. You know, things where the AI acts in a bizarre way in certain circumstances, or NPCs say weird things or do weird things. It can be charming.
Yeah.
But things have changed, and I know games have gone from being an expression of an idea, of like artwork from a particular person or group of people, into a corporate-driven, money-seeking instrument.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, there it is.
And I get it. There's a lot of money going into these. In a way, though, I would argue they always were. You always were making these.
Yeah.
With the idea that, you know,
gonna make money.
I hope it sells a lot and we make money.
Yeah.
But now, designs are being driven by this. That's why we have microtransactions. It's why we have...
Well, the entire design of certain games is built around microtransactions. Lost Ark is a great example of this. I like Lost Ark a lot, but so many functionalities in the game are contextualized around spending money and incentivizing people to spend money. What the fuck? I thought it was dead. I could see why. Yeah. And, yeah, doing a damn horse armor? Exactly, yeah. It's just a slot machine. Well, what I'm saying is, like, the game design is built entirely around getting people to spend money. So every system and every fundamental of the game is contextualized around the in-game shop.
Pre-orders. It's why we have what we're starting to see lately, where games are, if you pay a little more, you can play it a few days or even a week early.
Yeah.
Now, you can't always blame the...
Which, by the way, I think that the 3-day early access stuff is one of the most painless ways that video games make extra money. I would rather have early access for any game than have microtransactions. Because early access is annoying for like 3 days, and then it literally doesn't matter ever again.
Blip.
Like, I don't
Welcome to my channel.
It's bad, but I'd rather have that bad than another bad.
It's like spam. If everybody stopped answering spam tomorrow, it would go away.
Yeah,
but because a tiny percentage does, it's there for everybody to see.
True.
But,
True.
So I'm not really talking about the money-driven part. I'm talking about how the caution is dampening down the ideas. It's why I want to double down on this. I've always thought the indie space is a lot richer in ideas. Probably not money, certainly not money, but they're much richer in ideas because they take less.
Yeah, it's less of a risk for them to fuck up.
They have less caution and take a lot more risk.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, what I see then is AAAs that dip into indie games for features and ideas.
Yeah.
By the way, it's not just publishers and developers that I see all this caution with. I've seen a huge rise in caution in game journalism. It's become the...
Ooh, here we go.
norm that no journalist wants to risk getting into an embargo situation where they're not given an early access code, so they can't write their review.
Access journalism. Isn't that cute? Don't we all love access journalism? Isn't that just so good for us, the consumer?
Who's earlier than other people? They're worried about not being invited to press events.
Let me contextualize that just a little bit for people that might not understand what's going on. So what happens is, like, how many of you guys feel like a lot of games get unfair ratings, like they get a really high rating whenever they don't deserve it? Why does that happen? And often, a lot of times, these really high ratings come from journalists in these big places that are giving them to games that are from large studios, okay? So why does this happen? It's because the journalists that give positive reviews are going to be given preference potentially on getting access to future reviews. And because reviews on early access games and being able to get that information out as quickly as possible is massively profitable and influential in their career, they are more willing to not provide a more critical evaluation of a game because they don't want to lose future access to not only games, but then also like intangible things like going to events where you can, network with people that are in the industry and things like that. Because if you're constantly saying that the games are bad, maybe you don't get invited to that kind of stuff. And what it does is it creates a massive chilling effect in the entire gaming industry for like giving any sort of feedback that's authentic. And I do think that this is primarily an issue with written journalism, and there are a number of YouTube content creators that do provide extremely fair and good reviews. Mortismal Gaming, Skill Up, Force Gaming, I think all provide incredibly great reviews, and I watch all of their stuff. So I'm not saying that they're bad, or I don't really watch all of it, but if it's a game I like watching, I'll probably look at what they have to say. Like Skill Up, for example, like a really great example, Skill Up shit on Final Fantasy 16. But what about that review was really wrong, you know? And people got really mad at him. And like, that's the thing. And I do think like YouTube reviewers are less affected by this because they have more different, they're self-employed and they have more ways to make money than like an individual journalist that just does reviews written, because you just can't make money on written media in the same way that you can with like a video. So that's like another problem, is that like the journalists that have to do like the written reviews that you see all the time on like Google and like Kotaku, IGN, etc., they're the ones who are most beholden to industry norms. You see what I'm saying?
Or, junkets.
So that's what happens.
So a lot of them have gone a lot more cautious in what they say. I really miss the reviews. I'll name a couple, like Scorpia in the 80s and 90s and Deathlock in the 90s and early 2000s. Because
either one of them.
Those two reviewers said what they thought. If you put out a game, they skewer you for all the things that were wrong with it, but then they praise you for everything that's right with it.
I think that's also a problem with with gaming content creators in general. Like, for example, whenever I was talking about Liza P, IGN gave Starfield a 7 out of 10. I think for a Bethesda enjoyer, Starfield probably is a 7 out of 10. I do. Like, I think it's probably a 7 out of 10 for sure. Like, I said it's a 5 or a 6, probably a 6 for me, and I'm not a fan of those kinds of games. So I think that if it's somebody who does like them, then yeah, I think a 7 would be fine. I don't think that's off of the, that's unfair or anything like that. IGN gives everything a 7, maybe, but like the point is that
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
What was the fucking point? Right.
Successfully
the point
lost.
is that, like, whenever you
Welcome to my channel.
to an audience, a lot of times people don't want to hear bad things about a good game, and people don't want to hear good things
How was the
about a
day
bad
at
game.
work?
Like, for example, whenever I talk about the good things that Diablo 4 has, people don't want to hear about it. And whenever I talk about the bad things, something
Or am I
along the lines of
missing
P,
your
like earlier,
vacation?
there were a lot of people that were like trying to counter me and like say that I was wrong about these things. And I think this is a very common trait that people have, is that people want to defend what they enjoy and they want to attack what they don't enjoy. And that's the main focus that they have. It's not about pursuing an objective truth. It's not about understanding the game. It's about having their existing opinion be reinforced. They want to be told that the thing that they think, you're right. No one wants to hear good things about New World, that's right. And no one wants to hear bad things about Classic WoW. Actually, maybe that one isn't as true. But definitely the New World example. No journalistic integrity. I think a lot of people just don't want to swim against the current, right? They don't want to go against the grain and cause themselves a bunch of unnecessary stress.
Now
No
it's
one wants to
sort
hear
of
bad things
like,
about PoE.
well,
Yeah,
we
exactly.
really like this, but they don't want to like really double down on it because it may be
That
something
community's
people don't
gotten
like.
better, though.
So like, let's say a journalist loves the diversity in a game, he may go, well, I'm not going to say that much because I don't want to come across as being pandering, and also some people yell when you talk about that. So I just...
No, it's true, right? Because like different people have different values. Like if somebody cares about diversity or representation or whatever, then they should be able to say it. But the problem is that there's a lot of people out there who don't like it, and so then they're going to attack them. And it's like everybody has like... I'm not saying that anybody is in the wrong for their opinion about a video game. I think that you should be able to look at objective things that are wrong or right with a game. Like, for example, hitboxes. I think hitboxes are a problem that certain games have, and it is like objectively garbage in certain games, and there is no denying it. And then there's other games like Remnant that have the best hitboxes in any game I've ever played. So it just really depends. I think there are objective things, but many things in reviews are subjective.
I see a lot of the passion drain out of game journalism. And they're really just trying to go for what kind of review can I write that generates the most clicks.
Exactly.
And I guess this worries me because if I see this everywhere, if I see this in publishers and developers and now new people entering the industry, they don't have this passion anymore. So...
Well, another reason why they don't have the passion is because they have to make 7 reviews a week. And they have to play a video game as much as they can in order to, like, think about it, right? You've got to do 7, like, let's say you've got to do 3 reviews in a week, right? So you're going to work 40 hours in the week. Can you play 3 games to completion or to enough competency to provide a thorough review that is authentic to a viewer within 40 hours? And the answer is it depends on the game. With a game like Blasphemous, I think yes, you can probably hit that game for like 15 hours and you can get what you need to get out of it if you're proficient with Metroidvania games. But with something like Starfield, absolutely not. Something with Elden Ring, absolutely not. And also, again, it's not just making the game. It's then also writing the article, getting the article approved, editing the article. And so you have all the extra work that goes on top of it. And again, a lot of these reviewers aren't making the same kind of money that YouTube people are making. And I think this is actually like a huge problem. And I understand that like written media is, like a lot of YouTube essays are written media in spoken form, really. But the truth is that I think it's a problem that when was the last, here's a good question, when was the last piece of written media that was transformative and meaningful for the gaming community? Like what, Gamergate? Something like that, like 2014? So I think this is a huge problem. It's a massive issue. And the reason why is because written media, I think, is very important. Because written media is the purest form of a transmission of an idea. It takes away the, like obviously there's a certain personality with writing that you have, or at least that you should have. Like for example, if you read something that XQC writes on Twitter, you know it's from XQC, right? And a few other people, it's the same thing. Like Dante's on Twitter as well. I can think of many other ones. And I think this is an incredibly, by the way, it's an incredibly good thing. Having a voice in writing is incredibly important. But the truth is that a lot of people don't have that. And a lot of people, I'll just say it, a lot of people can't fucking read. Like, they can look at the words, they understand what the words mean, but they can't really fucking read. And it's a massive problem. Because people are not communicating through ideas. They're communicating through feelings, they're communicating through vibes, they're communicating through implications, and not really raw ideas.
You know, what's the moral of all this? I want to tell people, just go and make it. Make what you want. You don't need a committee to sign off on it. You can always go back and change it.
Well,
or if you...
again, and I understand why reviewers are gun shy. Again, look at SkillUp's review of Final Fantasy 16. Nothing he said in that review, I think, is fundamentally wrong. Personally, I don't value the things that he values as much. However, did I say 14? I meant 16. But, again, his review is absolutely true. And also, another great example, somebody's got it in chat, true, Actman's review of Diablo 4. People said Actman doesn't know what he's talking about because he didn't do World Tier 4. Why would somebody do World Tier 4 if they've dropped 30 or 40 hours onto the game and they're still not having fun? That's like saying, why didn't you finish your plate of dog shit? How can you say that it's all dog shit if you didn't eat the entire plate of dog shit? When the truth is that anybody who actually played the game would know that it got even worse at that point. You see what I'm saying? But he got shit on so much, he made a follow-up video at it. I defended him. And I even thought that some of the things, I disagreed with some of the things he said about the Diablo 4 video. But there it is. The sunken cost fallacy blinds players into getting their money's worth. It's more than that, but I think that's part of it.
Make something and it turns out not to be good at all.
So it's like, that's why people are gun shy about providing reviews that go against the grain.
On unsalvageable, throw it away. But that rapid iteration to get to some really good idea is a lot better than just being so cautious that you basically creep up to a very mundane game.
There's a term for this, paralysis by analysis.
That doesn't show any kind of passion in its development. People can tell. People can tell. So, I started with stories. Let me end with those 3 stories and how they kind of got resolved.
Ooh.
So, I didn't
whiteboard?
even try to do the whiteboard solution when I made...
And how did that affect the bugs in the game?
Our worlds. What I did is I made my own Confluence page called, like, I was Tim Kane's top 10 or something. It was in my Confluence space, and I wrote, here are the 10 biggest things I want looked at this week. And there were a few producers who would look at that page all the time. What was great about this solution, nobody could come and complain to me about it because it was in my Confluence space. My own personal, but public, Confluence space. Also, I'd like to point out that anybody could go to
So
Jira...
you remove the accountability from it.
At any time and say, what are the 10 most highly prioritized bugs and who are they assigned to? So we already had that whiteboard virtually, but somehow it was okay that it wasn't called attention to. For the combat
accountability
aggression code, I think I settled on 2 weeks, and I think it got done faster than that. Great, I got it.
Yeah.
I don't think I asked for anything after that. I didn't go and specifically ask for anything because I realized that I was being viewed as some sort of ogre when I knew something could be done faster, and there was no solution to it, which is why...
I know what the solution to it is. Fire the people that are complaining and get people that know how to work. That's the fucking solution. People like that are absolute fucking cancer. And the moment that they're there, everything that they touch and interact with is going to be worse. That's it. Yeah,
years ago, I started thinking, ooh, this is becoming a problem. Same thing with Leonard and I yelling at each other. We just kept doing it. We're like, it's our office. We're shut the door. We're not mad at each other. but this is the way we get things done.
Mm-hmm.
Noted that some people don't like it. We won't get things done like that with you. And let me tell you, I think there were people who felt like they missed out on not being parts of those conversations. Some people would come over. Charlie had his office right next door, and he would the lead designer on Outer Worlds, and he would come in sometimes and join in. Great. Other people didn't do that. You missed out, and I think you missed out on some really fun, active, engaging conversations about game development. But that's the way things are going. So I'm not sure I have a great solution other than reminding people to be passionate, but I just kind of want to talk about this because it kind of ties into bigger teams and longer development time and
bigger teams, more displacement of accountability. Longer development time, less, importance of working. Yeah, more blocking out tasks, yep.
Your budgets, just this whole game development.
Oh, I think Twitter's a great example. Elon fired like 80% of the people at Twitter. Works fucking fine. Yeah, I don't think they needed that many people.
Caution that's rising up in the industry. So there. Whew, got that off my chest.
What an incredible video. I'm so glad I watched this. This guy, I'm so glad to see this. What great insight. I'll link it to you guys. Yeah, there you go. There's the video. That is so fucking good. I think that honestly, I don't think it's caution. I think it's just people that are trying to skirt accountability. And people don't want to be tied down to being at fault for anything going wrong. Happens to investors says only invest if the game deploys within 2 years and they need the investment. I don't know. Like, I mean, like that. How could I possibly know that if like that example you're giving me is like one point in like a 100-point variable situation? How could I possibly make that decision? They disguise it as it's my anxiety, as if it's the employer's responsibility to deal with that. I think that there's always going to be a give and take with that kind of stuff, but at a point where there is time dilation, it takes a 2 or 4 hour task into a 4-week task. I don't think that's acceptable. Skirting accountability is one thing, but they nitpick others into paralysis by being cautious to not offend the snowflakes. I don't know. I think that's kind of like that sounds like a personal agenda to me, man. Sounds like the same as discussion a few days ago about being outsourced to India and whose fault it is. Yeah, definitely. On the other side of this happening, a psychopath businessman will make other people the fall guys and then make them avoid responsibility. It's a cycle. Yeah, but like we talk about how those are bad too, right? I mean, like I think everybody knows that's bad. But all I'm saying is that like we don't really hear a lot about, like it's good to have somebody from the industry who actually has worked in game development, has had multiple successes in game development, say the thing that like, I don't know, like whenever I see a bug in a game and it takes like 6 weeks to fix or like 3 months to fix, like I think that's bullshit, man. I do. I think it's fucking bullshit. And I don't think it should take that long. I think they're lying. I think they're fucking lazy. And I don't think there's any excuse. Straight up. He's describing an office culture with toxic leadership in general. Well, I think that's not only like asking somebody to perform a task in a fast way. That's not toxic leadership. That's accountability. Like I think that sometimes this is what happens, right? Is that people take any time that they're held accountable for their bad behavior or bad actions as just toxic behavior. No, sometimes whenever other people are hostile to you, it's because you deserve it. It's because you did the thing wrong and now other people are suffering because of you. Yeah, do your job is toxic. Get the fuck out of here. Rax today talked about implementing a small change in a Blizzard game takes weeks due to multi-platform approval, even if the development itself might only take a day. Really? Okay, that's not true because look at World of Warcraft. It's only on PC and they take weeks and probably years to fix problems. How many years was Razorgore the Untamed spawning extra ads after he died? 5 years? Get the fuck out of here. No, it had nothing to do with multi-platform. It's again, Blizzard, it's just like this example. always obfuscating. Always, oh, well, that's not really what the problem. No, no, no. There's always a fucking excuse. Seems pretty clear you haven't worked in a large corporation in a while. So what's your argument? If you worked in a large corporation where there was a lot of bloat and people being hired to do no work, then you would understand that bloat and people being hired to do no work is acceptable. I don't need to be in a corporation. I'm the fucking customer. I don't need to be a fucking expert in making software to see that having to wait 3 months for a simple bug fix is fucking ridiculous. Enterprise developer, pull me up. Give me a second. Let me look at what you got to say. What do you want? What do you want? You've been following for 3 years. Come on. Let's go. Pretty obvious. I haven't worked in a big corporation before. No, I haven't. I worked in the government. And you know what? There were a lot of things in the government that could have been done faster. And do you know why they weren't done? It's because people weren't working. They went to work and they weren't working. Issue with corporate development, you have 10 engineers and 20 managers. What's the point? The flip side is project managers who serve no purpose other than constantly asking, is it done yet? And not understanding what it actually takes to get something simple done. And do you remember what I said about why I would never make a game? It's because I don't know how to code a game. And I don't think that I could accurately tell people what to do and be in a leadership role without having any understanding of what I'm doing. 2 managers for every engineer. Something happens regularly. So the project's a mess. Report an error or an issue with the game. You have to wait for 3 layers of approval. I don't think anybody's debating that. I think that's actually the point that I'm making. Like, that's the entire point that I'm making. You're right. That's the thing. Yes, you're totally right. He's just saying why it takes so long. Yeah, for sure. I don't think that's the only reason. I think some of them are fucking lazy too. Like, I'm not going to accept that all of them are actually super fucking motivated and they show up to work on time and they want to do their job and like it's all the upper management's fault. I don't think it's all. That sounds like bullshit to me. But I understand that it's a group effort to fail. The set approval and the engineer didn't want to work. Yeah. What I'm saying is management sucks most of the time. I can fix it in 10 minutes, but I still have to wait for manager to approve something and to be at the same point. You're right. And this is what I said before about being like AAA games being too big to succeed. It's because like AAA games take so long to turn the ship and to be able to move around and actually like screw up. At least to start the fucking task, working in the car industry. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand for sure. Chatter's right. No, he is right. He's definitely right. Absolutely. It's also bad coding, which makes fixing stuff a hassle, and it take 1 week instead of 15 minutes. On a PO or Scrum Master, you don't know how agile development works as one? I don't know. Like, I think every job, every single thing that I've ever been involved in has incompetent people at every level. And I think to assume that there are no incompetent people at the implementation level is delusional. It doesn't matter if it's at Twitch. It doesn't matter if it's in World of Warcraft. It doesn't matter if it's a group of friends. It doesn't matter anything. There are always going to be people that aren't pulling their weight, that aren't doing what they need to do, and that's just how it is. It's that way with the government. Like, there were people there that would be on the phone with their family the whole time, not working. I remember this, and this was such a massive fucking like reality check for me. Is that we had this part of our job, right? It actually was not our job, but we did this at the end of the day because it's like, what the fuck else are you gonna do? And so we would go through the garbage. Literally, we would go through the garbage to make sure that nobody threw away extra tax documents. That simple. And there was a person who was working there who literally had Down syndrome. Like, it's not like they were like stupid or something like that. They actually had Down syndrome. And the first thing that I thought is, why the fuck is somebody that actually has Down syndrome working on our tax documents? This is very unsettling. And then I watched them work. And while everybody else was talking to each other on their phone and laughing, distracted, The person with Down syndrome was looking at the paper, making sure that there were no tax documents thrown away. So yes, there are people that are incompetent at every level. So yes, I learned it. You know, it's not a code to work and making a game, bunch of crucial roles that need zero understanding on code. I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. I think that in order for you, I've never found a situation that not understanding, like it's actually like, it's literally me being the, like, remember what I said the other day about how it's never a good thing that an artist doesn't understand the game that they're making art for? Like, it's never a good thing, and it's probably neutral at worst and bad realistically. And I think it's even more the case for, like, other types of engineers, etc. I practice what I preach. I think it's bad even then. Because, like, the way I look at it is that, so, like, this goes back, right? So, like, I went to business school, and I was getting a degree in computer information systems, which is primarily, like, process analysis and process management. And so, like, in doing that, you go through a lot of flowcharts and creating, like workflow type stuff. And so, like, the way that I
Just
visualize things,
jesi
especially with,
video
like,
onaj
making, like, I
YouTube
even
short?
did this with, like, making farming guides and stuff like that, CIS,
Aha.
yeah. Is like,
I šta misliš?
Skinuli ko skinuli.
A ne... Čekaj, samo malo. Ne skinovi, boli me kurac, skinovi su 4-5 godina već u igri. Nisu poen... Kako si ti težak čovjek? Da, to ni... Jer ti znaš da to nije bilo u igri? Jel znaš? Ili si igrao CS pa ti je sad normalno da svaka igra to ima, tako? To nije bilo u igri. Pre 4-5 godina kad su kodirali igru. Ali pošto sad svaka jebena ta kompetitivna igra gdje imaš skinove, razumeš, i da možeš da kupuješ skinove, mislim u Huntu ne može da vidiš skin iz prvog lica. Vidiš samo deo puške i ono, znaš, što je teksturisano. I to je to. I sada bi mogli efikasnije da prodaju ta govna od skinova, tad su bacili opciju da možda inspektuješ oružje. Jer šta je poenta da ti prodaju skin kad ne vidiš kako izgleda puška? Jel' tako? Tako. Eto. To je ta mudrost. I u Tarkovu vjerojatno imaš opciju da zarotiraš oružje, ali mislim da je u Tarkovu više da vidiš da li je oružje prazno ili da pogledaš selektor paljbe i šta ti ja znam. Bar ima pointa, razumeš. U CS-u i Call of Duty skroz je nebitno, ćeš ti zarotirati pušku ili nećeš zarotirati. Vrlo bitno. Pokazao sam Peđi, Drakuli, i rekao sam samo još fale oni potezi iz Call of Duty-a kad ono prikrade mu se s leđa i kao finišira ga, znaš. Sorry. Dobro, vidim da ti to previše glupo da diskutuješ, tako da neće insistirati. I, jeste vi imali vi kakvo skraćeno radno vreme ili neko?
Ma ne, nema to kod nas.
Mislim, povodom dana žalosti, tako to.
Kako? Nisam ti čuo sam.
Rekao, povodom dana žalosti, jeste imali kako skraćeno radno vreme ili minuće utanja ili nešto?
Ma nema to kod nas. Jedino da ga ja održim.
Da spomen.
Nisam ja kriv što je neko iz službe pevali. Što opet meni svakakve govno u službu. Te sada dirkam i kao ti pod prozore dolazi da ti svirka Mirka, možda bi sretno živeli da si samo ti mogla naći put do mog tužnog srca. I kad izlazi taj zombie add-on za Call of Duty? 17. 17.
Tek 17.
Welcome to my channel.
to sad radi? Aj, obrane.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Very good. No. Moment, odmah dođem.
Yosherpia. Welcome to my channel.
Deci, ne? Ne!
I see how the different dots fit together. And I know that, yes, obviously you're not directly connected to that other dot, but down the line, you know, 5 different levels or pages below, these two things need to be on the same page. And if they're not, then it's a problem. Master creation of Stephen Sharif as creative director, you can do something like that. I'm sure Stephen Sharif has extensive knowledge in programming after doing it and working with them for 5 years. I think that if you showed Stephen Sharif the coding for the game, he might not understand every letter and every bracket, but he would understand, he would have a gist of what he's looking at. Like, the point that I'm making is that a lot of people that are working at these different jobs don't have any fucking understanding of what they're doing, and I think it's true with the people that are boots on the ground, and I think it's also true with management. And you know what? I'll throw the other people a bone. I think it's even more true with management, because most of the people, it's so true that there's a term for it. It's called the Peter Principle, and it refers to people that get promoted over and over and over until they reach a position of incompetence, which is why they stop getting promoted, and they stay at a position that they are incompetent at. So I do think that you're right. It's definitely true, but it's just simply not the whole story. I just want to get the perspective on bugs and why sometimes something...
What? What, are you coughing up a hairball or
Let's
something?
go push.
No.
Push. Push. Sit down, Mars. I'm right behind you, Mars. Let's go. He's gonna push you. Ready? He's gonna push you, Thomas. Kill him. Kill his mother.
I'm full flash, bro. Oh, thank you. Push. Are you guys ready? Push. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Goodbye.
I'm stuck. Where am I?
Yeah, go in.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, I hit the fucking knife him. Oh my god. You shot me. You shot me.
Because you were like in the way of shooting that guy.
Yeah. Oh my god. Nice. Good, nice.
The Virgin! Housekeeping! 34 months of royal god!
Okay, buddy.
Oh my goddy bagatti, dude! Oh my goddy bagatti, Virgin! Can we get one in chat for Virgin? Spam one in chat for Virgin.
Okay, where's Goose?
And his
Can you
ultra
take a
massive
picture of
fucking
Goose
cock!
right
Thank you so much, Virgin.
Goose is Cambodia.
Goose is Cambodia? What?
God. No.
Oh, I fucked the flash up. Sorry.
Bro, guys, is that a Devil May Cry reference? Oh my god.
Whoops. Butter got cooked.
Walked right in there.
Butter is dead.
Nice butter, nice.
That grenade hit me in the fucking face. Oh.
I go after.
I'm already pushing up here. There's a guy there.
After.
Wait, guys. I need a push.
Yes, it's my bedtime.
Are you leaving now? Behind you! Oh, he's behind you! From attack.
After this game.
Yeah, I bet you're leaving.
After this game.
At least you got to play one.
Me, you fucking. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, he's still there, Femotech. He's still there.
Run for Lumasi, Fummel I see. Is there a rider behind you? It's fine. It's just a woman. It's just a woman. Don't worry about it. No offense to the women.
I see a guy right there.
It's not a bad thing to be harmless. He was looking that way.
Don't get distracted.
Woman, you mean?
That was not the
Oh, someone said delete your channel if I won. You have to delete your channel now, Oleg.
No.
Giant enemy woman.
19-4.
No way, bro.
You're gonna invite
Junker, yeah.
Junker?
Yeah, get Junker in here.
Okay, bye.
Spunker. So, is this where we lose? No,
No.
we can't lose.
Yes. We need to carry Junker, guys. Remember. As soon as you start playing with Junker, we start losing. Bet on it.
Put that dance. Put that dance.
With your dance.
Guys, I knew it was a good idea to equip this music, bro. It's stuck in your whole heads now. Did you even get MVP once? Like 20 times, bro. I didn't even notice. This music is ingrained in your brain, bro.
My wife fell asleep.
No,
right
you know
across
what it
from
is?
me. I don't know how
Flash,
she
bang,
manages
bang,
to sleep
bang, bang, bang.
while I'm streaming CS:GO. How is it even possible? Her and the dog, they're both sleeping across from me, and I don't know how they manage to sleep while I'm yelling my fucking lungs out in Counter-Strike. Okay, they're out cold.
You're gonna complain.
They're out cold.
Wow.
Put that dance. Put that dance.
Can I get a I think Junker's away now. I don't think Junker can play anymore.
How do you change your like intro in the game? Where you like look in the weapon? I'm just wondering.
I bet you Hal would love to play.
Oh, it's just a default finish.
No,
oh,
Hal is busy. He has some issues right now going on.
Okay, can you look at this picture from me? Tell me what you think.
What picture? Bosnia-Albania border. Alright, guys.
These Bosnians make wooden landmines.
How about Master Rusty? Wait, what the
You know,
fuck? Wait, whoa, what? Weekly care package?
Yeah, I just said that at the start, you fucking.
Yeah, well, yeah. Every time I hear your voice, I just close my ears. Oh my god, that's so cool. I got a new. I'm not gonna take the case because I don't think I'm gonna. I'm taking the case.
You know how the characters walk out with the weapons at the start?
No.
How do you change the weapon? Because mine walks out the Torettos, bro.
Drag.
You know what I should do there? I'm sorry. You are?
You drag. Dragon Dogma.
How do you do that? What the fuck? You have no clue, that's the thing.
What are you trying to find?
Because you know how at the start of the match, or like when you switch sides, all the characters walk out and they all have weapons.
Yeah, that's your. That's your display weapon. Go to main menu and press escape, and bottom middle, you can see the options.
Settings menu, yes?
No, bottom, main menu, just main menu, and bottom middle.
No, that's for the main menu.
Yeah, oh, you can't modify the stuff in game. It's random.
Oh, you can.
Check out my fade though. Check out my fade.
Check out Persists twice, bro.
I like how my guy's pistol is so tiny compared to his armor.
Nice.
Well, Junker can't play, so I guess we're not.
Ranger. How about that?
Let me get Message because I think he's online. Let me get Message.
He would never want to play with you. He hates you so much. He hates you so much.
Kill Master Flash. There was one time Master Slash sent a photo of where he
Mathos, do you have CS2 installed?
Yes.
Oh, come play pussy, come play pussy.
Okay.
Master Slash, I will play GeoGuessr on you again.
Okay.
Nice. Let me get a.
My coordinates are 192.2.
Write it down.
Oh shit! I just realized your Steam profile is your fucking Steam. Steam profile is your CSGO profile as well. When you click up someone, their background's on there.
Yes, so.
Oh my god. Start
Yes, so.
the anime girl.
Yes, so. Yes, so. Oh, you're right. You're right. That's pretty cool.
Oh my god.
What do you want? What do you want, Message?
CS2 is updating.
Oh my god.
Thank you for coming.
Bye bye.
Bye guys. Bye.
Get this fucker out of here.
Oh god, I thought you weren't serious.
Yeah, I'm kicking the fucker.
So, I know mine, and I know his.
I know all yours.
Yes, Master Flash is gone. Master Flash is gone permanently.
What about Rangoon?
What about a raging ranger?
I'm going down the list 1 second.
There's ZRV as well. I know he would definitely say yeah. Hello.
1 second.
ZRV, bro.
I know.
Just
We're going
playing
down the
with him.
list. I had people that wanted to play CS2. I'm asking them.
Alright, then I'll ask ZRV.
No, I'm banning you.
No.
1 second. Okay, guys.
What are you looking at? Oh. That's cute.
Imagine his little bowl. Where's my phone, you bitch?
All right, let's get.
You whore,
Oh!
where's my
I know who we're getting. I know who we're getting.
A cat.
I know who we're getting, guys.
Who we getting?
We are getting. If he's gonna pick up, he's gonna pick up. He has to pick up.
Oh yeah, this funny guy.
Dude, I swear to God. I want Thronium in here. Right now.
You know just rolling the game, getting him in there, right?
Yeah. He's called Thronium for. Ah, never mind. Okay, can you? Listening to Spotify? Is it like? Let's see. Is Ranger online? Are you here as a Ranger? Is he gonna play?
I think he would.
Let's add Ranger. Let's see if he's gonna play.
Ranging Ranger, 19.
Let me check the prep. He's not in the prep function, so he should be able to go.
He's not picking up.
Oh. He disappointed me.
Who's the author of Brolic theme? It's some band title. Right, Winter's not here, Ben.
Watch this one in your DMs later, because that's good for video.
Okay. We'll just play with the random fucker. Just play with the random.
No, we're gonna lose.
Alright, no problem. Like, at least I can yell at somebody again.
But then Junker not play.
Junker didn't respond, Ranger didn't respond, Brandonium didn't respond, Wishy's busy, Hell's busy, Virgo, I mean technically.
Hey, Star, when are you gonna play Yakuza?
That's for never. Yeah, but it's so expensive. Guys, you see, this is what I should tell you guys about the downgrade of my financial situation. Before I streamed with AC, now I don't. That's not
Like make ice and then put that ice in a hole.
I'll put ice in my ass. Help me, very much. Therapist probably would like to play that. Focus on me.
ZRD.
I said so.
All right, you're right. I forgot.
You fucking asshole.
Let's see. ZRD.
I'll add him. Oh, never mind. He disappeared. That is exactly what he said. That is always exactly what he said.
I don't know. What is it? Literally his name or something.
No, he's not even friended. What the fuck?
What is wrong with this ZRD? Fuck you.
And then I'll invite him.
This is Zifrad, is that him? No, but I remember how fucking terrible he is.
No, he was actually better than Butter. What do you mean?
No.
Yeah. That was like, dude, you killed him in Daisy, and then he was like crying. I was talking to him, and he was like, and then he was making a, revenge play.
He's gonna go worry about him again.
Hang on. Did he add me yet?
Almost invited main sponsor manager.
There we go. Okay, he's launching.
Zerdasi.
Oh my god.
Zerde, join the game, Zerde.
Oh my god.
Okay, guys, everybody in chat, can I get in chat right now? Can I get I need, don't listen to suck it, it's very important.
Welcome to my channel.
In the chat right now. Can I get a...
Welcome to my channel.
Right now. No, wrong sound, Flux, wrong sound. Ghost, getting closer.
Ima li živih?
Gdje si, Dragan, šta ima?
No. Okay, I like Ruben steak,
Jesi video...
Amerikane...
Onaj za Han što su dodali.
Ne.
Gledaj YouTube short što sam ja linkovao. Linkovao sam bio Peđi Nenad, ali Nenad voli kurac. Nenad je rekao pa dobro kao šta skin. Nije pojenta skin nego...
Nož za bacanje šta?
Ne. Jer vidiš nešto čudno u igri što nije bilo do sad. I ti isto misliš da je to normalno. Pa evo tu bacili su animaciju da možda pogledaš oružje, ali tako? Vidiš? Kažu, skin ko skin, nebitno. Nego bukvalno su bacili animaciju da možeš...
A to kad ne radiš ništa ili...
Ma isto kao u CS, si igrao CS?
Jesam,
bar 5
nešto
minuta.
se ne sjećam.
Imaš da vrtiš, pritisneš R ili koje već dugme ili ne znam ja, imaš dugme za inspect. I ono isto imaš i u onome Call of Duty i on uzme i vrti oružje kroz ruku, kao gleda. Jer u suštini ti od skina vidiš samo ono kao malo, jel tako? Ne vidiš čitav oružje. Evo imaš kao animaciju kao da inspektuš oružje.
Today I bring you the worst news.
that I have ever announced on this channel, at least for myself. And the sad part about it is this is not even technically the first time. Well, in a way, it's the first time for one thing. Not in the first time for everything, but you're gonna
neka Peđi još fali samo animacija, ne kao iz Call of Duty-a. Oni finisheri kad se priđeš nekom kad je na low HP-a i kao slučeš ga nogom. Izvadi ti karakter, ne znam, sekiru i uklepi ga po glavi. Pa ne menja ti, ali vidiš da...
I have items within my reach everywhere. I have a party hat. I've got a literal like skill tree.
Pa ti nemaš ti, nego to je fora da prodaju što više skinova. Ne mogu prodati puno skinova kad ljudi ne vide kako im izgleda puška, ili tako? Ili nož. Ne bi ti bilo popularno toliko u CS-u, ono, skinovi i marke da ne možeš da vidiš kako ti oružje izgleda.
You know, I've played a lot of games as a content creator, and I've loved a lot of games, but there's only really one game that I've ever really cared about, if that makes sense. I mean, on and off content creation, just from like, oh, this game's fun, I'll play it, you know, if I lost my character, whatever. But there's only one game that's like kind of like my home game that kind of like brings me back to gaming. And of course that's RuneScape, which is the topic of today's video. Now during the height of D4, when all the hype was going on, the live streams were popping, etc. People were excited both about the live streams as well as the YouTube channel. People realized that what I like is RuneScape, and what they started doing was donating me gold. Because years ago I got cleaned. I had a full bank, basically every items, and I was like, GG, I did it, and I lost 17 coin flips in a row. How I got that gold was by basically staking the duel arena, which is now defunct and you can't get it. I got maxed out bank account, got everything I wanted, then I lost 17 coin flips in a row and lost. That made me learn the lesson years ago. Don't stake when you are doing good in that game. Effectively, Duel Arena is cancer and has since been cut out of the community. You actually can't do it anymore. So when I realized, hey, my terrible gambling issue of wanting to stake my gold is gone, I'm going to rebuild my RuneScape account. And this time, surely, everything is fine. I can't even if I wanted to be stupid, I couldn't. I'll have every item in the game, I'll rebuild it, and everything will be good. I'll go back to RuneScape. After years, I'll go back to it. And guess what? We got every item in the game, except like one or two, but stuff that we didn't really need. I mean, I'm talking real min-maxy stuff. We got everything in the game back. And I'm talking, I spent over $1,000 plus like $500 of Steam currency as well on like bonds for gold to get it. And I'm talking people during the hype of D4 when so many people shipped the channel. People were chipping in. I mean, I saw people clean out their entire banks. Okay, give me like 50 mil. Or whatever, and we stockpiled until we had like 4.8 billion RuneScape gold effectively, and we bought everything. I'm talking, I had maxed out account in the one game I love. Finally, after years of wanting to get to that point, and I was excited. I was legitimately pretty excited for the first time for a game that has nothing to do with fun. I don't make videos on RuneScape except I guess this one. So you know, it was the most legitimate excitement I think I've ever felt in the game.
Isto tako, ne znam da li si vidio Derringer sa penny shotom.
Of kind of how much support the community did to like come together to make it work.
Nema 4 metka, nego ima 2 patrona od
There was like a significant amount of support from a lot of different people. That was kind of a one-time deal. You know, it might blow up on YouTube. It doesn't really happen that often, and it's not like it's going to happen again. So it's kind of like at the height of that, everyone was like, this guy loves RuneScape, well, we love this guy. Here you go, boy. Go play your favorite game. And I'm not going to lie, that felt pretty fucking good. So we were living pretty high. Things were pretty good. The chat was very supportive and excited. We had got all the items. We were starting to weave in a little bit of RuneScape content into the live streams, which is just perfect for me. Because one secret about the channel, if I could convert all of my YouTube channels and only play RuneScape for a living, I absolutely would. This is no secret, because if you actually go to my Twitch panel here and go to about, you can see I'm no Darth Microtransaction or DM, daily live streamer, but then at the end, all I want to do is play RuneScape, but here we are. That's actually not a meme, that is true. So when I tried to log into my account for my daily video, and it said account is locked due to suspicious activity, I immediately knew that's not good. This video is going to be a lesson for you that if you have something you care about in the digital world, to secure your account. Because while I had a bank pin and while I had a password that is not shared with other things, and I have email, etc., all of that, I did not have the mobile third-party authenticator app. So somehow, these people got through my password, they got through my bank PIN, and they managed to take everything the week after we completed the account. So I'm pretty sure it was a viewer of some type that was able to get pieces of information together enough to recover the account or something. I don't know how they were able to. I don't know. I'm not a security expert, but my point being is because I'm not a security expert, I probably fucked up somewhere along the line. And much like Linus Tech Tips, you know, I got owned. The dude didn't even have the decency to leave the placeholders for my bank so that in case I wanted to rebuild my bank, it would be really easy to reorganize everything. He fucked up all the organization that took me days to do in the bank. He cleaned out all of the items that were there just to level my character to the max level. You know, all my buyable is basically stuff to actually finish my 99s on the account that shit I actually care about, not just the expensive items. The long and short of it, if you aren't a RuneScape person, I have a 21-year-old RuneScape account that just got completely GG. I was able to recover the account, and I have since added all the third-party authenticators and everywhere, but, you know, it kind of ruined my last couple of days. So if you've been on the live stream like the last 2 days, and I've been an unentertaining, salty bastard, I am sorry. That is my fault. I am very annoyed by this, and so today what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. The ladder actually starts today. I'm going to try to get my mind off the fact that the literal only game I give a fuck about got destroyed for me again. So because of that, we're going to play Diablo 2 today. But please learn from me this lesson, and if you have anything you actually give a fuck about, and you have all this stupid goddamn merch about, and you have 4 accounts, and you've played it forever, and you got tens of thousands of hours into it, secure your account. Please. So, I don't know if I'm ever going to get back to where I was. I think it's kind of a GG for me. 4.8 bill is not really something you can get back. And before some idiot, I know people are going to say stuff like, okay, well, he just took gold from, you know, donuts, etc., and sold it. The reality is, I spent more on bonds just on the live stream than my entire bank was worth, because when you purchase gold from the actual creators of it, it costs like 5 or 6 times what the money is actually worth in like black market economies. So let's say I did sell it all, I would still be like $600 in the hole. All the way to sell it. So I would have to be the biggest fucking idiot of all time to spend $1,000+ to the official person and then sell it for like $500. Literally a week after I did it. So just to cut the head off of those people, because there's already been a few people that said that, and it's like, okay, well, the math does not work that way. So, unfortunately, the math, speaking of the math, if I wanted to get all this back, it's $5,000 is what it would be worth through the official creators in order to get it back. So, I put it in a claim and all that I got hacked, and, you know, the response was effectively that they didn't do anything, you know, about hacks and all that. I know that because I played the game so long, but anyway, secure your accounts. Don't get shit on like I do. And if you have any interest in watching me play Diablo 2 Resurrected, that will be a live stream that happened today. Sorry about the bad live streams. I've been salty and just being a man baby about losing my favorite toy. I was thinking about it. I said this in the live stream, but the more I thought about it, I actually mean it. Like, there's nothing else that I own that I would have rather not get stolen. Like, steal my motorcycle, steal any of my collectibles, take my pianos, any of my guitars. There's not a single thing I own, and you can say it sounds sad or pathetic or all you want to know. Sure, it does. Okay, but literally my RuneScape account was my #1 prized possession in my life. It's just, maybe that's the lesson I should take out. It's not a security issue, but you know, it is what it is for me, so I'm kind of gutted today. But anyway, I'll see you on the live stream. For the people that donated, like little chunks here, or logged into their old account and threw it together, and guys, I'm really sorry. Like, honestly, like, it makes me feel terrible, because there was a huge group of people that kind of came together to, like, fulfill a little bit of a dream, and I should have had third-party authenticator. It's my fault. I mean, immediately people were like, let me give you some go to help you rebuild. I'm saying no to all that, because, like, people already did that and already fucked it up. So, I'll probably just re-buy it the official way out of my bank at some point or something for the 5Gs it would cost, just because it's like, I can't, you know, I can't take it all from, like, the community who already did that and kind of lose it and then get it again. So I don't think that's very responsible. So I'll figure it out on my end, but sorry, guys.
you kidding me? He's gonna fall off. He's gonna just jump off the edge, isn't he? Did these doing?
Oh, I'm fucked. I might be dead. I might be dead.
You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, I'm
It's
dead.
over.
I'm dead!
Yep.
No, come on, come on.
There it is.
Fuck. Oh my fucking god.
Are you kidding me? He's gonna fall off. He's gonna just jump off the edge, isn't he? Did these do a knockback? I forgot if they do or not. Let's find out if they do a knockback.
And over here. Well, stop. It's walking into us.
Yeah, they do.
Oh my god.
I died!
Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, man. I think they should fix this. I really don't think this is funny to watch. Like, actually, it is funny to watch. But, like, I don't think it's good to have in the game. I think this is really stupid. It's obviously a bug. Like, I am very much an advocate of fix actual bugs.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Hearth out now. Hearth out now. Yep. Bro, what a fucking legend. Oh my god. He caught himself and he knew exactly what to do. He didn't try to jump through to go through the wood or anything like that. Bro, he knew exactly what to do.
Co to kurwa je?
True. So true. That's fucking smart. Ooh. Vulture.
Holy shit. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo.
Why is the hunter...
Holy shit.
Why did he walk up? Why did he go and walk up to them? Why would he walk towards to mend pet? Ooh, to mend pet. Was that it? Let me see. Where's mend pet?
Holy shit. Yo, 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 yo.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yo,
He
yo,
moved up
yo,
to mend
what is
pet.
the
Okay, that's
damage?
reasonable.
Holy shit. I wanna say, what the fuck is...
Okay, nope,
Holy
nope. No,
fuck.
it's actually not classic hunter brain. He actually made a good decision.
Dude,
Smart.
he is strong. This Monka.
I don't know why so many hunters don't, like the way that they do their feigned death, it's like really weird. Like they'll hit it for like a second and then they'll just keep moving. Yeah, he's dead, by the way. It's over.
This is very bad.
Yeah. He should have been farther away at the beginning. Now, a hunter can solo him. You just have to do it with Cheetah.
No way.
No way.
No.
No.
Bro.
That's the other hunter should have taunted. I don't know if a pet can taunt that guy. I really don't know that. Okay. Full raid group, or full group, and Shadowfang Keep. Ooh. Ooh. They can jump out, they can run away, and they can jump over outside the instance. They're fine. They're totally fine. Yep, they're totally fine. You're totally fine. They're totally fine. They don't have to jump away. Okay, they're jumping away. They're running away. And now it's going to turn around and kill the healer. Is that it? Yeah, so as soon as these guys reset, they're going to turn around and just kill this healer instantly. That's the price of being a roach. See, I think that calling them roaches is actually such an accurate description. Because roaches will survive a nuclear holocaust. And these guys that fucked up, they are the roaches, and they're not dead. It's his fault he didn't run. He didn't run because he was healing people. And yeah, you're right, he should have ran more, but he didn't think that was going to happen. The tank and DPS, they shouldn't have even run. Yeah. What could possibly go wrong here? Nice. My mom, she used to tell me, no good deed goes unpunished. Here, I'll show you what she meant. That's fucking sad. Now, to be fair, he could have played that 1,000 times better. He wasn't even attacking. He should have just hamstrung the mob and ran away. But, like, it is still fucking crazy. Oh my god, that's sad. Lamau, this dude, I saved his ass and he grieves me? He doesn't grieve you, bro.
Oh fuck, I'm actually fucked here. I might be dead here.
I love these. Let's watch a mage. Bro, these mages, they think they're so special. They think they're so good, man. AoE grinding mages in hardcore. This is what you fucking get.
How much for Blink? 104. I'm fucked. I might be dead. I might be dead.
You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, I'm
It's
dead.
over.
I'm dead!
Yep.
No, come on, come on.
There it is.
Fuck. Oh my fucking god.
Maybe this time he can, maybe he can play a real class rather than a mage. Why do you always hate mages? I don't hate mages. I hate AoE farming mages in hardcore because hardcore is supposed to be hard and they make it look easy. And so every time they die, I think it's good. That's why. Okay. So the guy's obviously gonna come and just kill him, right? I'm assuming he's actually gonna get hit. So the dragon can actually have a cleave. If you guys want to see the cleave, you'll see it in a minute here. Watch. Oh. Well, you know, that's what happens sometimes too. Yeah, they also have a melee attack? Yeah, they do have a melee attack as well.
Secondary thing. Like, there's no reason for them to be in front.
Oh, we've seen this one. This is super fucking crazy.
Oh,
by the way, there's no reason for them to have been here. This is a bad position. They should have never been here. It should have been on the inside.
You're
fine. I had Leon.
I got knocked. Lipping this.
Oh my god.
What is that tree?
That's scary. Wait. Is this who I think it is? Oh my fucking god. So... Okay, this is where... Alright. So, back in Classic WoW, there was a female Night Elf priest on Fairlina named Ramina. And she was in my guild. And I think that she quit my guild and then she rejoined for some reason. I don't remember why. I think it was some kind of drama, something like that. And she gave everybody in the guild a pink shirt that she made while she was leveling her tailoring. And as far as I know, I still am actually wearing that shirt on my Classic WoW character to this day. And obviously being a girl, there was like drama that surrounded her. It wasn't like anything like super crazy, at least as far as I know. But yeah, the one that bitched about unprofessionalism of the raid, I genuinely don't remember. And do you want to know the worst part about this? Jibu's playing with her. Can you fucking believe that? Oh my god. Oh god. All right, here we go. Let's see it.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Please kill her. Please kill her. I want to see it kill her. I want to see it kill her.
Okay.
I do.
We're
I
playing
want
with
to
a
see
little
it.
too much fire. It's too hot. It's too hot. My hands are so. Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She survived. She survived.
My hands are fucking sweating, bro. Just.
Holy fuck! She actually survived? Oh my god!
Instantly.
Jesus! Jibu is on? Yeah, bro, Jibu actually... Bro, I'm gonna say it. Jibu fucking saved her. Because if Jibu didn't turn on aspect of the pack for her, which he did, she would have died. Yep, she would have died.
Instantly.
Alright. Well, he's good. Somebody's he's about to lose aggro.
Oh,
ooh, he killed him.
Ja, vad fan, de var inte här på typ 20%. Jag kan fortfarande anfalla.
Oh shit!
Vad fan är det där? Oh my
Han dog!
What the fuck alltså?
Damn! Yeah, the Guardian Ape is phase 2, bitch! I didn't even know that could have happened. Yeah, I never did this dungeon back in the day.
God. Oh my god!
That sucks. That really fucking sucks. You got baited by an NPC feign death. Oh, here comes the dragon. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Wait, no, he's just gonna die to a random mob. Oh no. Really? Come on. Come on, just use a wand. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Hamcock. You're level 38. How the fuck does anything go wrong in the stockades? I swear to God. Are you really gonna die at level 38 in the... That's a level 38 priest that just died. In stockades. True.
¿Dónde está metido?
Bajo el agua.
Okay.
No le veo, Tiro de piedra. Vámonos, piedra hogar, chavales.
Oh my god. They just let him die. Dude, they just let this guy die. Look.
¿Dónde está metido?
Bajo el agua.
Where's the fucking healer? It's got to be one of these guys, right?
No le veo,
So it's gotta be Boca Dildo, right? Yeah, it has to be Boca Dildo, who's the healer. So what does Boca Dildo do?
Bajo el agua. No le veo, Tiro de piedra. Vámonos, piedra hogar.
He doesn't even know it. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is. Oh my god, he can't see him. Oops. Bro, imagine that you lose your character to that. Imagine that's you that loses your character to that shit. That is sad.
No, si es que viene ya.
Ya, vámonos. Me tiro piedra. Vale, tío.
Just jump down, jump down,
No.
jump down, jump down and hard, jump down and hard, jump down and hard. You've got blink, jump down and hard. Jump down, no. Jump down, no, what are you doing? No, just jump down, no. Try to get on there.
No.
Yeah, try to get on there. You, oh.
Me muero.
Me muero.
Let me guess, Men Muerto, I'm dead? I'm dying? Okay, yeah.
De abajo, Guille.
Tira piedra. ¿Qué tira un Dumi?
Están conmigo.
No me da tiempo. Muerto.
Me cago en la puta que parió,
Good one.
Tipo tanque de mierda.
He can do it here. He's not gonna make it. You have to go at an edge.
No, me muero de la caída. Uf.
Oh my god.
¿Puedes saltar al borde? No.
Sí, yo estoy
Y eso que le he tirado, y he tirado el inmune al Hunter y todo, tío, y salía la cosa que flipas, tío. Joder, qué liada, tío. Ha paniqueado y se ha tirado al agua. Hemos reaccionado lento, tenemos que salir corriendo en cuanto hemos visto que se ha tirado al agua.
And it was all for nothing.
No, me he muerto.
That's kind of sad to see him try so hard. And you know what the worst part about this whole thing is? This absolute fucking brain-dead idiot survived. 3 people died because he didn't have his monitor on. It's Boca Dildo. It is. He's the one that did this. And I wouldn't say, he's not even a roach either. He didn't even know what happened. What? Oh, heart's out? Okay. Well, shit, where'd that guy go anyway?
No, me he muerto.
No pasa nada, tío. Tienes el dudo todavía, ¿no?
That sucks.
Here we go. Blast him.
You're
Blast
dead.
him.
You're dead.
Oh, the crit's good. Get this off. Get this off.
You're
Don't
dead.
get knocked down.
It's done. You're over. Oh.
Perfect. This is great. Here we go.
No, there's no way.
One's down. The crit. Oh wait.
You should have done a
The
frost.
plan was to sheep this guy.
Oh,
All right.
he's gonna
This is
swap
gonna
back
free
and
up the
forth.
other one. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh, I didn't mean to fire blast. That's a mistake. That was a misplay. Oh my gosh, we're so low.
You
Oh,
just have
where's my mana
He's
pot?
dead. You're dead.
I'm out of mana pots. How am I out of mana pots?
I would have looked into the mana pot situation before I pulled 3 level 18s. What the fuck am I doing?
Did I throw it away? Oh no!
Yeah.
I think we're toast. Oh! We can come back. We can come back. We got this. What do I do? I'm out of mana. What do I do? There's a reset spot. Can I get to it? We go here to here. No, I missed the reset spot. I jumped to. Oh no!
Hearth now.
No! What is this guy? No!
Oh my god. Oh no. Come on.
I'm dead.
He almost got it. No way he gets away.
Oh!
Bro.
Go!
Bro, are you kidding me?
No!
He played that really well. I'm gonna be honest. Like, he did. He played that pretty well. Like, I'm impressed. Yeah, it's decent enough. All right. No health pot was used. Did he have a health potion? Yeah, he did. He should have used a health potion. It's right there. He actually had one of the larger ones. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't use it. I think it's just, you know, like, stressful situation.
Oh!
Yep, mistakes happen.
Go!
Pop art. Yep, he just panicked.
No!
Ooh. sucks. He did better than what I would have expected. Another one that I get to watch die. I don't like this now. Yeah, true. Ooh, not using the best bandages. Those are like heavy mage weave. Is he gonna live? There's no way, right?
Умираю, пиздец.
That.
Хорошо, бабло. Хорошо.
God.
Бабло на твинка скинула.
Yep. Dies in Russian. Yep, there it is. I feel like, very rarely do I ever root for people in these, like, but I feel like some of these deaths are kind of sad. Like, this guy, this dude was just being an idiot. He shouldn't have done this. Like, that's definitely his fault. This guy is a fucking legend. This one was just like, I felt really sad about this one. I did. This was really depressing. Yep, that's just the way it goes. You could have jumped too, though. Yeah, but they could have waited for him to. This was the saddest fucking clip I think I might have ever seen. I want to watch this one again. This is just pathetic. He's like, oh wow, a fellow traveler in need. That's okay. I'll save you. Where are you going? Backpedaling away. There's a ZG wipe. It's the second one. Oh no. Okay. All right. Here it is. Oh, they're gonna pull him and everybody's gonna get zapped.
갈게요. 셋구나. 이걸 못 봐?
Yeah, watch. Everybody's about to get electrocuted. Oh yeah. Oh bro, look at him. Oh man. Oh, what a nice little pile. Get ready. It's gonna be right after
지금 이걸
this.
해제되면 바로 해제죠. 나이스. 왼쪽 잘 잡. 뭐야? 야! 씨발! 야, 속하게 해. 아, 누구야? 속하게 하네. 제발 귀하네.
Oh my god.
제발 속하게 하네. 그냥 속하게 하네.
What I thought. Wait, you're Petri. Leave the group. Leave group. What are you doing?
Stop!
Leave group. Get out. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so let me explain what happened. So this is High Priest Venoxus, I believe that's his name. He is the first boss that you encounter in Zul'Gurub. This is a 20-man raid. It's for level 60s only. So in order to even get into this raid, you had to have already leveled all the way up to 60 in Classic WoW Hardcore. And he does an ability that it's like a chain lightning, and the more people that the chain lightning hits, it does like double damage. So you want to make sure that you're spread out. That way the chain lightning doesn't hit as many people. It's the same as like a Cthulhu beam, the old Undasta beam. There's a lot of mechanics like this, right? So let's go ahead and look and watch what happens a little bit slower.
이게
It's like the
다
Great
받으면 진짜 스택이 넘쳐나가지고
Yes, it is.
진짜
It's the
딜이 너무
exact
세더라.
same. Yeah.
오닉 받으면
The
훨씬 세게.
Fifth Horseman incident, it's the exact same spell.
앞으로 갈게요.
The pet got too close. I don't think pets can be a target.
이걸 못 봐?
Let's go ahead and look a little bit closer. So he casts it right after the first holy fire. I didn't know that was. I don't know if that's like scripted or not, but it might be. I'm not really sure. So as you can see here, there's holy fire that goes out.
나이스.
And
뭐야? 야! 아!
so as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people were instantly fucking deleted, instantly annihilated.
Anyway, I'm gonna be heading off the job, so you know.